Chapter 1090. What happened to the world? A month later, the world was still rumbling and shaking. The Dragon Queen's Song of Fire was still being sung. Humans gradually got used to it and no longer panicked. However, the doubts in their hearts did not lessen at all. Some people began to search for answers on their own. The devil dragon Tyrion and Jon, who was riding on the devil dragon, decided to explore the four poles. The dark demon god was almost completely exterminated by the Dragon Queen. Relatively speaking, the four poles were safer. Thus, they left Slave Bay and flew eastward. They flew and flew, crossing the Jade Sea and Yashia, leaving the endless Daybreak Mountains behind them. Where did the Dark World go? They flew for 20,000 kilometers, but still did not find the Dark World. Is this a new continent? There's not a single living person, not even a blade of grass. It's all barren mountains and land. Jon was puzzled. It shouldn't be. After Asia, we'll enter the Dark World in less than 5,000 kilometers. I've been there before, and was even prepared to look for a few hellhounds to be guard dogs. The devil dragon Tyrion said in disbelief, "Should we continue flying? I can hold on, but the pterosaur and devil dragon need to eat." Jon asked. Tyrion thought for a while and said, "Let's fly north. In theory, that's the Trembling Sea. There's food in the sea." As expected, they flew north for another few thousand kilometers and began to encounter islands of various sizes. However, the dwarf was not sure if they were still in the Trembling Sea. This was because he had never seen this area on the world map. "Hey, look, there are traces of people there." After flying for another month, the dwarf finally saw smoke and a thatched cottage on a small island. "They're really living people. Let's go and ask them where this is." It was the first time they had seen intelligent beings in 2 months. The uncle and nephew were very excited. "Seven gods above. Why are they here? Where are we?" Landing on the empty ground in front of the thatched cottage, Tyrion was confused and shocked when he saw the striped people kneeling and kowtowing in front of the devil dragon. "You know them?" Jon asked curiously. There were about 40 to 50 people. Regardless of gender, they were all muscular. Their arms hung down to their knees. Their foreheads were slanted. They had huge square teeth and flat and wide pig noses. The most distinctive feature was the brown and white stripes on his skin. Tyrion frowned and said slowly, "If I remember correctly, they should be the natives of Sosros. More than 10 years ago, Dahe used to draw such people on paper with colored pencils. The Dragon Queen called them striped people or wild boar people. Why would a native of Sosros be in the Shivering Sea? And there's the continent of Ursos in the middle if the entire continent in the south is Ursos." Jon was shocked. "I don't know." Tyrion scratched his head in distress. "Roar, roar, roar." Just as the man and the devil dragon were conversing, some of the striped priests had already started dancing. Then they cut off their hands and dug out their hearts. The power of blood sacrifice fell on the devil dragon Tyrion and Jon's heads. "Io, they really are offering us a blood sacrifice. It's exactly the same as what the Dragon Queen said." The dwarf was both surprised and curious, and he even revealed a gluttonous expression as if he was savoring the aftertaste. "Ugh, so comfortable. It's even more enjoyable than doing Snow Lady. I'm not a demigod yet, but I can still sense the power of blood sacrifice. The striped people's faith is amazing. Only evil gods can absorb the power of blood sacrifice. What are you doing?" Jon said anxiously, "How far do you think a person like me is from an evil god?" Tyrion did not think much of it. He continued to raise his head and suck in the red mist that fell from the sky. Jon had no choice but to use his domain to burn away the red mist above his head. "Ugh, hee hee." The devil dragon Tyrion's body trembled as he let out an inexplicable moan of pleasure. After a long while, he sighed while savoring the aftertaste. It's too good. It's too wonderful. That feeling. John, trust me, if you don't try it, you've wasted half your life. I don't want to be an evil god. John shook his head. TSK, you're just a shadow-binding knight. How dare you pretend to be a saint here? The devil dragon shook his head. He was still in a daze from the aftertaste of the climax. He started to speak carelessly. In this world, other than your aunt who doesn't fit in with the world, which God doesn't accept blood sacrifice. Even the old God you believe in likes blood sacrifice very much. Absorbing it once is equivalent to at least 3 months of cultivation. Your magic power will increase. Oh, no, sister, don't. The Holy Mother is merciful. Don't. The devil dragon dwarf was getting carried away when he suddenly cried out in fear. Huh. The devil dragon struggled and howled. The nearby savages cried out in fear and retreated. What's wrong? John was shocked. Wet dragon worms jumped out of Tessa's red head. The dragon worms hissed at the sky. It was abnormally terrifying. Woo-woo, no, don't. Mercy, mercy, don't. The devil dragon Tyrion cried. What's wrong? Your power. John's expression froze. He said in surprise, why did it decrease so much? What level are you now? Level 1. I lost the Holy Mother's favor and fell from level 5 Grand Knight to level 1 Beginner Knight. I almost broke the seal of the Holy Knight. After the devil dragon Tyrion caught his breath, he said dejectedly, if the seal of the Holy Knight was broken, he would not be able to control Tessa anymore. The fusion between man and dragon would naturally disappear. In the end, Dany still showed mercy and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf. John's eyes brightened. Because of the blood sacrifice, I only know that I'm a bastard, an evil god embryo. I can be fearless, but I forgot my identity as a holy knight. In the teachings of the 7 gods, the blood sacrifice is the taboo of the taboo. More than 10 years of hard work, all gone in one day. It's such a loss. The price for this indulgence is too high. The devil dragon dwarf stomped his feet and lamented. Ha ha ha. John laughed unkindly. After this, the dwarf's magic power was greatly damaged. After merging, their flying speed was reduced by 1/3. The progress of the two's exploration of the world was also much slower than before. After another 2 months, the world's tremors gradually calmed down. They came to a boundless sea. For a full 40 days, they did not see a single island. Fortunately, the devil dragon and pterosaur could swim and could rest in the sea. There were few fish in the sea, but there were big fish in the deep sea. For every sea monster, the two met 7 or 8. Where are we? The dwarf asked blankly. John raised his head and looked at the blazing sun. He asked doubtfully, these days, the length of each day is different. Did you notice? The dwarf was stunned. After carefully recalling for a moment, he said in shock, if you didn't say it, I would have missed it. Why is it like this? Even if the length of winter and summer is different, if you include the night, day, and night should be 24 hours. Yesterday, it was only 20 hours. A month ago, was there a day that was only 17 hours? That's too exaggerated. I didn't notice it. How does the sun move? John frowned. The dwarf said, I heard that the sun's home is in the Daybreak Mountains, which is my dear Cauldron Dukedom. Back then, when your aunt conferred me the title of Duke, she even smiled and said that the dukedom could be renamed Neon, the country of sunrise. The sun rises from the Daybreak Mountains, so the land to the east of the Daybreak Mountains is dark and in shadow all year round. This is very reasonable. John nodded and said thoughtfully, the sun will disappear in the sunset sea in the evening. We Westeros are the last place to see the sun. The people of Ursus call it the land of the sunset. But how does the sun return from the sunset sea to the daybreak mountains? I know. The dwarf had a flash of inspiration and laughed. Where are the deviant ghosts before the long night? The land of eternal winter. John blurted out. Then he said thoughtfully, the deviant ghosts are afraid of the sun. If they can live in the land of eternal winter, it means that there is no sun there, and the land of eternal winter is only one of the 4 poles. Yes, the land of eternal winter should not be in the prime material world. Perhaps there is light shining there, but the sun itself will not enter the land of eternal winter. So, the daybreak mountains are the boundary between the material world and the dark world. In the sunset sea in the west, there should also be a boundary, the dwarf said. But this can't explain our current situation, John said helplessly. No, it can, the dwarf said slowly. The sun set off from the daybreak mountains, walked for a day, and then returned to its original point. What should its trajectory be like? A circle. We have been heading east in the opposite direction from where the sun rises. Could it be that we are also walking in a circle? John frowned. This doesn't make sense. Is the world a ball? We live on a ball. That's ridiculous. Hey, there is an island in front. There is even a lighthouse on the island, the dwarf exclaimed. What? This is the lone lighthouse. The lone lighthouse of the Iron Islands. We are almost back to the Westeros. Half an hour later, in the stone courtyard of the ancient castle, the dwarf and John exclaimed at the same time. Actually, when they saw the familiar clothes of the islanders, they already had a vague guess. When they heard the familiar common language from their mouths, their guess became reality. Even so, when Count Gilbert told them that this was the Farwin family's lone lighthouse, the 2 of them were still shocked. Why are the 2 dukes here? The old count asked in confusion. The dwarf were the stars of the Westeros. Although the lone lighthouse was located at the westernmost part of the Westeros, they were not an isolated island. They would not be absent from any collective activity on the Iron Islands. In fact, the old count had even led his 3 sons and more than 50 subjects to participate in the final battle. The old man alone had killed 7 or 8 ghouls. Of course, as a part of the Westeros, the lone lighthouse had also received a lot of food and fruits from Dany and Rise during the long night. We set off from Slave Bay and determined the direction according to the shadows under the noon sun. We kept heading east. The dwarf slowly recounted their experience. That's not right. We've explored the sunset sea in the west. We swam for a few years without reaching the continent of Ursos, let alone the 40 days of Megalosaurus voyage. In fact, there's nothing to the west other than the dark gray seawater. The old count shook his head. How many years have you swam? Tyrion was baffled. John looked around at the Farwin family members in the hall and smiled. The Farwin family has received the blessings of the old gods. We have a few shapeshifters. Gilbert smiled as well and nodded. In the past, we wouldn't have dared to admit our identity. Now that the old gods have merged with the 7 gods, the extraordinaires are no longer monsters. Tyrion recalled the introduction of the lone lighthouse Farwin family that he had read in his early years. He said with realization, it's said that the Farwin family members can transform into sea lions, walruses, and even the overlords of the sea, wolf-spotted whales. So that's how it is. Then, Your Grace, do you know why Lone Lighthouse Fort is called Lone Lighthouse Fort? Count Gilbert asked. That's because the lighthouse on your fort will be lit no matter if it's day or night. The dwarf immediately said, why is there a need to light it even during the day? Gilbert asked again. The dwarf's expression changed. Do we need a lighthouse to guide the way during the day? The old count nodded slowly and sighed. You might have seen it from the sky. Lone Lighthouse Fort isn't an isolated island. There are a dozen or so small islands nearby. There are mines, mountain streams for sheep herding, and farmers cultivating farmland in the canyons of one of the islands. We Ironseed like to plunder, but who else would we plunder here other than our own people? That's why we have a normal life. We need to travel between the various islands often, and we need a lighthouse to determine our location. Before the long night, we'll continue to head west and realize that the sky and seawater are gray. The sunlight doesn't seem to reach there. Sometimes gray shadows will cover the sea near Lone Lighthouse Fort during the day. We don't know when the gray shadows will come, so we just keep the lighthouse lit. Now that the gray shadows are gone, we'll come from the west. The sun there is the same as here, John said. The old count spread out his hands and said helplessly, "If you have any questions, it's useless to look for me." The sun was summoned by the Dragon Queen, and she's also the one who chanted the Song of Fire. The earth is still shaking now, and it must be because of her. If we find her, all the mysteries will be solved. The Dragon Queen is more powerful than the gods in the legends. She might be recasting the world right now. His eldest son, Gar, sighed. The dwarf glanced at him and said thoughtfully, "Maybe we can follow the Westeros and fly north. If we can return to west again, it means that the world has become a ball. If we can't, does it mean that our world is an egg roll?" John hesitated. "We have nothing to do anyway," the dwarf said with a smile. "Maybe after completing the exploration, I can write a book about the original appearance of the world." Gilbert shook his head and said with a complicated expression, "No one will read the book you write. They won't believe it even if they read it." "Why?" the dwarf asked curiously. "You're just looking at the big picture. The Dragon Queen has changed this world with her own hands. If it were you, would you believe what you saw or what she said?" Even so, John, who had nothing to do, still agreed to the dwarf's plan. The two of them only rested in Lone Light Castle for 2 days before bidding farewell to Fallen and his family. They followed the Westeros coastline and headed north. After passing the Great Wall, the two devil dragons entered the continent. He still remembered his sacred oath, never step into the 7 nations again in his life. Beyond the Great Wall was also part of the Westeros, but it no longer belonged to the 7 nations. "The temperature in the Northern Territory has risen a lot," the dwarf said in surprise. "Summer is here." Looking at the familiar landscape below him, the dwarf felt uneasy. He inadvertently recalled the time when he and Yrgrat were in the hot spring in the cave. The scenery was still there, and life and death were vast. "No, John, if the world is a ball, where is the equator? Have you noticed it?" the dwarf exclaimed. "The equator?" John was stunned and said casually, "If there really is an equator, it should be near Dorne, Leasey, Volantis, and Slave Bay. Yes, it should be there before the long night, but it's different now. The equator is moving north. Oh, 7 gods above." The dwarf suddenly came to his senses and said in disbelief, "John, you've suffered a great loss. The equator is now passing through the Northern Territory. Do you understand what this means?" "What?" John still did not quite understand. "The once desolate and cold Northern Territory will become the rich and warm Slave Bay, or the River Bay. The miserable Bear Island that can't even afford to raise its wife will also become the new Chinting Island. From now on, there will be no more snow in the Northern Territory. This will be the most fertile land of the 7 nations. And the Northern Territory is so big, the political situation of the 7 nations in the future, a casual action by the Dragon Queen, can cause a fundamental change in the situation of the kingdom. This is the true power of the gods." The dwarf exclaimed in shock. "Are you sure?" John asked in surprise. "Didn't you feel the change in temperature and light?" He was thinking about something. The dwarf said, "Look at the sun and the shadow under the sun. If the shadow deviates from north to south by a smaller angle, it means that the position is closer to directly below the sun. We're still not sure if the line directly below the sun will change. Let's assume that it won't change. Then, that line will be the equator. We're now outside the Great Wall, but look at the shadow. The deviation to the north is not too big. This means that we're not too far away from the equator. If this were on Earth, the dwarf's words would definitely be wrong. The direct angle of the sun and the Earth changed with the seasons, so there was a division of the Tropic of Cancer. But in this world, whether there was a Tropic of Cancer depended on Danny's mood. If she found it troublesome and was too lazy to tilt the planet, the equator and the latitude of the direct sun would always coincide. Then, the Northern Territory would be in big trouble, being directly hit by the sun every day. The air pressure would be low, rain clouds would accumulate, and large-scale rain would fall. If water was lost outside the equator, there might be large-scale desertification. Extreme environments, whether dry or wet, were not conducive to human survival. Will Chinting Island be frozen? John asked curiously. It shouldn't be. Look, we flew around the equator for more than 4 months. How big do you think the world is? If the world is really a ball, its radius should not be less than 50,000 kilometers. That's strange. The dwarf's expression changed, and he exclaimed again, "What's wrong now? The gravity is decreasing." Gravity? John had never read the physics books of the Slave Bay Academy. "I'm a megalosaurus. I can clearly feel the strength of each flap of my wings. Now, with the same speed, it's easier to fly. You can try jumping a few times on the dragon's back," Devil Dragon Tyrion said. John did not jump on the dragon's back like an idiot. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused on sensing the changes in the rules. After a long while, he said in shock, "Your senses are not wrong, but why is it like this?" It's said that the higher the altitude, the lower the gravity. Looking at the ocean in the distance that was at the same level as the continent, the dwarf could not continue. The ice and snow beyond the Great Wall had started to melt. 10,000 miles away from the Great Wall, theoretically, they would enter the land of eternal winter. However, this place had also melted into mottled black soil. The gravity has decreased by half compared to when we were in the Seven Kingdoms, and it's decreasing faster and faster. Another half a month had passed. They were at least 50,000 kilometers away from Winterfell. This place was covered in thick ice and snow. Sunlight could shine in, but it was very thin. Moreover, the days were getting shorter. "We seem to be approaching the North Pole," the dwarf said. Suddenly, there were waves of wolf howls in front of them. There seemed to be more than one wolf. Accompanying the howls were crimson clouds that covered the sky and earth. Amidst the murderous aura, there were countless terrifying specters of dead souls. "There's a peerless demon in front." John was shocked. The devil dragon he was sitting on started to hesitate. Devil Dragon Tyrion almost fell down under the pressure of the fearful aura. "This is the gates of hell, where the underworld resides. Mortals, stop." The low and majestic voice was like thunder. It reverberated throughout the world, causing the snow on the mountain peak to tumble down. "Gates of hell." John was puzzled. "Fuck, I recognize it. Wong Kai, is that you?" The dwarf was furious. "You dog, you don't even recognize the second elder?" The terrifying spirit that was pressing down on them like Mount Tai paused. The crimson clouds and resentful spirits that dyed the sky and earth were swept away. "Hee, you recognize me so quickly. My two masters, it's not convenient for me to go out. Please come over and talk," the demon said in a fawning manner. The pressure disappeared, and the two devil dragons flew forward again. After flying for 3 to 4 hours and almost 600 kilometers, they finally saw a continuous mountain range. The highest peak was almost 4,000 meters high. The mountain peak was covered in snow, but the lush weirwood covered the entire mountain peak. The red palm leaves and white bone-like tree trunks were even more dreamy than the 10 miles peach garden. Amidst the beauty, there was a hint of eeriness and strangeness. At the foot of the mountain, there was a circular hole that was 100 meters high. It looked like the mouth of the Grim Reaper. Eerie and cold black fog escaped from the hole. A 3-headed dog that was 3 stories tall stood outside the hole. Eris, Tywin, Yuluin, greet the 2 masters. The 3 heads reported their names one by one. Then they bowed on the ground while shaking their heads. Shit, you really used that name. The dwarf and John's faces were distorted. Hee, thank you for the name, Second Elder. Only these 3 peerless villains can guard the gates of hell. Of course, Wong Kai is a gift from the Lord. I can't abandon it. One is used at home, and the other is used by outsiders outside. Wong Kai laughed. The gates of hell is the entrance to the 7 layers of hell. John looked into the hole. It was so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers. He couldn't see anything. That's right. After defeating the strange Ghost King, I came here. Tywin nodded. Yuluin asked curiously, why did the 2 masters come to the gates of hell? Dong, dong, dong. The devil dragon Tyrion used his own head to knock Wong Kai's 3 heads and scolded. You know that the masters are here, and you still dare to act mysterious and scare the masters. I've been here for 2 years, and all I've seen are the dead. Now that I've finally met a living person and an acquaintance at that, I can't help but want to act cool. Tywin in the middle laughed. Dong, dong, dong. The devil dragon dwarf knocked him 3 more times and said angrily, You dare to act cool in front of the masters? You've got guts. Forget it. You have to look at the master before you hit the dog. John glanced at the red-headed Tessa. Besides, you can't beat him now, so he has the right to act cool in front of you. It's okay, it's okay. If the master is angry, he can hit me however he wants. Wong Kai was very self-aware and understood that a family dog was not as good as a family member. The devil dragon dwarf looked at it with his vertical pupils for a while and said doubtfully, How did you become so strong? You can create a large blood cloud from a few 100 kilometers away, and the pressure is even more terrifying. Just 2 years ago, when you were fighting the strange Ghost King, you were frozen by him. Wong Kai raised his paw and drew a large circle in the air. This area is all in the range of hell, and I've been conferred the title of Guardian of the Gates of Hell by the Master, so I can borrow some of the power of hell. You guys coming here is equivalent to entering my divine kingdom. In order to act cool, I've lost hundreds of divine spell slots. Fuck. The dwarf knocked him 3 more times. John frowned and said, Not only can you borrow the power of hell, you also have the Song of 3 Laws. Sigh, those were all taken from my ancestor by the master. They were originally incomplete, and I'm not very talented, so I can only use them, but I can't even start on my own. I can't even leave hell. After leaving, those laws that don't belong to me will slowly disappear. Wong Kai said helplessly. Do you know what the Dragon Queen has been doing recently? John asked. Chapter 1091. Tywin Hound shook his head. I'm not too sure about Master's situation, but the changes in the world are definitely related to her. Half a month ago, I met a few good friends in hell. Isn't it normal to meet the souls of old friends in hell? Tyrion asked doubtfully. No, they didn't die. Before I met Master, I had been living in the world of darkness. My friends were also there. Now that I met them in hell, does Master understand what this means? The land of eternal winter in the north and the world of darkness in the east have merged together. Wong Kai said excitedly. Are you sure? The 2 were shocked. What's there to be uncertain about? I only have a few friends, but there are many demons in the world of darkness. Whether it's my friends or those demons, they all think they are still in the world of darkness. Wonkai said, could it be that the Dragon Queen used some means to move the monsters to hell to become demons without their knowledge? Have you seen any familiar landforms? The dwarf asked. The landforms have changed a lot. I grew up under a lone peak, so I'm familiar with it, but I haven't seen it in hell. However, those demons were definitely not caught. Their caves are still there. Wonkai said, I want to go in and take a look. The dwarf said, without Master's permission, living people can't enter hell. In fact, I only have two duties: to stop living people from approaching the gates of hell, and to stop the undead from leaving. I'm your master, the dwarf said with a straight face. It doesn't matter if you're my dad, Tywin Hound and Eris Hound said at the same time. The dwarf's face twisted. Can you contact Dragon Queen? Jon asked. I can only pray to Master. I'm not sure if she'll respond. The two showed disappointed expressions. Tywin Hound said again, however, I'm often in contact with Master Impermanence. Do you want to see her? Who is Master Impermanence? The dwarf asked curiously. Black and White Impermanence Arya, little Master Jon's little sister, in charge of receiving the souls of the dead. She also has a petite, beautiful, noble, and elegant she-wolf, Miss Nymeria, Luwin Hound said while drooling. You've taken a fancy to that she-wolf? The dwarf asked curiously. Hell's Gate is tough. We want a companion. Luwin said. Your size. The dwarf looked at Wonksai's penis. Your dick is bigger than that she-wolf. She'll grow slowly. When she becomes a demigod. Jon rubbed his nose awkwardly and interrupted. Hurry up and call Arya out. Oh, less than half an hour later, a dark beam of light streaked across the gates of hell and landed on the ground, transforming into a beautiful woman wearing a black and white yin-yang robe. Both the dwarf and Jon felt their eyes light up when they saw Arya's current appearance. Her brown curly hair fell all the way to her buttocks. She still had that long face, but her facial features were extremely well proportioned. Large and sharp gray eyes, a sharp and delicate nose, cold and white skin, pink lips. In his days, Jon even thought that he was looking at his own mother, Lyanna. Have you been blessed by the Holy Mother? The dwarf rubbed his chin and looked at her with the eyes of a man looking at a woman. He praised, 2 years ago, you were still a female assassin who looked like dried mud. Now, you're emitting a cold and charming fragrance, like a winter rose on a cliff. Arya didn't even bother to look at him. She smiled and asked, Why are you here? Jon's eyes were gentle. He hugged her and sighed. Tyrion was right. Compared to 2 years ago, you really look like a beautiful princess now. Is that so? Arya's pale face blushed. She said happily, after the Battle of Smoke Sea, the Holy Mother perfected the death meditation technique, and even lent me the Frost God's Song of Death. Just a year ago, I finally broke through and became a true demigod of death. The side effects of the meditation technique that erased my emotions and changed my body's functions have all disappeared. The me now is the real me. The me when we parted at Winterfell. Arya rested her head on Jon's shoulder and sighed softly. I just realized that it's been so long. Almost 20 years, sister. Jon was very happy. He knew that the lively, and adventurous sister of the past had returned. Weren't you a demigod before? The dwarf asked curiously. Arya let go of Jon and smiled proudly. When I was in Raised Land, I was rewarded by the 7 gods. When I was learning the teachings of the stranger, my soul sublimated, and I became a demigod priest, a stranger's priest. At that time, the side effects of the meditation technique hadn't completely disappeared. Now, I'm a demigod as a wizard, a priest, and wizard dual-class demigod. you're paladin. You've been demoted. Arya asked curiously. Sigh. The dwarf covered his face and sighed. Can you take us to hell to find the Dragon Queen? First of all, living people can't enter hell. I can't violate this rule. Also, the Dragon Queen isn't in hell. Aren't you the Soul Reaper, the black and white impermanence? The dwarf asked curiously. Arya stopped smiling and said solemnly, the real manager of hell and heaven is a green prophet with the memories and abilities of the Dragon Queen. Ah, a two-headed god of faith, Tyrion exclaimed. Seems like you know. Arya smiled meaningfully. Where's the Dragon Queen? Jon asked. She should be at the intersection of the four poles. The four poles really overlapped like a 1,000-layer cake, the dwarf asked in shock. It's not overlapped. It's sewn. How do you sew? The two of them were puzzled. Arya pondered and said, it's like 4 pieces of brocade sewing together into a long sleeve. The two of them were even more puzzled. Seeing this, Arya didn't explain much. She only asked, why are you looking for the Dragon Queen? To find out about the changes in the world, and Jon said hesitantly, there are some things I want to ask her. All right, I have something to ask her too. Arya pursed her lips. We'll enter the four poles through the spatial crevice at the edge of hell. Then she opened a spatial door in front of Hell's Gate. The mountain range where Hell's Gate was located was only close to the North Pole. It wasn't the North Pole yet. Standing on the mountain and looking to the north, one could see a stretch of low hills and plains covered in white snow. At this moment, after Devil Dragon Tyrion and Jon entered the spatial door opened by Arya, they didn't cross thousands of miles in an instant. They were still flying above the snowy plains. It was as if the spatial door was just an illusion and didn't have any effect at all. Holy Mother, this is the world of sleeves? The dwarf shouted in shock. They were indeed flying above the snowy plains, but it was as if they had entered a passageway with 4 walls. Below them was the snowy plains of the land of eternal winter. Above them was a desolate desert with no end. On the left was a gray sea. On the right was a continent. It was a world shrouded in darkness. They were all worlds that were real and not fake. The dwarf felt as if he was flying above the snowy plains for a while. Then he felt as if he was flying above the desert in the opposite direction. After a while, he felt as if he was flying above the sea with one of his wings down. Or he felt as if he was rushing out of the dark world. The feeling of time and space being turned upside down almost made him crash. The 4 worlds that were originally separated in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west are now connected and sewn together. Look, the land of eternal winter is in the north, opposite the south. That's why the endless continent in the south is above us. To the west of the land of eternal winter is the endless sunset sea. Now, the edge of the sunset sea is on the left, connected to the land of eternal winter. They definitely weren't connected at first, but the Dragon Queen forcefully. At this point, Arya was at a loss. She did not know what the Dragon Queen did either. In short, if you pass through the gates of hell and continue north, you'll only go around to the other side of the world. Perhaps you'll encounter the Sosros continent, or perhaps you'll be able to return to the Summer Sea. Now that you're in the material world, you can only go around in circles. You won't be able to reach the 4 poles anymore. You know that the world has turned into a ball too? Jon asked curiously. Do you know what the 7 layers of hell are like? Arya asked. Deep underground, like a 7-layered pie? The dwarf asked. Arya smiled and shook her head. It's more like a donut covering the Arctic Circle. The distance between the barren lands and hell is as far as the distance between the Northern Territory and hell. Surround the Arctic Circle? Why? The dwarf was puzzled. because the Arctic Circle is the only landing point for otherworlders. A soft female voice rang in their ears. It was not Arya. The dwarf was stunned. He laughed and said, "You really made us look for you." But when he looked around, he did not see her. "Where are you?" "You too are like ants crawling on an empty porcelain plate. You've always been in my field of vision. But I was very busy before, so I couldn't be bothered with you." Danny smiled. "Shit. Keep flying forward. The Arctic Circle is where the 4 poles meet. I'll wait for you there," Danny said, and stopped talking to them. Rumble the World had been shaking for a few months. It was still shaking, but the amplitude was getting smaller and smaller. As they got closer to the Arctic Circle, the shaking was getting stronger. They were getting closer to the epicenter. Not long after, the 3 of them saw a shocking scene. The 4 worlds in front of them were not like 4 walls that were tightly connected. They were like 4 pieces of brocade that had not been sewn together. Between the pieces of brocade, there was an empty, dark, and deep void. Rumble, a white giant snake that was thicker than a mountain range, crawled out of the snowy plains of the land of eternal winter and plunged into the endless sea in the west. Then the waves surged, and a loud rumble came from the depths of the sea. The world shook violently. The white snake crawled out of the snowy plains again and plunged into the sea in the west. The position it crawled out from this time was a few dozen kilometers deeper than the previous time. The ground was drilled through, and countless rocks the size of small hills cracked. The dust on the ground flew everywhere. It was like a mountain in the air, floating at the place where the 2 worlds connected. When the white snake left this place, and the laws stabilized the small hills of earth, and rocks would slowly fall. This cycle repeated itself, and the 2 worlds were sewn together bit by bit. The same thing happened at the other 3 corners. The beautiful mountains and rivers on the 4 sides were connected in a way that ordinary people could not imagine. When they got closer, John's pupils contracted. He pointed at the white giant snake and said in shock, "Weirwood, that's the root of the weirwood. It's so thick. There's also a weak frost god aura in it." "I suddenly understand the state of the world," the dwarf said thoughtfully. The previous world was like a blooming flower. The 4 petals represented the 4 extremes, and we lived in that narrow area on Deba. Now, the Dragon Queen is using a needle and thread to sew the petals back into a round bud. Be careful, we're about to leave the passage of the 4 poles. The laws and gravity will change drastically, Arya reminded. Although every stitch of the weirwood was a few dozen kilometers apart, it was actually hundreds of kilometers deep into the ground. The stitching speed was not as fast as the demon dragon's flying speed. Soon, they left the passage of the 4 worlds behind them. The moment they left the stitching, the demon dragon Tyrion's body shook up and down. He almost fell into the snow mountain. "This is not a place for mortals. It's too difficult for you," Arya said. Among the 3 of them, she and the dwarf were powerful demigods. Only the dwarf was a normal transcendent. "I'm the demon dragon Tyrion, not a mortal." Red Tessa felt insulted. She raised her head and roared, "Gagair, where's the air? I can't breathe." The next moment, he held his breath until his eyes were bloodshot. He opened his mouth wide and tried to breathe. "We're almost there. Hold on for a little longer." John could already see the end of the ribbon world. From their current point of view, it seemed that they were flying close to the snowy plains of the land of eternal winter. However, in reality, the land of eternal winter was not flat. It was as if Danny was standing on a round table. For pieces of brocade fluttered in the wind from the roof. She and the table were in the center of the brocade. The ends of the brocade fell on the table. The brocade was originally separated from each other. Now, it started to sew from the top and spread down step by step. In the end, what fell into Danny's hand was a long four-colored brocade funnel. Using her as a reference point, John and the rest seemed to be descending from the sky. Are we in the center of the earth? After landing, John asked blankly. No, your vision is deceiving your brain. You've been away from the center of the earth. I'm now standing at the border between the astral world and the material world. I'm thousands of kilometers away from the ground. You're not falling. Instead, you're climbing up. That's why the air here is thin. It'll be difficult for you to breathe. Danny clenched her fist and condensed the air nearby into this small area. The devil dragon Tyrion and the two-headed devil dragon inhaled hard and slowly recovered. Can we fly so high? The dwarf asked in shock. The space-time here is chaotic, and the laws are disorderly. Things that can't happen in the material world are normal here. Danny spoke, but her gaze was fixed on the sky. She used her spiritual sense to assist the weirwood and sewed the 4 pieces of brocade together. Only then did the dwarf notice the Dragon Queen's appearance. Her appearance had not changed, and her temperament was more natural and easygoing. It almost made people forget the fact that she had already sung 3 songs of loss. However, she was now wearing a dazzling golden armor. It did not match her usual style. The armor was ordinary. It consisted of the most standard plate armor, skirt armor, shin armor, boots, shoulder armor, and gloves. However, the material of the armor was very strange. It had the clarity of glass, and it shone with golden light. It did not look like a light bulb. Instead, the armor is so mighty. Maybe the sun god should be like this, the dwarf blurted out. After saying that, he was confused himself. Why would I think of the sun god? Danny's eyes lit up, and she praised, Your realm is not high, but your eyesight is not bad. What? The dwarf was confused. Have you seen the sun? Danny asked with a smile. The sun has been out for a few months. South of the Great Wall, the snow is almost melting, John said. Have you seen the sun? Danny's smile widened. She seemed to have asked a repetitive question. Is the sun in the sky fake? The dwarf frowned. Danny nodded. You've finally seen the sun. The 3 of them were confused. Dong, dong, dong. Danny tapped her chest a few times. I'm the sun. What? The 3 of them exclaimed. I'm illuminating the entire world. Danny said lightly, You're the sun? What about the sun you forged? The dwarf mumbled. I dismantled the sun and extracted the divine metal from it to forge this sun divine armor. It can help me minimize the consumption of my god power. In truth, I'm extracting the elemental power from the 4 poles without wasting any of my god power. Unbelievable, unbelievable. John gulped with difficulty. His face was filled with unconcealable shock. What's so unbelievable about this? I could have turned into the sun when I sang the Song of Fire. However, that's too much of a waste of my god power. If you're the sun, then what we see is you as well. The sun rises and sets every day, and you've been running around the world? The dwarf asked, puzzled. He, what do you think the current world is to me? Danny pointed at the 4 brocade world in the sky with a smile. A toy that you can knead at will, the dwarf asked bitterly. Danny nodded with a faint smile. When I open my eyes, the sun rises. As far as I can see, it's the hottest time of the day, which is noon. I'm standing here, without moving. The entire planet spins around before my eyes, representing the rise and fall of the sun. The world spins around me. Danny gestured around her. It represents the cycle of the 4 seasons. 4 seasons in a year? How's that enough? Arya was shocked. Every 3 months counts as a quarter. Spring sows, summer grows, autumn reaps and winter rests. It's just right. It's extremely harmonious. Tyrion immediately thought of something. He frowned and said, "Won't this make the farmers too anxious? If the spring plowing is delayed, won't the year be over? If it's like before, where the summer lasts for several years, everyone will be so calm." "You're only thinking about the calmness of summer. Why haven't you thought about the hunger and cold of winter? I thought that there would be long summer after the long night. That's what you said back then. Now, many poems are saying that you'll bring an eternal, long summer to the world," the dwarf said. "I'm not lying. There's summer every year. If it's not long summer, what is it?" Dany said matter-of-factly. "Is this explanation, okay? Are you saying that the final explanation is yours again?" The dwarf's mouth twitched. Dany shook her head and said, "If the world stays in one season, the disaster will be more terrifying than the long winter that lasts for several years. This involves the cycle of laws and energy you definitely don't understand, but you can observe. Carefully observe the changes in the world. After 10 years, perhaps you'll be able to directly understand the benefits of the cycle of the 4 seasons." "I'll observe carefully," the dwarf said. "Now that you've become the sun, will you return to Slaver's Bay in the future?" Jon asked, "Look at me now. Do I shine so brightly that you can't look at me directly?" Jon grinned. "Is it night now?" "You can think about it. A rubber ball spins under the candlelight. The side facing the candlelight is day, and the side facing away from it is night. The sun exists forever. The only thing that changes is the angle of the light." "Are we inside the sun?" the dwarf said. Dany shook her head again. "Have you played with lenses before? Have you read Principles of Optics? Is there a huge concave and convex mirror?" The dwarf looked left and right. "Space-time lens. No matter where I am, I can guarantee that light will be directed at this planet from one direction. Unimaginable. Incomprehensible," the dwarf said with a bitter face. "Why do you want to turn the world into a planet? Are there any benefits?" Jon asked curiously. "Our world is about to fall into the lower universe." Dany sighed and explained the world's situation to them in detail. Jon said in shock, "Not only did you sing the Song of Laws, you even summoned the first flame. Why can't you stop the world from falling? When the last true god fell, I hadn't sung the Song of Laws yet. At that time, the world had already slipped to the last level. We have to go to the lower universe." Dany's eyes flashed. "Maybe there's something I need there. What is it?" "It's the same for worlds. Worlds with their own characteristics may be a great treasure. I've already toured our world. In the future, can I go to another world to find treasures?" The dwarf said expectantly. "Live until then. There's still 90 years. With your current cultivation base, can you live for another 90 years? The dwarf's face was bitter. He did not say anything. "What does falling into the lower universe have to do with changing the world's appearance?" Jon asked curiously. "Is the fist more lethal, or the palm? The Holy Mother's palm is stronger than any fist." The dwarf said. Dany glanced at him and said, "The celestial convergence often happens in the lower universe. In other words, 2 or more worlds collide with each other. If we go down, we won't be able to escape. Now that I've built the world into a sturdy spiked hammer, when it collides with other worlds, it will only be the other side that will suffer." When the 3 heard this, they were dumbfounded. "In addition, the combination of the 4 poles can make it easier for me to extract energy and defend against foreign invaders. The 4 poles are each connected to a universe with a single energy. If they are scattered everywhere, I can only choose one of them to extract elemental power. Now that the 4 poles are combined, the 4 poles are concentrated at the North Pole, and I can extract 4 elemental powers at the same time. For example, I can extract the four elements of ice, water, earth, and darkness from the four poles, and use the Song of Fire's first flame to burn them into fire elements. Then, through the Song of Light, the fire elements will turn into sunlight that nourishes the earth, and the sun will appear. The four poles are also the passageways for people from other worlds to enter our world. Guarding one line of defense is definitely easier than guarding four. From now on, people from other worlds can only enter the Great Wall from the land of eternal winter, and only then can they go to other parts of the world. At this point, Danny's gaze fell on John's face. What plans do you have for the future? John's heart skipped a beat, and he guessed something. He asked in return, "Aunt Danny, what do you want me to do?" Danny smiled meaningfully. "Do you know why I gave you the title of North Ice King?" The dwarf's expression changed at the same time. Aria's face was also full of surprise. "You want me to guard the North Pole as the world's first barrier? You already knew that I would end up like this?" John said bitterly. Chapter 1092. John's title of Northern Ice Duke came from the Dragon Queen. Not long after Erlu's death, she led the centaurs and the Mother of Dragons guards to clear out the otherworldly ghosts on Ursos in a year. After that, she left the material world and stayed in the astral world for a few years. Before she left, the Dragon Queen bestowed titles to the nobles and knights under her command according to their contributions in the war. It was at that time that John, who was far away in the King's Landing, received two pieces of news. First, because of his heroic performance in the long night, the Dragon Queen bestowed him the identity of a noble illegitimate son. He could wear the three-headed red dragon emblem, inherit the Sisters of Darkness openly, previously it was borrowed, and build the ancestral hall for Riga and Liana openly. Second, he was bestowed the title of Northern Ice Duke. Basically, he had the same identity and status as the dwarf. It was also after that he added the three-headed dragon emblem to his armor and cape. But it was strange that he only had a title and no land. The dwarf's Prince Xeon was a hereditary title, and his title was just right for his land. He was a very standard prince with real power, but he didn't think too much about it at the time. He just thought that he was already the Duke of the Northern Territory, and there was no need for him to get a land as a fief. Now, it seemed that he should have thought more about it. Northern Ice Duke was prepared for today. You really saw everything? That's right. The world is like a ball of mud in your hands, and the fog of fate can't block your vision. The dwarf was shocked, but also relieved. The land north of the Great Wall is bigger than the 7 countries combined. I will divide it into 3 countries with thousands of miles of territory. The southern end is connected to the Great Wall, and the land is the most fertile for the 7 countries and the free people outside the Great Wall. The middle section is a bit more barren and difficult to farm, but it can be nomadic. In the future, I will arrange for a group of centaurs to settle there, and Simba's son will be the cow. Their main task is to be the third line of defense and stop any living people from going south. The centaur's features are too obvious, and it's hard for outsiders to fool them. The northernmost territory is the coldest, and all the exiled criminals in the world are sent there to form the second line of defense against otherworldly invasions. The first line of defense is naturally the 7 hells. "John, the Northern Ice King's fief is at the North Pole," Danny said awkwardly. "What if I didn't give the throne to Sansa back then?" he asked with a wooden expression. Danny shrugged. "You're still the North Ice King. The lifespan of a demigod is measured in tens of thousands of years. When you're tired of the scheming in the King's Landing, you can go to the North Pole." John didn't expect her to give such an answer. His tense face couldn't help but twitch. "You should have made it clear. Yrgrit and Little-Eyed are dead. Mother and child, 1 corpse, 2 lives. How tragic, do you know that?" The dwarf spoke his mind. I think my reminder is clear enough. Don't tell me you too didn't feel it. Use plain language and accurately state the consequences. The dwarf said. Danny looked at him deeply. If I ask you to go back to the West immediately and kill Jamie, or else he'll make you miserable in the future, what do you think? That's impossible. Why would Jammu make me so miserable? The dwarf shook his head repeatedly. That's it. Danny smiled coldly. Let's not talk about distant relatives. If I say it, it'll only hurt both sides. Even if he's willing to listen, what about the future? Is he going to blame me for not warning him in advance if something doesn't go his way in the future? I choose my own path, and I have my own life too. You've seen how busy I am now. I don't have the time or energy to keep an eye on the ever-changing river of fate for you. The dwarf opened his mouth and turned to look at the gloomy John. He sighed. It shouldn't be difficult for you to save your grit from a difficult labor, right? Have you ever thought that there are some things that not only I know, but even Bran knows as well? But why is he like me, only hinting indirectly and never directly and violently intervening? Bran knows as well? Did he recover the Green Prophet's abilities? John was shocked. Dany's gaze swept across Dan and Arya's faces. She said meaningfully, I dragged him along the river of fate in the new era for a few decades to see Stark's ending. Only by letting him understand, and with him as a witness in the future, you won't suspect that I'm deliberately targeting someone when things don't go well for you. Dan and Arya were terrified. Cold sweat instantly covered their backs. The Dragon Queen's hint was too obvious. Stark's ending was so bad that the Dragon Queen wanted to drag Bran along to prove her innocence. The three-eyed crow controls the Westeros world will. Now, I'm the Divine King. Dany extended her right hand as if she was holding something. While the three of them were puzzled, countless powdery golden stars gathered from all directions and formed a jade-like golden book in her palm. The book was not complete. 1/4 of it was damaged. It was as if a part of a complete book had been torn away horizontally. However, the fine golden stars only became extremely thin. They did not completely stop gathering. This is the manifestation of the world will. It will only be complete after I complete the project of merging the four poles. I wasn't lying when I said that I'm the Divine King. Everything that's happening in the world right now, the secrets of the past, and the fates of all living beings in the future are all in my hands. I can read it, rewrite it, and edit it again. The three of them looked at the golden book with dazed expressions. Countless images seemed to flash past their eyes. Dany pinched the book with 2 fingers and tossed it down. Their gazes were still following the book. They only snapped back to their senses when it disappeared. I call it the Jade Book of Fate. Whoever controls it will be omniscient and omnipotent. Perhaps it's still lacking a little. I know your fates, but I only revere the fates of all living beings. I've only ever watched and never changed them. I won't touch the Jade Book of Fate. It's always been in the custody of the Holy Mother. She'll protect the fates you've chosen to ensure the relative fairness of your fates. Holy Mother. The dwarf frowned. I'm not the Holy Mother. Dany gave them a meaningful look. The Holy Mother has 2 heads. Heaven is in the front head, and hell is in the back head. She's absolutely fair and just. She's compassionate and ruthless. She abides by the rules the most. Ah. The dwarf and Arya exclaimed. Jon, on the other hand, had a blank expression. That day when you killed the Ghoul King, I announced in front of everyone that a new era led by humans had begun. No god or devil could wantonly twist the fates of humans anymore. Others might not understand, but the 3 of you should have a deep understanding of it. In such an important occasion, I didn't have to say such empty words. In the past, my fates, Riga and Lyanna's fates, Jon's fates, and even Tyrion and Arya's fates were all planned out by the gods a long time ago. Of course, you've changed your fates now because I was the first one to do so. It's hard for you to understand the difficulties involved. Dany was really speaking from the bottom of her heart. She could change her fates only because she was a transmigrator. But how many transmigrators in the world knew their fates in advance? In fact, if she hadn't transmigrated into the Dragon Mother with extraordinary talents, for example, if she had transmigrated into Robert, who had just finished the Battle of Ruby Beach, even if she knew her fates, she wouldn't have been able to change them, because the most important thing to change one's fate was power. The process of Jon changing his fate was too easy. The dwarf and Arya were confused and couldn't understand her feelings. How did my fate change? Arya was puzzled. Dan and I stared at her deeply, causing her scalp to go numb. Do you know your own personality? Arya glanced at her and said shyly, Jon said, I'm lively and active. I like adventure and freedom. With such a personality, can you endure the rules of Braavos forever? Arya was stunned. Won't Braavos be destroyed by the Deviant Ghost disaster? According to the original fate, it won't. Dany shook her head. And you, after completing your mission, will be assassinated by Jia Kuan. Another faceless one will wear your face and announce to the public that he is sailing a ship to explore the Sunset Sea. Since ancient times, countless people have tried to explore the Sunset Sea, but no ship returned safely. So you can reasonably disappear. What about Bran? Jon frowned. Bran is not the king of gods, and he doesn't have the Book of Fate. He can't control anything outside of Westeros. The three of them were silent. With a sigh, Dany continued the previous topic. I said that from now on, humans will be the real protagonists of the new era. The subtext is a promise to all the living humans' fate will be determined by his own choice. No one will be able to play with other people's fates, including me and the 7 gods. And the power that guarantees the fulfillment of this promise is the absolutely fair and just Holy Mother. She calmly looked straight into Jon's eyes. So, now you understand why Bran, and I didn't directly tell you the result of your choice. Why didn't I specially descend to the mortal world to save Ygritte? Why didn't I break the rules for you and resurrect your wife and child? Such a fate is too bitter. I would rather it be distorted by others. Jon said bitterly. The dwarf shook his head and said seriously, Jon, you are wrong. When the rules are first broken for an exception, the rules lose most of their meaning. Today, you feel that your fate is too bitter and want the gods to change it. Tomorrow, will the gods choose a sweet fate for you according to their own taste? Dany glanced at him and said, You have asked what you need to ask. Is there anything else? What is the material structure of the future world like? The dwarf asked curiously. Dany flicked her finger, and a thought that recorded the 4-dimensional structure of the world fell between the dwarf's eyebrows. He held his forehead and groaned for a while before exclaiming, There really is an equator, and it really passes through Carlin Bay. The Northern Territory has a great advantage. Dany nodded and said, Winterfell is going to change its name. Can it be called Neverwinter? From now on, the people of the Northern Territory will rarely encounter heavy snow. Jon and Arya were dumbfounded. The dwarf said with a complicated expression, The Sosros continent has crossed the South Pole, and there is a large continent to the north of the Trembling Sea. The future economic and trade center may shift from the Summer Sea to the Trembling Sea. Braavos will definitely become one of the richest port cities. Slaver's Bay is a bit of a loss, he said again. It is not a loss. Slaver's Bay is near the Tropic of Capricorn. and the climate is more pleasant. Moreover, all the land under the heavens belongs to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. Why should I care if the sun shines in the front yard or the backyard? The world is so big, even if Simba has 10 sons, it won't be enough. Looks like we have to find him a few more lovers, the dwarf muttered. In the end, it was Arya who asked a question that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. After Jegret died, I went to find Sansa and asked her why she was so stupid and worried that Jon would steal her Iron Throne. You had promised that whoever wears the human crown, you would ensure that her dynasty would last for 10,000 years. She told me that you would most likely redefine your promise for Jon. Would you? She stared into Dany's eyes and asked. She did not participate in the trial after killing King Strange Ghost. She did not return to the Barren Land. That day, she took Nymeria, King Kong, and Wonkai to the 7 hells of the land of eternal winter. Later, she chose to exile herself and did not return to the Westeros. She did not need to go back, personally. Her mental projection could instantly go to any corner of the world. There was a moment when she really wanted to cut off a part of Sansa's body with her scythe. When Arya used the scythe to draw on Sansa's body, she was not trying to scare her. She was just hesitating and did not know where to start. Perhaps she saw the determination in her sister's cold eyes. Sansa was so scared that she cried. She cried and told her the reason why she messed with Jon. Now, Arya wanted to know, since the Dragon Queen could see everyone's fate, did she know that her words would cause Jon and Sansa's current situation? Chapter 10:93. Dany smiled with interest. Why would she think that? Arya frowned and recalled. She said she had been studying you and studying you. She knew you very well. On the day you killed the Ghoul King, you didn't say it explicitly, but you kept hinting at Jon to let him accept the human crown. You even changed your promise for Jon. The vassals' achievements belong to their lord. If you do not reinterpret your promise, Sansa will rightfully wear the crown. At that time, the 7 kingdoms will be convinced and won't call her liar Sansa behind her back. She will be at ease. If his heart was stable, he wouldn't do anything bad in the future. Although Sansa got the throne from Jon in the end because of your words, her dynasty lost 90% of its legitimacy and was mocked by the people of the 7 kingdoms. That's why she's afraid of Jon. When the first promise was broken, your second promise no longer made her feel safe. She's sure that if she doesn't do anything now, if one day Jon challenges the Iron Throne, you will most likely redefine the meaning of the human crown for him. At this point, Arya paused and looked at the Dragon Queen's expression with her gray eyes. Dany said slowly, "The human crown, the deed of saving the world, I deserve it. The 7 blessings bestowed by the gods. The meaning of the human crown is written in plain words for everyone to see. It's not just a sentence, it's a rule. No one can redefine it, including me." Arya frowned and thought for a moment. She still didn't know the Dragon Queen's real answer. Shaking her head, she continued, "Sansa is not at ease with your promise. She's afraid and feels uneasy. She feels that she must act immediately and cut off any possibility of Jon touching the throne. If it wasn't for the incident with Ygritte, even if her plan against Jon was exposed, there wouldn't be so much hatred between her and Jon. But if Jon rebelled, or if Jon's children showed their desire for the Iron Throne, she would do something that would hurt their relationship even more in order to protect her throne. At that time, there might really be blood and hatred." Dany was stunned. In the next moment, countless lights and shadows flashed past her eyes. After a long time, she sighed and said, "I am also a part of the world. Every choice I make will change the variables of fate." Sansa's conjecture wasn't entirely correct, but it wasn't entirely wrong either. "I do want Jon to wear the crown, If I didn't say anything, John would confess in front of everyone that he had secretly pledged his loyalty to Sansa during the Great Judgment in Fairy City. At that time, Sansa's throne would indeed be very stable. She won't attack John immediately. Not immediately. Arya frowned. With her suspicion and Stark's careless personality, there is no doubt that she and John, or John's children, will have conflicts sooner or later. John, and Arya looked suspicious. Once, your uncle, Brandon Stark, dared to barge into the Red Castle. He almost pointed his sword at the Mad King's nose and shouted, "Tell Rhaega to come out and die." In the future, under the instigation of some power game players, how likely is it that a certain Stark will spout nonsense in the Red Castle again after a few glasses of strong liquor? Dany mocked. He. The dwarf covered his mouth and snickered. John and Arya looked stupefied. Sighing, Dany continued, "I'm not as Sansa speculated. I just want to help my nephew get the Iron Throne. With my current realm and strength, I don't need to hide my emotions, much less lie. That day, I said that even if a beggar killed the king of the other ghosts in the final battle, I would still make him king. The reason is simple, for justice and justice. A long time ago, I had a conversation with the old Sea King about Yeser and Ahai. I asked him, Yeser and Ahai saved the world. Why weren't they elected as the human emperor by the living? The country of descendants of Herr Cologne was located in the remote and desolate Skeletal Mountains. It wasn't even built by Yeser and Ahai. This meant that the savior never wore the crown his entire life. He sacrificed his wife for the living, and in the end, his achievements and destiny belonged to Lalo. But look at his sacrifice, and ending, why are the heavens and the gods so unfair to heroes? The Sea King smiled and told me that it was already a great honor for him to save the world. We kings were envious, jealous, and hated him. How could we be willing to give up our power? I only gave him a perfunctory smile back then, but I swore in my heart that history would never repeat itself. She looked at the three shocked people and said calmly, merit must be rewarded. Karma is a cycle. Good and evil will be repaid. This is the principle in my heart. If the gods and devils don't care, I'll care. If the heavens and earth don't care, I'll reason. Even if my father and son worked together to steal the honor of the lowest beggar, I won't allow it, let alone Sansa. After a long silence, Dany spoke again. Arya, your soul could ascend and become the stranger's Darkwing angel. You should have a deep understanding of the teachings of the seven gods and have a high degree of acceptance. Tell me, is the good and evil in the teachings of the seven gods the same as the good and evil in the laws of the seven kingdoms? Arya was stunned and said, the teachings of the seven gods are stricter. Some of the rights that belong to the ruler in the laws of the seven kingdoms are crimes that go against the teachings. For example, in the north, the Lord can ask for the right of first night for his people. For example, the nobles of the seven kingdoms can strengthen the women in their territories and hurt their own people. But in the eyes of the Heavenly Father, they will all go to hell. In fact, I have seen too many knights and nobles with good reputations who held the Atonement Scroll but ended up in hell. Because of that, I have a true understanding of the teachings of the seven gods. Arya used to believe in the old gods. Later on, her soul could ascend, and the priest class became a demigod a few years earlier than the wizard class. She did not go to Chizong's place every night to listen to his teachings. Hound and Varys listened to Chizong's teachings about sacrificing one's life for a righteous cause. The dwarf did not listen, and Arya felt that it was not in line with her beliefs. But Arya was the first and only believer to ascend her soul among the four disciples. The reason was simple. She would send her spiritual projection to the Jade Sea every day to harvest the souls of the dead and send them to hell. In hell, she had seen the Heavenly Father's judgment of the dead too many times. Arya could not quote the scriptures like Seven Zong and explain the doctrines with fervor. She could not even remember the doctrines of the seven gods. She was the silent nun, the wife of a stranger. She rarely read the doctrines of the other six gods. However, through her experience in hell, she gained a deeper understanding of the doctrines of the seven gods. She even had an epiphany and became a demigod. The person who recited the scriptures every day did not become a bodhisattva, but the cold-faced killer who did not understand the scriptures and killed people every day suddenly became a Buddha. It was not hard to imagine how Varys and Hound were at that time. Arya was deep in thought. The justice and justice of the seven gods will not accommodate the laws made by mortals. Dany looked satisfied. Whether or not I see Jon and Sansa's final outcome in fate, I will give the Savior a chance to break his vassal's vassal oath with any monarch on that day. The justice of the seven gods will not only not accommodate the laws of mortals, but also do not care about their fate. In other words, everything has its own rules. Fate has its own rules, and the justice of the seven gods is the common rule of fate for the world and all humans. Then she turned her gaze to Jon and sighed. As I said that day, I set the rules of fairness and justice. It is up to you to choose your own path. When I persuaded you to accept the crown, it was because of my personal feelings for you. I hope that you can change your tragic fate after I make a fair judgment. You hope that he can change his fate, but will not change the rules you set just to change his fate? The dwarf asked with a complicated expression. Not only Jon, but you too. Dany looked at him deeply. If you continue to fall and seek death, you will really die, even if you are the illegitimate brother of the King of Gods who controls fate. Tyrion's eyelids twitched. He asked, "What about Simba?" "Simba has a better fate than all of you, but he is also under the rules. He has a good life because he has a good mother. It is not that his mother cheated for him, but that his mother put in a lot of effort to arrange the best education for him ever since he was born." The dwarf said with a straight face, "Are you looking down on our parents? Because our parents did not raise us to be perfect sons of God, so we have a bad life, but who can control reincarnation? I met Daddy Tywin, so I am destined to be raised into a little devil. Does this conform to your rules of fairness?" Dany said calmly, "Your Daddy Tywin can at least ensure that you grow up safely. But Simba has faced a life and death crisis since he was born. When he was 4 years old, if I did not receive a revelation from the prophecy, his little bones would have melted by now." Jon sighed. "It is not easy for everyone. Aunt Dany has also gone through hardships to achieve what she has today. The suturing of the 4 poles is almost done. I am very busy. If there is nothing else, you can leave," Dany said. "You can leave first. I have a private matter to attend to," the dwarf said to Arya and Dan. "What is it?" Dany asked after Stark and his sister left. "Can you see what I want to do through the timeline?" the dwarf asked. "I don't want to live a tiring life. If Arya did not remind me, I would not have realized that Sansa might have another ending." Dany said calmly. "What ending?" the dwarf asked curiously. "If I did not say anything that day, and did not insist on fairness and justice, and gave her the crown directly, she could have been the queen for at least 20 years before she killed Jon's eldest son, Ed Stark." "Ah." The dwarf was shocked. "She could really do it? That is Ed Stark we are talking about. The queen 20 years ago and the current Sansa are 2 different people. What about now? What is her ending?" The dwarf asked again. "What personal matters do you have?" Dany frowned. "That book of fate." The dwarf pursed his lips and said hesitantly, "It is the manifestation of the world's will, right? You want to see it? I can see it." The dwarf was pleasantly surprised for a moment. Then he quickly shook his head and said hesitantly, I was thinking you have already turned the world into a planet and casually turned the world's will into a book. Then, can you save the vanishing undead from the river of time? Danny looked at him strangely and said, Death is the final piece. The dwarf immediately said, Dying with grievances is the greatest regret for both the living and the dead. Who do you want to save? My father, Tywin. The dwarf gritted his teeth. And my mother and Tessa. I owe them too much. Chapter 1094. With my current level, I'm still unable to extract physical substances from the river of time. So, you're saying that you can really reverse the past in the future? Tyrion was stunned. Danny nodded. Even now, I'm still unable to create an independent first flame. Think about it. Where did my first flame come from during the coastal battle? Where did it come from? The dwarf asked in confusion. The future. That's not right. If the future changes the present, wouldn't the future change as well? Everything else aside, the outcome of the coastal battle was a decisive factor in the future. Tyrion said, It sounds impossible, but it's already happened. We can't understand it because our understanding of time isn't deep enough. Then, after a moment of silence, Tyrion asked, Can you tell me what happened to Tessa? Danny glanced at him indifferently. She clenched her right hand again, and the golden stars fell into her palm, forming a golden jade book. You want to read it yourself? She tossed the book over. The dwarf did not expect her to be so straightforward. He did not react in time, and was hit in the face by the jade book. Swoosh! His body disappeared instantly, as if he was sucked into the book the moment he came into contact with it. When he disappeared, the book disappeared as well. It was as if the golden book was absorbed by Tyrion. Danny looked up at the sky and continued to weave the brocade of the four worlds. Whoa! About 3 minutes later, the dwarf suddenly appeared on the spot again. His face was covered in tears as he bawled loudly. Danny glanced at him in disdain. She waved her hand, and both man and dragon fell into the sky. Jon and Arya were flying close to the snowfield when they felt a gust of wind coming from behind them. Then they heard the dwarf's wails. Air, give me air. Wisps of a gentle breeze entered his mouth and nose, and the dwarf finally regained his strength. What did you talk about? Jon could not help but ask. I stayed in the Jade Book for 300 years, the dwarf said with a face full of vicissitudes. Nonsense. We've only been gone for 3 minutes. Arya snorted. What? Only 3 minutes? The dwarves were startled and completely woke up. They looked left and right, and as expected, they could still see the Dragon Queen's figure above them. What the hell? The dwarf cried out, then stopped as if he was deep in thought. Is the Jade Booklet the Jade Booklet of Good Fortune? Jon asked. Yes, it's that supreme treasure. Jon said hesitantly. When I first saw it, there seemed to be many illusions in front of my eyes. Me too. Arya stole a glance at him and blushed. It's the same for me. The dwarf nodded. That's the Book of Destiny. It records the fate of everyone in the world. Fate. Yes, the first thing we saw when we first saw, it was probably our future destiny. Tyrion said, Ah. Jon and Arya cried out at the same time. What's wrong? The dwarf asked curiously. The two stuttered at the same time. Jon, what did you see? Arya turned her head to the other side, not letting the two see her shy eyes and blushing cheeks. She saw Jon and her doing something embarrassing and comfortable on the top of the snowy mountain under the silver moon. Her heart raced, but she was very confused. Jon did not notice her strange behavior and said, I think I saw Val give birth to a daughter for me. A daughter? Arya was shocked, and the lust on her face disappeared. Her expression became cold. Jon had a wife, and his wife gave birth to a daughter for him. That's a good thing. The dwarf said bitterly. Home is home when you have a child. He. It is indeed a good thing. John grinned. Do you think her name is Leanna, or Danny Leasy, or Yrgrid? I thought you would definitely choose Yrgrid, Tyrion said. The smile on John's face disappeared, and he sighed. Yrgrid is an ancient word. It literally means that the god of fire kisses a red-haired girl, and it means that the old god wishes the red-haired girl good luck. It is also what the free people often say, born from the kiss of fire. I have dark brown hair, and Val is pure gold. There is a high chance that my daughter will have long silver hair. If she has a pair of purple eyes, Danny Leasy will be more pleasing. If she inherits my hair, I inherited my hair color from my mother, so I can call her Leanna. You didn't see her hair clearly? Tyrion asked. It was very blurry, and the child is too young. John shook his head. Little sister, what did you see? He turned to Arya. Arya's eyes flashed, and she said calmly, I saw the two of us sparring at the peak of the North Pole. Oh, that's possible. John smiled and nodded. I have decided to accept the Dragon Queen's title and guard the North Pole forever. We should be able to see each other often in the future. Tyrion, what about you? He asked again. The dwarf hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, I saw my hair falling, my beard turning white, my face filled with wrinkles that seemed to have been carved by a knife, my body as thin as a piece of firewood, and my eyes without light. I lay on the bed, alone, waiting for death. He. Arya covered her mouth and laughed. She was very happy. That's impossible, right? That's so tragic, John exclaimed. Even if you can't give birth to a son, at least we will send you off. Other things aside, just Simba and my daughter. How many children will they have by then? They're also your family, so it'll definitely be lively. Is that even human language? The dwarf said angrily. What's wrong? John was confused. I'm going to die. The dwarf cried. There were beliefs in this world, and usually people with beliefs would not avoid death. So John did not see through the dwarf's thoughts. Arya, on the other hand, had been his senior for a few years, so she understood his desire for immortality. She smiled and said, dying on the bed, dying of old age, without the torture of illness, without the sword, that's enough happiness. I don't want to die. I haven't lived long enough. The dwarf shouted, You haven't lived long enough now. After a few more decades, you won't be able to move anymore. When you are about to die of old age, you will definitely feel that you have lived long enough. Also, you will definitely go to heaven after you die. Maybe you will be like Aegon, getting an official position and becoming a saint respected by the world. John comforted him. Mystic dragon Tyrion shook his head. No, I want to see the scenery of the other world. I want to explore the ultimate secret of the world. I want to sing the Song of Law too. John sighed helplessly. Then, did you ask Aunt Dany for help? I was going to leave this question to the end, but she seemed to have noticed something and threw the Book of Fate directly at my face. Shaking his head, he slowly said, I asked her where Tessa went, and she threw the book to me. I thought that the book could only look at what happened in the past, but I didn't expect that looking at history was only the simplest function of the book. Its real function is to protect fate. Dragon Queen did not lie. Not only did she not play with the fate of mortals, she even put everyone's fate into the book and handed it over to the three-eyed, two-headed Holy Mother to protect. This way, things like Lalo interfering with fate through Asha's prophecy will never happen again. Everyone's fate will be decided by their own choice. Even their birth is decided by themselves. He was shocked. How is that possible? People are not even born. How can they decide their own birth? John shook his head and said, Do you know about reincarnation? The dwarf asked, There is no reincarnation, only people who are similar, like me, Yasuo, and Yahai. John said, Not necessarily. Arya's expression was solemn. There might not have been reincarnation before, but now the seven hells are forging the seven paths of reincarnation disc. What reincarnation disc? John was puzzled. There are not only evil people in hell, but also ordinary people. They do not have merits to go to heaven, nor do they have any bad karma. What do we do? According to the rules of the Book of Strangers, they should be reincarnated. John was deep in thought. Yes, the seven hells should have a reincarnation division, but there wasn't before, and now the Dragon Queen is forging it, which is the reincarnation disc. Based on what they did in their previous life, it will determine their starting point in their next life. Arya said, "It seems that the reincarnation disc is not finished even after 100 years, the dwarf said with a frown. You saw it in the book? Arya was shocked. Yes, I saw that there is still no reincarnation after 80 years. Didn't you say 300 years? I can't even live for 100 years. Why should I care about the world 300 years later? The demon dragon, Tyrion, rolled his eyes. Those 300 years have been repeating my fate, different choices, different fates. Isn't that cheating? John was stunned. Sigh, the two-headed Holy Mother is the most impartial. The Dragon Queen looks cold on the surface, but she is very gentle on the inside. She is very willing to take the back door for us. The dwarf sighed. You didn't take the back door? When you left the North Pole, you seemed to be crying. So sad. Arya held back her laughter and asked, I cried because I saw Tessa. The dwarf's expression dimmed. Where did Tessa go? John asked curiously. The demon dragon sobbed and said, that day she was rotated by 100 northern border soldiers. She was in extreme despair. When I was lying on top of her, she was already dead. Her soul was dead, and only her body was left. She took 100 silver coins and a gold coin and left Casterly Rock City. She stumbled back. Woo! He howled emotionally. She didn't go anywhere. She returned to the place where we met, all alone. She's dead. I've been asking, where did Tessa go every day, but I've never really looked for her. I'm a bastard. I should go to hell. All right, if you really want to repent, you can go to hell with me later. Arya laughed coldly. I don't need to prove anything to you. I will redeem myself for my sins. The demon dragon, Tyrion, slowly regained his composure. How do you redeem yourself? A woman after drinking? Arya looked at him with disdain. I will, ha ha ha. There seemed to be a hole in the clear sky. From the other side of the world, evil black smoke spewed out, accompanied by the demon god's terrifying laughter. After 10 million years, the dimensional vortex has finally shattered. After 10 million years of being sealed, I'm finally back. The demon god's voice was filled with hatred and joy, sealed for 10 million years. The dwarf was shocked. Could it be a peerless demon king from the ancient times? You. Two blood-red, eyes the size of Ferris wheels appeared in the black smoke. A megalosaurus that can talk, but not a demigod. And a two-headed megalosaurus. Are you Targaryens? How did you know? The dwarf was shocked. I didn't expect that after 10 million years, that bitch Dany Rise still has descendants alive. The demon god sighed. Chapter 10, 95. That's a demon god, right? Tyrion asked softly. John nodded and said with a strange expression, it's very powerful, at least comprehending 2 songs of law that are close to perfection. But its brain, where did the sea of law go? The black smoke fluctuated wildly, showing that the demon god's heart was not calm. What's going on? Why did the world turn into the shape of a sleeve? At this moment, it finally noticed the 3 worlds above its head, and to its left and right. Could it be that after 10 million years, the sea of law will disappear, the worlds will distort and collapse, and our world will finally be destroyed? Under the strange gazes of John and the rest, The demon god wailed in despair. Only demon gods who signed into the investiture of the gods can touch the sea of law. Normal extraordinaires do not have this restriction. Demon dragon, Tyrion shouted. Stupid dragon, what are you talking about? I can't sense the sea of law anymore. The demon god said angrily. The sea of law has been put into the king of gods cauldron by Dany Rise. She's now the king of gods. Tyrion said, King of gods, Dany Rise. The demon god was stunned. Impossible. Dany Rise is only a chess piece of the gods, a medium that Lalo used to cheat the first flame destiny from the world will. How could the gods allow her to live, and even let her become the king of gods? The demon gods who refused to obey her were all burned to ashes by her. The dwarf said with a smile, No, impossible. Lalo, were you? Night Lion, Inami, Storm God. The demon god's roar shook the sky, and it was like a thunderclap. Its spiritual will spread across the world without restraint. Where did this fish escape from the net come from? The sky suddenly darkened, and a jade-like giant hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed the black smoke demon god Locke like a chick. Then the giant palm suddenly disappeared. The entire process was silent. The demon god did not even have time to shout, let alone struggle. Looking at the empty sky, Tyrion and the rest were stunned again. Who's that demon god? The dwarf was the first to speak. Jon shook his head in confusion. Probably a mental patient. You're Dany, Liz? Have you really become a divine king? A transparent vortex the size of a marble floated in front of Dany, and inside it was a ferocious-looking, four-legged evil god. The demon god was no bigger than an ant, and looking out from the glass ball cage, the dragon queen outside was as tall as a mountain. I didn't expect you to achieve such shocking accomplishments in a mere 10 million years, said the devil god bitterly. Less than 10 million years. It has only been 11 or 12 years since you were thrown into the space-time gap by the door god. The long night has just ended. Dany laughed. What? Only 12 years? Impossible, impossible. I've calculated it very clearly. It's at least 10 million years. The four-legged eccentric shook his head. Ha! Ha! If you had prepared to locate the time and space of the space-time crack, you wouldn't have been trapped inside, Dany sneered. When the four-legged monster jumped out, she was also shocked and thought that it was ES God. Later, when she calculated with her fingers, Dany almost laughed out loud. Back then, when the sun had just been extinguished, the foreign ghost king blew the horn of winter under the Great Wall. The Great Wall collapsed, and the door god appeared. Inami, the storm god Lalo, and a large group of powerful demon gods were prepared to touch the door god's corpse. One of the unlucky ones thought that the door god had been dead for 10,000 years, and that they might be able to capture a mere remnant soul. In the end, that peak demon god, who had comprehended 2 songs of laws, was easily captured by the door god. With a single move, he was thrown into the space-time gap outside the astral world. Now, more than 10 years later, Dany's project to reforge the world was about to be completed. The 4 poles were merged into one, and the space-time folds were flattened. The demon god sealed within regained his freedom. 10 million years of pain and torture have caused my brain to hallucinate. How can a lowly mortal become a divine king in a mere 10 years? Ha! It's all an illusion. You can't fool me. Look, there's still a space-time barrier around me. I'm still sealed. Ha! I'm very awake. The four-legged monster had gone mad. Another half a month later, the sleeve sewn together by the brocade of the 4 worlds was finally pierced in front of Dany. However, the world did not return to its peaceful state. Instead, it shook violently again. This time, the tremors were greater than the previous one, and the area was wider as well. Standing by the Black River, one could see the ripples on the surface of the water. The dwarf and Jon, were shocked to discover that they had spent more than a month flying from the Great Wall to Hell's Gate, which was more than 40,000 kilometers. This time, they left Hell's Gate and flew back, but it only took them half a month. The distance was shortened by almost half. What's going on? Is the planet shrinking? The two of them were puzzled. Indeed, the world was shrinking. Previously, they had compared the world to an orange that had been cut in half. The skin of the orange was spread out in all directions, and the orange meat in the center was bitten off. In truth, there was a problem with this comparison. The orange was originally round, and there was a complete orange meat in the center. However, the world was not orange-shaped, and there was no complete orange meat in the center. Danny squeezed the irregular world into a ball, but there was not enough orange meat in the inside of the ball. The planet she squeezed out was missing close to 4/5 of the Earth's fire. 4/5 of the planet was empty. In order to make the sphere more solid, she could only do her best to compress the volume of the planet. As a result, the surface area of the world shrunk by several times. The areas that had shrunk were all uninhabited areas, and ordinary people could hardly detect them. Thus, the world shook violently for another half a year. Half a year later, the shaking did not completely stop. Near the Arctic Circle, there were still small tremors. Screech, in the dark universe, Little Green looked up and roared. Buzz, with his body as the center, a giant magic array spread out in a circle with a radius of 100 miles. Using flames as runes, a thin layer of magic array was outlined. Just the radius alone was 100 miles, and Little Green, who was in the center, was as small as a sesame seed. Huff, 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 the giant magic array was like the entrance of a powerful range hood. It madly devoured the dark power of the dark universe, and even formed a funnel-shaped dark tornado around the magic array. The endless dark power burned in the flames with the characteristics of the first flame, and was absorbed by the Megalosaurus. Then, through the weirwood roots tied to the Megalosaurus, it was transmitted into the dark world, the material world, and finally poured into the Earth's core. Bam, 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 bam. The Earth's core was like a real heart, and it pulsed powerfully. Screech, screech, screech. The same thing was happening in the ice universe, water, and earth elemental universes. With the benign input of the 4 elemental universes' energy, the planet was expanding in an imperceptible manner. It was like pumping air into a balloon. Sigh, nobody knows what's the situation in the lower universe. We can only try to accumulate energy before we go in. With your song of fire with the characteristics of the first flame, you should be able to ignite the other worlds into Earth's fire power, right? Little Weirwood asked. The worlds in the lower universe are barren to begin with. If I were to plunder them, it would be equivalent to the end of the world. There are thousands upon thousands of living beings. How could they be innocent? Danny shook her head. She looked at Little Weirwood with a strange gaze. If you can say something like that, it means that your demonic nature is too strong. You need to cultivate your body and mind. She frowned. Survival of the fittest. Everything is for the survival of our world, Little Weirwood said. Those who live purely for the sake of living are beasts. Intelligent beings should have higher aspirations. Thinking about the door gods and earth demons' habit of blood sacrifices, Danny said, don't just sit around all day. If you have time, read the 7 Stars Bible more. If you encounter something you don't understand, listen to the teachings of the 7 gods. Strive to become an enlightened monk. Okay, Little Weirwood agreed. Don't lose all your energy to the Earth's core. Absorb some of it to strengthen yourself. It's best if your roots can grow to the size of a mountain range. Bury them deep underground, penetrate the Earth's core, and spread all over the planet's crust, regulate the Earth's veins, channel the Earth's fire, and act as the energy channel of the material world. Okay, Danny stood at the center of the Arctic Circle. She looked around and saw the glass ball that was still floating in front of her. There was also the four-legged demon in the ball that kept shouting, "Illusion! It's all an illusion. You can't fool me." Her heart skipped a beat. Her red lips moved slightly. "Lalo!" In an instant, countless images flashed through her purple eyes. Finally, the camera stopped at the red magma in the Earth's core that was emitting white light. An inconspicuous little flame seemed to have sensed it. It swayed slightly. Hee. Danny chuckled. She extended her right hand. True Holy Mother Palm transcended the limits of time and space. With a light twist, it was easier than a retired old man twisting a black and white chess piece on a chessboard. The little flame didn't even have time to react before it landed beside the four-legged demon. Falford, why are you in the Earth's core?" Lalo asked in surprise. He, you can't fool me. Illusion, it's all an illusion. How can I be in the Earth's core? He. The four-legged demon shook its head vigorously. You were banished to the space crack by the weirwood back then, right? Lalo asked hesitantly. The four-legged demon stopped shaking its head. It stared at the flame with its blood-red eyes. I'm in the space crack. Lalo, how did you get in? I'm in the Earth's core. This is, oh my God. It finally saw the familiar, smiling face at the top of the sky. Illusion? The flame fluctuated violently. It was on the verge of collapse. Yes, it's all an illusion. You can't fool us, the four-legged demon said hurriedly. However, Lalo was awakened by its words. He wailed miserably. Oh no, it's not an illusion. No, ha. Danny laughed heartily. Lalo, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? No, don't kill me. I can help you. I have the status of a true god. I'm willing to give up the Song of Fire completely. I'll comprehend the chorus of the Song of Fire and stabilize the Sea of Law so that the world won't continue to fall. Lalo said hurriedly, You don't know that the world is about to enter the lower universe? Danny asked curiously. Lower universe? Where is that? Lalo was stunned. You killed the Earth Demon, the last true god. The world is hopeless, Danny said. I didn't kill Mother Earth. She and I are old friends. I want to save her, but I can't defeat the children of heaven, Lalo explained hurriedly. Then she asked doubtfully, Even if the bottle fell from a building, there should be a fall time. How is it hopeless? Moreover, you have the first flame that far surpasses the status of a true god. It was no wonder that he was at a loss about the current situation of the world. If it wasn't for the alien Laura, Danny wouldn't have known that the world was about to fall into the lower universe so quickly. Well, it was 3 years after she sang the Song of Fire that she really saw the boundary of the lower universe. Lalo's current realm was that of an ordinary demigod. He couldn't see anything. As he wasn't registered in the investiture of the gods, he had been in a state of disconnection from the Sea of Law. He didn't know much about the situation of the world. He thought that after the sun came out, the world was about to ascend to a higher dimension. I'm too lazy to explain to a dying person, Danny said lightly. Chapter 1096. I can't be bothered to explain to someone who is about to die, Danny said calmly. I've saved the world. I've contributed to the war against the ghosts. I've even joined the United Front against the ghosts. You once swore that no matter what grudge you had, you would never. Ugh. Lalo, who was yelling excitedly, was suddenly stuck. Danny had indeed said that in the long night she would not attack any faction that fought against the ghosts, even if there was a blood feud between them. When she said that, the world was in a special situation. Not only was Slavers Bay being surrounded by the Allied army, but the Seven Kingdoms also had Cersei, Erlu, High Court Tyrell, and many other factions that had a grudge against Targaryen. So, she needed to use this oath to make them feel at ease against the ghosts. But now that the long night was over, it was time to settle the score. Dany Rise, you can't deny my achievements in the long night, right? He begged. 20% of your achievements, 80% of your mistakes. If you didn't mess with the righteous alliance to go against me, millions less people would have died in the world and in Nami, and the storm god would not have gone astray. Dany said coldly. Lalo cried out, I'm innocent. Everyone gathered together because of the fear of the twilight of the gods. They wanted to stay together for warmth. I didn't feel the threat of death back then. I was only pulled into the righteous alliance later. Dany frowned and thought for a moment, then said, Your life is worthless now. It doesn't matter if I kill you or not, but you have to give me a reason not to kill you. I've contributed to the world. Lalo quickly said, You're just doing your duty as a true god. I want to know what benefits you can bring to me or to the world in the future. Dany said, I'm the first flame since the world was born. There's still some use for me to keep. Lalo said bitterly, There are too many first things since the world was created. The first human, the first piece of shit. What's the use of that? I can help the world adjust the earth's fire. Lalo said, You're like a chef who's bad at cooking but has evil intentions, a chef who might poison the food. There's no use for you. It's better to kill you. I'm knowledgeable and can be your advisor. For example, forging tile steel and building Blackstone Castle. Lalo pleaded, I can find any secret in the river of time. No, some of the rivers that are related to the secrets of the gods have long been cut off and destroyed by the people involved. Lalo said hurriedly, The secrets contained in the river of time are definitely more than what you know. Lalo was anxious and at a loss. I'm a true god. And for a long time, I was the #1 true god in the world. Why can't I find any benefits now? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the four-legged monster who was looking at him in confusion. He had an idea and shouted, Dany Alice, you are so powerful, but you are the Holy Mother. You even killed almost all the dark demonic gods. Do you know that the world will lose balance because of this? What balance? Dany asked curiously, what would happen to a world that only had kindness and justice, without any evil or darkness? Lalo asked, Dany was deep in thought. If the gods were divided into factions, the 7 gods would definitely be lawful and good. She had thought in her early years that gods, like celebrities, needed a persona. Hence, the persona she set for Blackie was absolute lawful and good. At that time, she thought that if the world needed a balance between good and evil, in this world where lawful and evil were everywhere, the 7 gods who had lawful and good personas would be very powerful. Now, the facts seemed to prove her thoughts at that time. If she killed Lalo and the four-legged monster now, there would be no more powerful evil gods in the world. Then, if balance was the truth, then an evil heavenly god would definitely be born in the future? Why would you have such an idea? Dany asked curiously, Isn't the supreme law of the universe the song of ice and fire, light and darkness, life and death, kindness and malice, justice and evil? As long as the opposite attributes are balanced and unified, one can control the strongest power, Lalo said. It's rare for you to have such insight. Dany sighed. You think it makes sense too? Lalo was surprised and surprised. I really couldn't find a reason to live, so I just said it randomly. You have to change your attributes in the future, Dany said in a low voice. What attributes? Lalo was confused. Dany explained the 9 factions grid before saying, The 7 gods are lawful and good, so you have to be chaotic and evil. I'm not evil enough? Didn't you want to kill me because I'm an evil god? Lalo said blankly, You're Lalo of Fire, which can be considered lawful and neutral. Lalo of Shadow Devil is the true chaotic and evil, the complete form of Lalo of Shadow Devil, and Lalo of Fire is lawful and evil. I want you to give up the characteristics of Lalo of Fire and completely transform into a Shadow Devil. Lalo was a little hesitant. He was actually quite ambitious and always wanted to be a hero who saved the world. Even the teachings of the Red Gods mostly urged people to be good. It was easy to understand after thinking about it. How could the teachings of the church, which could become the mainstream religion of humans, blatantly encourage evil? Why, you can't do it. Danny narrowed her eyes. Can I be lawful and evil? I have many believers, and it's so difficult to be a bad person without morals and beliefs. Lalo of Fire begged, Your Majesty, he can't, but I can. Someone suddenly interrupted. Danny and Lalo looked over, but the four-legged monster had unknowingly regained his consciousness. You're not crazy? Danny asked curiously. The four-legged monster squeezed out an ugly smile and said, I've never been crazy. I'm a powerful heavenly God who has comprehended 2 songs of laws. How can I be crazy? It's just that reality is too magical, and I can't accept it for a while. I heard your conversation just now, and slowly I confirmed that everything in front of me wasn't an illusion and gradually accepted reality. Oh, Danny nodded and frowned. You want to replace Lalo and become the future Demon King? Demon King? Lalo and the four-legged monster were stunned. Great Demon King, the king of evil demon gods, on the same level as me, the divine king, Danny said, plop. The four-legged monster knelt down and kowtowed. He cried out excitedly, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. I'll definitely be the most sensible and honest great demon king. Hey! Lalo panicked. Falford, don't forget your identity. 5 million years ago, I didn't even agree when you wanted to be my subordinate god, and now you dare to steal my great demon king position? Be honest, and I'll let you be a little demon king. You also know that was 5 million years ago. I was just born then, and I wasn't even a demigod. You were a true god, the boss, but you can't be the boss forever. The four-legged monster pointed at Little Flame and mocked. Look at yourself. Not only did you lose your true god position, but you've also weakened to an ordinary fire demigod. What right do you have to be the boss in front of me? Without a little demon king, I only need a dog. In order to keep it a secret, the remaining one will be fed to my big black, Danny said coldly. Little Flame and the four-legged monster shuddered and said in unison, I'm willing to be the great demon king. After saying that, they looked at each other and said anxiously, Your Majesty, Falford is an idiot. He thought that he had stayed in the space-time crack for millions of years, and after coming out, he couldn't accept reality and almost went crazy. The other said, Your Majesty Danny, Lalo is an idiot. 5 million years ago, I was just an ordinary monster. 5 million years later, I mastered 2 songs of law and dared to challenge old fish Liangmu alone. However, Lalo didn't grow at all in these 5 million years. Now, he's even degenerated into an ordinary demigod. How sad. If you need a dog, you should choose a smart, strong, and good breed. Moreover, he doesn't want to be chaotic and evil. I'm chaotic and evil to begin with. I'm a natural demon king. Lalo hurriedly argued, I have the position of a true god. With my talent, I can quickly comprehend the chorus of the Song of Fire. However, Falford's potential has been exhausted, and he'll be like this for the rest of his life. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can keep the 2 of us in the space-time whirlpool and see who escapes first. Ha ha ha. You're a fellow who hasn't improved in tens of millions of years, and you're saying that I've exhausted my potential? The four-legged monster couldn't stop laughing. Sigh, looks like I can only choose Lalo. Danny sighed. The four-legged monster was stunned and said in disbelief, Your Majesty, you can't really believe that his talent is better than mine, right? In just 500,000 years, I've comprehended the Song of Clouds and the Song of Smoke. In the entire dark world, there aren't many more geniuses than me. In fact, for the first 500,000 years of my life, I've always been the number one person in the transcendent world's younger generation, or the number one person in the middle generation. Lalo was overjoyed and shouted, Your Majesty has good eyesight. You can see through the surface and see through my talent. Danny said with a wooden face, You've all misunderstood. I want to choose an idiot. What? The two demons were stunned. Danny said, My big black is one of the 7 gods. In the future, I might leave this world, and the throne of the divine king will naturally be handed over to him. However, Megalosaurus is dull by nature and has poor cultivation talent. Therefore, I have to choose a great demon king whose talent is inferior to his, lest my dog becomes an ingrate and bites my big black. With Lalo's talent, there's no one more suitable than him to be the great demon king. Chi, the flame in the magma of the earth's core, was extinguished and turned into a lump of flickering charcoal. The four-legged monster was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth so wide that his chin almost fell off. After a long time, he howled, No, Your Majesty, listen to me. My potential has been exhausted, and I haven't improved for millions of years. There's something wrong with my brain. After that, he even put on a silly look and muttered, Illusion, you can't fool me. Everything is an illusion. Look, how stupid I am. I definitely can't threaten your position as Megalosaurus. The four-legged monster cried. A dim yellow flame rose from the magma again and said shyly, Actually, I'm not that untalented. The four-legged monster quickly nodded. Yes, you're very talented. I've only been the number one person in the younger generation, but you've been the number one true god in the world for 10,000 years. Your Majesty, you heard it too. Lalo admitted that he's smarter than me. Lalo was anxious. Danny waved her hand and interrupted the two demons' argument. She said, At the moment of life and death, Lalo still said that he's not stupid. It shows how stupid he is. There's no need to fight. He won. He's the dumbest. You can do that. The four-legged monster was dumbfounded. Lalo extinguished again. Chapter 1097. The 7th floor of hell, the Hall of Judgment, a dark underground palace. Erlu woke up from his stupor. He hugged his head and wailed. His lost personality and humanity returned to his body. He regained his moral integrity and emotions. Oh, gods, what have I done? Shireen, my Shireen, sob, sob, sob. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Erlu knelt on the ground, covering his face and crying. Oh, the dead have no tears. But because he was too emotional, his soul fluctuated violently, as if it was about to dissipate. Bastard, bastard, I'm your brother. How dare you use the most vicious witchcraft to kill me? A handsome man beside him pointed at Erlu and cursed. Lon Li. Erlu looked up at him. His expression was ashamed and angry. He ground his teeth. If you had pledged your loyalty to me like I did to Robert, none of this would have happened. When you betrayed your family and your brother, you should go to hell. Lon Li was so angry that his face turned green. Do you have any self-awareness? The 7 kingdoms don't like you. How can you be king? It turns out that they were right not to choose you. Look at what you've done after that. Where am I? Erlu looked around. The spacious and dark stone chamber was like an underground palace. There was only a torch on one of the walls. "Oh, Light King!" Erlu retreated in shock. It was a human-shaped torch. An old man with white hair was embedded in the grayish-black stone wall, like a relief sculpture. He raised his chin, raised his head, opened his mouth, and straightened his tongue. The dim flame, the size of a broad bean, came from the tip of his tongue. It was as if he had become an oil lamp, and his tongue was the wick. At first glance, Erlu thought it was a human-shaped stone lampstand, but when he approached curiously, wondering why the statue was so lifelike and even the painful expression on his face, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him. "Oh, Light King, you deserve to go to hell." His tongue and the wick swayed violently. The old and familiar voice came out of his mouth with difficulty, but it was unusually clear. "Hell? What hell?" I was clearly in the great King of Light's flaming paradise. In the darkness, a woman with a hoarse voice said excitedly, "In the spacious and dark underground palace, only one wall was lit by a bean-sized lamp. Erlu and Renly were closer to the oil lamp, and further away there were many people lying on the ground. At this moment, they woke up one after another. They stood up and walked towards the light in a daze. Mia." Erlu turned pale with fright when he saw the woman walking over. "You're dead too? Uncle Stannis? Why are you here? Where are we now?" Mia had heard hell the moment she woke up. She rubbed her eyes and finally saw Erlu's face clearly. "Not only is Mia dead, we're all dead too." A man walked out of the darkness. "You." Lonley was dumbfounded. "Who are you? Why do you look so much like me?" "Are you Uncle Renly?" "I am the bastard son of King Robert." The man sighed. "Jandelli?" Mia cried out. "What's going on? Why are you dead?" "I'm dead too." A slightly immature female voice sighed. Then Dominia walked over. "Who are you?" Erlu asked in confusion. The tall girl said bitterly, "You should have seen me before. My mother, Jean, once brought me to the Red Castle to find you. It's you." Erlu realized. Then his eyes turned sharp. He said coldly, "Why are you wearing the king's armor I made for Mia?" Dominia looked down and realized that she was still wearing the armor she died in battle. "I am Aunt Mia's successor." "I chose Jandelli," Mia said immediately. Renly grabbed his hair and shouted angrily, "What's going on?" Mia's husband, Prince Andar Royce, woke up. Then there were Earl Alistair and the others who were sacrificed to the Red God, as well as the Red Heart Knights who died in battle. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Where are we? They were at a loss. The Seven Hells, of course. The old man who acted as a lamp laughed strangely. "Compared to the Lalo Purgatory I was in, this place is like heaven," Jandelli said with a frown. Why didn't you go to the heaven of fire and light? Right? Why did you die?" Mia was shocked. Jandelli looked at Mia with a complicated expression and sighed. "You shouldn't have chosen me as your successor." Hearing this, Dominia hurriedly explained, "I didn't want to kill you. It was Priest Benello. After he murdered you, he explained to me that you had a grudge against the Red Deity and me." "Wait." Renly raised his hand and shouted, "I died early, so I don't know many things. First, tell me who you are. I'm confused." Dominia said, "King Robert had many illegitimate children. After he died, Cersei brutally massacred them. Only my mother, Jandelli, and Mia survived. Later, King Stannis took over the King's Landing. He was the king for a few years, and Aunt Mia was the successor. After that, it was Jandelli and I didn't embarrass the House of Baratheon. I participated in the glorious final battle, and killed 5 ghouls before dying together with a dire bear. Oh, you're not bad. Renly nodded and then frowned. Where's my nephew Idric? He's always in Storm's End. How can Cersei reach him? Dominia glanced at Erlu and said hesitantly, It seems that Lord Stannis, by the 7 gods, you even killed Idric. Renly shouted in disbelief. Ha ha ha, a bastard nephew is nothing. Your brother is powerful. He dared to burn the fake nephew of the Dragon Queen, but he dared to do the same to his own daughter. The old man sneered. You're crazy. Renly's lips trembled, and his face was pale. Erlu wanted to say something, but stopped. His Majesty only took Idric's blood. That boy wanted to be king, and got involved with the Sparrow. He lost the power struggle and was killed by Cersei. His Majesty had no choice but to sacrifice Princess Shireen. He had died once before, and after being revived by Lawler, he had lost the emotions of a living person. He was no longer the man he was then. A loyal knight of the Blaze stepped forward and defended the king. Justin, why are you here? Erlu was both touched and confused. I'm Dominia's Red Knight. Of course, I have to participate in the final battle. Justin sighed. Sir Justin sacrificed himself to protect me. Dominia said. Mia frowned. Even the queen died on the battlefield. The final battle was tragic. Dominia looked at Gendry and nodded. Sir Richard was first cut into 4 pieces by the evil ice god to protect me. Sir Songu was also chewed to pieces by the giants to protect me. Benello shouldn't have killed you, but with your body, you can't participate in such a battle. Although I'm dead, the glory of Theon, and I will never fade. What's the point of saying this now? Aren't we already in hell? Gendry said coldly. Theon of Bella has no descendants. Erlu covered his face and cried. Ha ha, Theon of Bella's family. The old man who acted as the lamp laughed. I'm happy to see you in a worse state than me. You. Lonley looked at him carefully and exclaimed, You're Wade Fry? What, he's Wade Fry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of people surrounded him. His mouth is too wide, and his face is too distorted. I almost couldn't recognize him. We're really in hell. Sob. I was still in the great Light King's heaven. 7 gods bless me, Mother of Mercy. I'm free. Sob, sob, sob. I'm finally out of the hell of the evil god, Lalo. How vicious. He actually forged me into chains, burned me every day, tortured me every night. Some people laughed and cried, while others wailed and cried. It was a mess. Where's Shireen? Where's my Shireen? Erlu suddenly woke up. Not only were there Lalo's believers here, there were also people who died from the evil witchcraft of the red-robed monk, such as Lonley. There were also many people who were sacrificed and burned to death, such as his uncle from the Yu family, the old Count of Brightwater City, Elixir. Shireen was also sacrificed, so theoretically she should be here as well. Quiet! Suddenly, a cold female voice rang out in the room. The voice was not loud, but many of the undead felt as if they had fallen into a purgatory of fear, and shuddered. Old Wade's reaction was especially intense, his eyeballs almost popping out, and the fire in his mouth rose more than 3 feet. Ho ho ho, blood devil! Arya! He almost used his throat to speak, staring at the black and white robed girl who had suddenly appeared in midair. You're Arya Stark? Erlu was shocked. Arya. Jean Deli looked at his childhood friend, who was like a goddess, and felt sad and sad. He quickly lowered his head in shame. The results of your trial are out. Arya's expression was cold, and she did not even look at them. What trial? Who's the judge? Lonley asked, confused. The Heavenly Father's trial, the trial for all of you. The results of the trial will decide your future. Arya said calmly, You're Arya Stark, Ides. Lonley frowned. Didn't we meet back then, when you were still a dirty little boy? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Arya pointed her finger, and 7 to 8 lords of different ages floated out of the crowd, each of them surrounded by a golden, holy halo. Wisps of black gas came out of their 7 orifices, but were immediately burned away by the golden light on the surface of their bodies. They let out comfortable moans, and their pale faces gradually became rosy. Their dull and numb eyes regained their light. They regained their vitality. Lords, your actions when you were alive have been recognized by the 7 gods, and the Heavenly Father has declared that you will go to heaven. Do you have anything else to say? Go to heaven. They were confused for a moment, and then they pointed at Erlu, who had killed them, and scolded him. Then they laughed and shouted, "The Heavenly Father is wise. The Holy Mother is merciful." Arya waved her hand, and a few golden lights shot into the sky and disappeared into the underground palace. Lonley Bella, Theon, you will serve 100 years in the first level of hell and then reincarnate. Do you have anything to say? Go to hell? Why? Chapter 1098. Why can't I go to heaven? Renly panicked. You're not qualified. That's not right. I know the other knights. Their morals are definitely not as good as mine. For example, Sir Costa. I admire his talent and loyalty, and I even made him the acting mayor of Storm's End Fortress. But I know his background. He has 4 or 5 illegitimate children, and he likes to curse people. Renly was not convinced. Costa was the same as you. He was killed by Melisandre with shadow sorcery. After his death, his soul entered Lalo's hell and was tortured by all kinds of evil methods. You begged for mercy, but he kept cursing Lalo. In the past 10 years, he recited the 7 Stars Bible to resist the pain and suffering. His soul even showed signs of ascension. It hurts. Renly stomped his foot and said, "The hellfire demon stabbed me in the butt with a red-hot iron rod," and, sensing the strange looks from the people around him, he quickly omitted the details and said, "I begged for mercy because I couldn't take it anymore." After you begged for mercy, did the demons stop torturing you? Arya asked. Well, Renly was stunned and said, "They seem to be torturing me even more." Yeah. I kept begging for mercy, and the demons kept laughing. Immediately, there was a large group of people who agreed with him. Lalo is a bastard. You're just sacrifices, but I'm his believer. A knight with a red heart said, angrily, "Don't all believers go to heaven of light and fire?" Mia asked in confusion. "I don't know. Anyway, I've been tortured by the demons of hell. Lalo only needs believers who are valuable to him. They are either very devout, talented, or have the king's blood. The rest are all sent to hell," Arya said calmly. "That's not fair," a red god believer complained. "That's what happens when you believe in an evil god." Arya turned to Renly and continued, "You were tortured, and then you begged for mercy. You even listened to the demons and cursed the 7 gods you believe in. This is not a sin. The Holy Mother and the Heavenly Father can understand your behavior. However, not making mistakes does not mean that one has merit. Without merit, how can one go to heaven?" "All right, Costa is a tough guy. I'm impressed. But Sir Reed also begged for mercy. I saw it with my own eyes," Renly said excitedly. "Do you know how Sir Reedy died?" Arya asked. "Sacrificed?" Lonley asked. Back then, right after Robert's death, Stannis was preparing to spread the teachings of the Red Gods on Dragonstone Island. When he abolished the beliefs of the 7 gods and the old gods, Sir Reed was the first to stand up and firmly oppose it. He was also killed because he stopped the red-robed woman from burning the statues of the 7 gods. Therefore, they are righteous men, unlike you, Arya said. Lonley was stunned. He begged, It's fine if you don't go to heaven, but why do you have to go to hell? I've been in Lalo's hell for more than 10 years. Please have pity on me. Arya sighed and said, I actually sympathize with your experience. Your sins are less than most who go to heaven, but rules are rules. I can't help you. What? Many who are more sinful than me go to heaven? Lonley shouted excitedly. Why? Is it because I like men that the Holy Mother discriminates against me? The Heavenly Father is just, and the Holy Mother is merciful. They will not discriminate against anyone. As long as you don't force others, it's not a sin. Arya shook her head. Then why? Lonley was confused. You don't have the atonement scroll. Erlu sighed. Then what is it? Lonley was confused. Sigh, you died too early. Erlu no longer resented his brother. He sighed and explained the atonement scroll. Then he turned to Arya and said, Can you put all of Lonley's sins on me? Lonley was shocked. His expression was complicated. Lonley's sins are many and varied, but they are not serious. For example, he once slandered you behind your back, saying that your dick is rusty and that you haven't slept with Silas for years. Bastard! Erlu glared at his third brother. Lonley smiled and said, Is there a mistake? I think it was the imp who said that. Arya nodded. Tyrion started it, but you did say it more than once. Because of that, rumors about Stannis and Silas began to spread among the nobles of King's Landing. I won't take the blame for him. Let him go to hell for pulling out his tongue. Erlu ground his teeth. That's not a big sin, is it? Lonley grimaced. Slander is enough to send him to hell for pulling out his tongue, not to mention he's your brother. It's 10 times worse. The Heavenly Father is just, Erlu exclaimed. Then he asked, what else? He said Shireen is disgusting, and that the sooner she dies, the better. Seeing his second brother's fierce gaze, Lonley hurriedly explained, Shireen has the gray scale disease. Isn't that disgusting? There's no antidote for gray scale disease. When the patient is petrified, they will suffer unimaginable pain. An early death is truly a relief. How is that slander? Lonley felt wronged. It's not slander, it's unkindness. You said those words in front of Shireen. Can you imagine how she felt at the time? Shireen was young, but she was smart and sensitive. Your words troubled her, for life. Even when she was burned to death, she kept thinking about those words. Are you still human? Erlu's eyes were red. Lonley took a few steps back and said awkwardly, I thought she couldn't hear me. Can't you see that she's crying? I didn't see it. You avoided it like the plague. You didn't even look at it. Arya said coldly. This kind of small sin is human nature. Does everyone have to go to hell without the atonement scroll? Lonley said dejectedly. You can make mistakes. As long as you do more good deeds, the good deeds will be greater than your sins. You can still go to heaven, but you keep committing small sins without any good deeds. Arya said, Impossible. I helped Robert raise his illegitimate son. I often throw coins to the beggars on the street. Lonley's heart was moved. He said emotionally, When your dire wolf bit Joffrey, I even advised Robert not to blame you and your sister. No matter how you look at it, that's a great deed, right? Arya shook her head. Those are only good deeds. They're not good deeds. Just like the bad things you do every day. They're not sins. For example, you fooled around with many men out of lust. Lonley's face reddened. He shouted, Tell me what counts as good deeds. Arya pointed at Erlu. He has a lot of good deeds. In his early years, he defended Storm's End. He advised Robert to be diligent and frugal. He helped Jon Arryn to govern the country and save the people. When Balon rebelled, he quelled the rebellion. He also had merit. He saved the wall. He had great merit. He defended Winterfell. He also had merit. He protected the king's landing and his territory. Erlu's eyes widened. Tears welled up in his eyes. His lips trembled. He couldn't speak. I didn't expect the Heavenly Father to. Did the Heavenly Father make a mistake? How can defending storms count as good deeds? He's rebelling. He's helping his brother betray Targaryen. Someone shouted in disbelief. Arya said, "Let's not talk about whether Robert's rebellion was justified. It's not wrong to defend one's own castle. Besides, the good deeds of defending Storm's End have nothing to do with battle results." This incident mainly shows Stannis's character, his perseverance, wisdom, and courage. Wisdom is in line with the crone's teachings. Courage and perseverance are in line with the warrior's teachings. The Heavenly Father's judgment of good deeds doesn't depend on how many people the person saved. Any action that is in line with the teachings of the seven gods is good deeds. How many people did when Tianxiang save? The only reason he could become a saint was because he sacrificed his life for a righteous cause. I've also advised Robert to drink less. Lonley said, "If you can persuade him to hate you as much as he hates Stannis, then you will have good deeds." Arya said blankly. Lonley was stunned. He smiled bitterly. Then it's not easy to get good deeds. If it's easy, then everyone can go to heaven. Stannis can go to heaven? He killed me. Lonley frowned. Arya shook her head with a complicated expression. Stannis will go to the seven hells and be punished for 100,000 years. What? Everyone exclaimed. Erlu was expressionless and said nothing. Arya looked at him and said, "You have a lot of good deeds, but you have sinned even more. You already know that the souls of those who are sacrificed will be possessed and tortured by the evil god after they die. So, sacrificing evil gods is a great sin. You have any objections?" Erlu shook his head. "Aside from the blood sacrifice, you have committed 2 crimes of kinslaying, Lon Lee and Shireen. You sacrificed Aegon and violated your holy oath to Sansa. You can change your faith to the Red God. That's not a sin. But sacrificing those who oppose you and burning the godwood and the statues of the 7 gods is blasphemy. It's a great sin." Erlu said bitterly, "The Heavenly Father is very fair. I accept this judgment. Lady Arya, please tell the Heavenly Father that I am grateful for this judgment." Grateful for the judgment? Arya was confused. "Maybe you should thank the Holy Mother for taking back your humanity from Lalo. Being resurrected by Lalo has a price. He will take away the most precious thing in your soul." "I know." Erlu nodded and said with a gloomy expression, "Actually, I wasn't free after death. I didn't even have my own will back then. I was muddle-headed like a tortured beast. I'm grateful that the Holy Mother made my soul whole and gave me a new life. But I'm even more grateful that she acknowledged me." What acknowledgement? Arya and the others were confused. Erlu sighed and said, "The good deeds are acknowledgement of my past efforts. I've been longing for things that I couldn't get my hands on all my life. I didn't want to get them from my enemy in this way. If only I was born 20 years later. The last battle of the long night should be where I contributed my wisdom, strength, and life, not the Iron Throne." Arya frowned and thought for a while. She still couldn't understand him and said, "I don't need to convey your words. If you really have the heart and convert to the 7 gods, you can look up to heaven even if you're in hell. Also, your good deeds aren't enough to offset your sins. You can't help others bear their sins. You 2 brothers will go to hell." Erlu nodded silently. Lon Lee's handsome face turned pale. He pointed at the people around him and asked with a trembling voice, "Do they have extra good deeds? Help me." Chapter 10, 99. Arya waved her hand, and a handsome and tall knight involuntarily separated himself from the crowd. Earl Dandelion, we meet again. Yes, we meet again. The first leader of the Brotherhood without a flag, Lightning King Barry Dandelion, was filled with emotions. You've grown up and become a powerful Grim Reaper who serves strangers. It's hard to imagine. However, Noble Heart's ghost also said that wherever you go, there will be death and blood. Becoming the Grim Reaper should be the most perfect ending. Arya's face darkened. Ever since she left Winterfell, death had been with her. She played with Butcher's underling, Michael, and he died. She went to King's Landing. Her father, the Northern soldiers, and the nannies all died. She was saved by Raven Yoren. Yoren died. She joined the team of Night Watchers. Only a few people were left in the team of hundreds. Her group of friends wandered with her in Hujian County. Along the way, they died. Only Jean Deli and Fatty parted ways with her in time and survived. When she finally reached Ruan River City, the Red Wedding began right in front of her. She teamed up with Hound and killed a few attendants of the Demon Mountain. Even Hound's fate was unknown. Hound didn't appear in the original novel. After being alone again, she went to Braavos and death followed her. Earl, you've been righteous and honorable all your life. Even after being resurrected by Lalo, you've never done anything dishonorable. In theory, not only can you go to heaven, but you'll also have great virtue and become a saint in heaven. However, you believed in the 7 gods for the first half of your life. After entering Hujian County and witnessing the Red God's resurrection technique, you abandoned the 7 gods and changed your faith to Lalo. Believers of the 7 gods naturally can't enter heaven. This is why I didn't let you go to heaven with Costa and the others. Now, the Heavenly Father gives you 2 choices. First, wander around hell. When you feel tired, you can start the cycle of reincarnation at any time. With your merits, you'll definitely have a noble identity, a happy family, and a good marriage in your next life. After a short pause, Arya sighed. Or you can go back to the holy kingdom of the god you believe in. Lalo's divine kingdom still exists. Everyone was bewildered. Arya nodded. Since you're here, I'm sure you can guess what happened to Lalo. He was arrested by the Dragon Queen and will be put on trial in the human world. But he shouldn't die. Great trial. Dandelion's mouth twitched. In front of everyone. Yes, people all over the world will know about this. Those who have the ability to rush over can also be there in person. Arya looked at the crowd and said, "Some of you may need to testify in court." Ah! Everyone exclaimed in shock. How powerful! How ruthless! Erlu muttered, "Is a god that has been judged still a god?" Dandelion's faith was about to collapse. Of course, he'll be imprisoned in the 7 levels of hell forever. He'll still be a demon god, but his divine kingdom will no longer be light and fire. Instead, it'll be shadows, blood, and lava. It won't be comfortable. Arya said, "Why didn't the Dragon Queen kill him and the Light King?" Dandelion asked in disbelief. Because Lalo knelt and begged for mercy. He told her about his achievements in fighting the deviant ghosts. Before Arya could finish, Dandelion spat out. He didn't spit out blood. His soul exploded. Arya was stunned. She hurriedly cast a soul-focused divine spell and barely managed to save the Lightning King, who was on the verge of having his soul dissipated. Send me to reincarnation. His eyes were lifeless. He looked like a puppet. Hey, Earlberry, wait. Renly stepped forward and grabbed his hand. He begged, "For the sake of our friendship, save me. 100 years of hell's punishment is so painful." Dandelion's fief was at Dark Haven. Theoretically, he was a vassal of the Storm's End Keep. Renly was the Duke of the Storm's End Keep. However, The Earl of Darkhaven wasn't a traditional vassal of the Storm's End keep. Between the Storm's End, Dorne, and the Riverbend, there was an unofficial administrative area that spanned hundreds of kilometers. That area was made up of mountains, swamps, and grasslands. It didn't always belong to a duchy. Today, it was occupied by Dorne. Tomorrow, a heroic lord would appear in the Riverbend. Then, the Storm's End keep would be conquered by the High Duke. The day after tomorrow, the Storm's End keep would conquer the area again. It was also possible that a local overlord would appear, resisting Dorne in the south, the Riverbend in the west, and the Storm's End keep in the north. That area was called the Dorne Borderlands by the Seven Kingdoms. Knowing the uniqueness of the Dorne Borderlands, one could understand why some major events in the Targaryen dynasty often happen there. For example, why was Aegon V, old Ymond's eggy brother, hatching a dragon in the summer hall? Why did Legger bring Lyanna to the Dorne Bliss Tower to live in seclusion? The Borderlands were close to the Riverbend, Dorne, and the Storm's End keep, but it didn't have a sense of belonging to the Three Kingdoms. It was one of the few places in the Seven Kingdoms where the royal family could interfere with the power vacuum. Controlling the Dorne Borderlands could also subtly suppress the Riverbend, Dorne, and the Storm's End keep. Therefore, some wise Targaryen monarchs had always invested in the Borderlands. Because of this, the royal family had many industries in the Borderlands. Because of this, even though Dandelion was a gentleman, he didn't have much affection or loyalty towards the theoretical monarch. Renly, I was your vassal when I was alive. After I die, I have no reason to be loyal to you, the Lightning King said calmly. The friendship between a monarch and a vassal is gone, but the friendship between us is still there. Renly said agitatedly. Dandelion's gaze was sharp. You still dare to talk about friendship with me? Back then, when I followed my father to the Storm's End castle to pay tribute to you, you secretly touched me. You deserve to go to hell. At the end of his sentence, he was embarrassed and angry. Even his face was red with anger. Renly said aggrievedly, Back then, I saw that you were too beautiful and was delighted. I just wanted to see if you were a kindred spirit. Sigh, it's also my fault for being young and frivolous. But after you rejected me, I didn't force myself on you, did I? If you don't try, no one will know what they truly like. Back then, Enough. Arya waved her hand and sent Dandelion away. The bestowal of merit cannot be forced. Dominia looked at Renly sympathetically and asked, I participated in the final battle. Did I get any merit? There is great merit, but you also committed the crime of kinslaying. Arya said, I didn't kill my kinslaying. The tall girl said anxiously with a pale face. You weren't the mastermind, but you tacitly approved of Bonello's actions. Your merit and demerit cancel each other out. Go and reincarnate. Jandeli, you... Facing a friend who had gone through life and death together, Arya couldn't be indifferent. I'm going to hell too? Jandeli muttered. Arya nodded lightly and sighed. You've been dragged down by my mother. Madame Stoneheart broke the sacred oath countless times and violated the guest's rights countless times. Even if there was a reason for it, she still committed heinous crimes and has already gone to the 7th level of hell. You're an accomplice, so you'll also be in hell for 20,000 years. Jandeli's face was ashen and his body swayed. An accomplice will also be punished for 20,000 years. What about the mastermind? Erlu frowned. 99, 9 billion years, Arya said woodenly. Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. You'll never be able to rise again. At this point, Erlu had no complaints about his sentence. Ha 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 ha, retribution, retribution. Wade Fry laughed excitedly. Humph, my mother has a son and a daughter. All of them can earn great merits. She'll definitely go to heaven before you. Arya said coldly. I have descendants too. River Delta City is still here, Wade shouted. The gatekeeper, Ollie, I know. You can count on her. Arias smiled mockingly. How long will Wade Fry stay in hell? Renly asked curiously. He has no merits, but he has a lot of sins. He has to light up a sky lantern for 80 million years. Renly wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and muttered, I should be satisfied. It's only been 100 years, and this is only the first level of hell. Erlu gathered his courage and asked again, Miss Arya, where did my daughter Shireen go? His voice was trembling. Shireen was sent to heaven by the dragon, Queen, immediately. Heaven? Erlu sighed. His body seemed to have shriveled up. That's good, very good. He wanted to see her again, but he was afraid that if he did, she would look at him with hatred and disgust. Now that he could not see her, he knew that she had a good ending. He was very disappointed, but he also felt a strange sense of relief. Your Majesty, what do you think of this dress? Marjorie called out excitedly. The setting sun was like blood. King's Landing was immersed in the bustle of hope. On the balcony of the Red Castle, Queen Sansa leaned against the railing and looked at her kingdom. She was a little distracted. Your Majesty? Marjorie waved her hand and had the tailor stand aside. She walked to the balcony and said softly, Your Majesty, half a month later, on the summer solstice, it will be your coronation ceremony. It's time to try on the Queen's coronation. Sansa turned around and looked. The coronation had the silver background of the direwolves. It was decorated with many gems and pearls. It was simple and elegant, but it did not lose its dignity and luxury. It matched the human crown very well. It seemed that the master tailor from Myr lived up to his reputation. A few days ago, she would have been overjoyed to see this dress. She would have turned 49 times in front of the dressing mirror. But now, Lalo has been judged. She sighed. The joy on Marjorie's face disappeared. She frowned and said, Although I did not go to Slaver's Bay, I watched the live broadcast through the glass candle. I did not expect Lalo's true form to be a lava giant. I did not expect him to kneel at the feet of the dragon Queen like a dog and beg for mercy. Sansa smiled bitterly and said, I did not expect it either, but we should have thought of it. In the Battle of the Smoke Sea, almost all the demon gods in the world were killed. The gods had to sign the investiture of the gods before they could use the Sea of Magic in the King's Cauldron. After that, the Frost god's corpse was placed on the battlefield. She sighed and muttered, She is the king of gods. But why is she so strong? Your Majesty, some people can only be learned and looked up to. They are destined to be unsurpassed, Marjorie said carefully. I understand, Sansa said gloomily. After a moment of silence, Marjorie said, Your Majesty, when you were at Slaver's Bay, no one was looking after the human-headed dog. I don't know where it went. Littlefinger in the kennel. Sansa frowned. Yes, let it go. I wanted to free it, but since it ran away, let's not bother about it. By the way, how did the people of King's Landing and the vassals react to Lalo's judgment? Sansa asked. Marjorie smiled and said, The normal people were shocked for a while. After all, the Dragon Queen has too many crazy achievements. But the red-robed monks in King's Landing could not accept it. There were cries everywhere, and it was too horrible to look at. Bonello burned himself to death on the same day. Hundreds and thousands of Red God believers followed him to commit suicide. Fortunately, Holy Light One Hand appeared in time and told them that committing suicide was a great sin. If they died, they would go to the 7 levels of hell. He. Marjorie covered her mouth and laughed softly. The red-robed monks were stunned. They collapsed on the ground and cried. They could not even die. They could only live in torment. It was too difficult. Chapter 1100. The followers of the red gods are all over the place, while the followers of the seven gods are the exact opposite. Many priests and holy knights broke through their bottlenecks while watching the live broadcast of the trial. Including those who broke through in the last battle, there are more than 100 level 4 priests in the Holy Church now. The big black man from Volantis, Machiro, was even more exaggerated. The moment Lalo knelt down, his soul suddenly ascended, and he jumped from level 3 to level 5 divine priest. A demigod. Little Rose sighed. Sometimes I wonder if I should give up my power and completely convert to the Holy Mother so that I can become a divine priest in my lifetime. Sansa's gaze paused on the sapphire necklace around her neck for a moment, and she smiled. Can you give up power and wealth, wear linen clothes, work hard, and live on dry bread and water? In an instant, Marjorie recalled the days when she was praying under the watch of the old nun. She shuddered and smiled sheepishly. I'm just a normal person. I can only live the life of a normal noble. Humph, at least you have some self-awareness. Sansa turned around and returned to her bedroom. With the help of her maids, she took off the same armor as the Dragon Queen in her early years and changed into the Queen's robes. It was very smooth. She looked at herself in the mirror. After turning 64 times, she still felt that it was not enough. Your Majesty, did you see the Dragon Queen in Slaver's Bay this time? Marjorie had already thought of all the praises in her head and said them in different order 10 times. She was getting impatient, so she started to change the topic. Sansa smiled. Of course I saw her. She did not treat me differently, and even discussed the marriage of Simba and little Dany with me. We plan to hold 2 weddings for the 2 children, one at Slaver's Bay now, and another when we return to the Westeros. The Dragon Queen even promised 2 divinity as a wedding gift on the same day. What's a divinity? Marjorie asked curiously. The position of a god. Simba will become the sun god, driving the sun god's chariot, bringing light and vitality to the human world. Little Dany will be conferred the title of moon goddess after she becomes a demigod. She will be in charge of the moon star, spreading moonlight and peace to the world. Margaret's face was full of shock. The sun god and the moon god, the legend has become reality. Yes, my daughter will become a goddess, the legendary moon goddess. Sansa said excitedly, What kind of royal clan is this? It's clearly a god clan. Margaret said sourly, compared to the godhood that could allow one to reach the sky in a single bound, the fiefs, titles, and properties of Riverbend's male nobles suddenly became extremely cheap, so cheap that she felt that it was boring. The auntie, who was in her early 30s, was actually jealous of that teenage girl. She, Little Rose, used to be the flower of the palace, the princess of the River Bend, the #1 socialite of the 7 countries, the goddess of all men's dreams. She had countless titles, but why didn't she meet someone like Leg? Her first husband, Yuluan, was a homosexual. Her second husband, Joffrey, was a big pervert, a mad king. Her third husband, Tomon, was a little fat boy who hadn't even grown his hair yet. Her fourth husband, Luwin, was a demon. Her fifth husband was a bootlicker. Her sixth husband was a boorish uncle without any emotions. Her seventh husband was also a bootlicker and even went back to the same old grass. Nymeria had only married 3 husbands, unifying the east, central, and west of Dorne. She, Margaret, had married 7 times, but she was still in the same place. Sansa caught a glimpse of Little Rose's expression in the mirror. She felt comfortable and empathetic. Even she, as a mother, was envious of her daughter's good fortune. After another round, she smiled and said, "The clothes are good. Let's go take a look at the Iron Throne." The Iron Throne is in the warehouse. We haven't had time to polish off the rust. Margaret frowned. I'll just take a look. She said that she would just take a look, but when she saw the Iron Throne, she couldn't help but sit on it. The next day, when the Queen went to court, everyone noticed that her walking posture was strange. She was twisting and turning as if she hurt her, but thinking of the handsome singer in the Queen's palace, the officials and servants didn't dare to ask. A week later, Holy Light One-Handed was urgently summoned to the Red Castle. It turned out that the Queen's butt really was hurt, but it had nothing to do with the singer's lost track. For the next 3 days, the Queen didn't appear in court, but Princess Danny and Prince Leg from Slaver's Bay rushed to her. After seeing the Queen, the prince's expression was grave, while the princess's eyes were red and swollen. The day before the Queen's coronation, the lords of the 7 kingdoms gathered at the King's Landing. Clang, 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 clang. The bell in the great cathedral of Baylor rang 7 times. What? The Queen is dead. Jamie, who was practicing his one-armed spear technique, was so shocked that he fell off his horse. He was still in high spirits, preparing to perform, well, at the New Era, New Dynasty, New Queen's tournament the day after tomorrow. Is it a coup or an assassination? He found Lancel in the great cathedral and asked with a grave expression. Holy Light One-Handed frowned and shook his head. The Queen accidentally cut her, but when she was trying to sit on the Iron Throne. The wound was very deep. Almost 1/2 kilogram of flesh was cut off. She used Saint Healing to stop the bleeding, but the Iron Throne hasn't been used for many years. Although it was cleaned, there are still many inconspicuous rust and filth. Tetanus. Jamie was dumbfounded. Now, that Saint Healing was widely used. Everyone knew that it wasn't omnipotent. It could only strengthen the body for diseases such as germs, allergies, and tumors. It couldn't cure them directly. That was why the Priest Academy had divided the professions into scalpel priests and apothecary priests. Yes, most of her, but was infected with tetanus, and it went deep into her organs. There's no cure. The Queen was too careless. She didn't use high alcohol or Dragonstone Red Potion to disinfect the wound. Instead, she used Saint Healing to heal the wound, but the germs were locked in her flesh. When I was treating her, the pus that was squeezed out from the wound contained a lot of fine rust. Lancel sighed. How did she get hurt so badly? Even the Mad Monarch only cut his arm and thigh. Jamie was puzzled. Didn't you, Lewin, blast the Iron Throne away? It flew for several miles. The Iron Throne was made from a combination of iron and iron swords. Even the iron plates were tilted up from the blast. Lancel said, "This." Jamie's face twisted. She didn't see it. Yes, she saw it, and she carefully avoided it. However, she happened to be wearing a queen's royal dress that day. It was extremely well ironed, and it was the kind that showed off her figure very well. It was quite tight, and she was used to wearing armor. She subconsciously did the action of wearing armor. It was a big action, and she tripped and fell on it. Sigh. If she had come to me earlier, I would have asked the scalpel priests to cut off the rotten flesh and clean it again. This kind of injury wouldn't be a problem. But the wound was in an awkward position, and the Queen didn't want outsiders to know. She only thought that she was a priest, so silly. At this point, Lancel couldn't help but slap her thigh. She said excitedly, she even planned the King's Landing Magic Academy herself. Professional potion priests and scalpel priests have a 5-year education. Did she just play around during those 5 years? That's ridiculous. Jamma's face was full of disbelief. I've never heard of a king who died from having his buttocks cut off by the throne. If the Iron Throne isn't destroyed, Queen Sansa won't be an exception, Lancel said seriously. Why? Jamie was puzzled. When I first saw the throne, I felt that it was covered in an ominous aura. You mean the curse of the Iron Throne? Jamie was doubtful. I don't know if it was cursed before, but in the past decade, many people have cursed it. In fact, I've already sent Marabad, Machiro, and Rando Tarley to capture Melisandre, Lancel said in a low voice. His guess was correct. A week later, the red-robed woman was arrested and brought to justice. She confessed to her crime without hesitation. It had been a few years since the great battle, and the red-robed woman had long left the Westeros. She had no home, so she could only return to a certain Jade Sea town where she had stayed for hundreds of years. She worked from sunrise to sunset in a small manor. She was self-sufficient and became a farmer. When Marabad and the others arrived on the Terrasaur, the sun was setting. She carried a small pumpkin and was about to make steamed meat with pumpkin powder, facing the priests of the seven gods, who had suddenly rushed into the kitchen to kill her. She was surprised, but didn't resist. She allowed them to tie her up, but she didn't completely admit to her crime of murdering Queen Sansa. The bloody battle before Yuluin left the King's Landing was a sacrifice. It was even more terrifying than the sacrifices at High Court and the Shield Islands. To please the Storm God, Yuluin not only offered blood and fire, but also cut off the blood of the kingdom of the King's Landing. The king has the blood of the kingdom, so naturally the kingdom has the blood of the kingdom. At this point, Melisandre hesitated for a moment, then sighed helplessly and confessed even His Majesty Lala was imprisoned, so there's no need to hide some secrets. A long time ago, I told Stannis that he needed the Mystic Dragon, and hatching the Mystic Dragon required the sacrifice of his closest kin, Princess Shireen. He slapped me twice and threatened me with murderous words, telling me never to have any ideas about Shireen. So, I chose the second path, for him to take over the King's Landing. She glanced at an inconspicuous old man among the clerics. At that time, many people didn't understand. The deviants were about to cross the Great Wall, so what was the point of taking over the King's Landing? I told him that after His Majesty sits on the Iron Throne, he can command the vassals of the Seven Kingdoms. That was only part of the reason. I'm not stupid. Didn't I know that after the appearance of the Dragon Queen riding the Megalosaurus, the value of the Iron Throne would drop by 90%? Plus, Stannis has no one in the Seven Kingdoms. Not many would be convinced if he sat on the Iron Throne. Then why did you keep encouraging His Majesty Stannis to take over the King's Landing? The level 2 cleric Davos couldn't help but overstep and asked loudly. I wanted to steal the blood of the Westeros, use the fate of the Seven Kingdoms to hatch the Mystic Dragon. This way, not only would Shireen not die, but Stannis would also benefit greatly. Without the fate of the Seven Kingdoms, what would happen to the Seven Kingdoms? The Duke of the Western region in the first row of the judgment bench was puzzled. Just like the king, without the blood of the king. Like Jean Deli, he became a tuberculosis ghost. The vassal was shocked. Jean Deli was plotted against. Aunt May shook her head. His Majesty Stannis and the 8-clawed spider, Varys, have long lost the blood of the king, but aren't they still living well? Bran coldly said, Ignorance is not scary. What's scary is knowing half of it. It is because Stannis lost the blood of the king that all his efforts after that were destined to be futile. He will never become king. Why? Aunt May was stunned. She hesitated and asked, if the kingdom lost the blood of the king, what would happen? Bran said, the blood of the King's Landing came from Targaryen. After the Mad King was killed, 60% of it was lost. After Robert died, another 30% was lost. So, you can see how chaotic the Seven Kingdoms were in those years. Is that so? Everyone was shocked and doubtful. The chaos of the seven kingdoms was not entirely due to the loss of the blood of the king. In fact, the will of the people can change the fate of the kingdom. The cause and effect of the two are very mysterious. I only know a little about it, but I can be sure that as long as the vassals strictly abide by the laws of the seven kingdoms and the teachings of the gods, the scattered blood of the king will slowly return and continue to strengthen. For example, now, after 8 years of the long night and 3 years of cleaning up the ghosts, the people of the seven kingdoms are united. The blood of the king's landing is 100 times more than when Aegon the Conqueror ascended the throne. Bran said calmly, "But the queen is dead." A commoner in the crowd shouted, "What does the death of the queen have to do with the blood of the king?" The Iron Throne fell into a latrine pit, and Hammer even took a dump on it. It would be strange if he didn't get a tetanus after his butt was cut. A female knight wearing simple iron armor mumbled. A female priest with a flat nose hurriedly pulled her back. As she retreated, she scolded in a low voice, "Babla, are you trying to kill Hammer?" Hammer has already taken a dump for 10 years. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, Hammer's identity is different now. He is a top student of Dragonstone Island Magic Academy. Can he be as good as the red-robed woman? Shunguang one-handed waved his hand to silence the commotion in the hall and said to Aunt May, "Continue." Stannis rejected my suggestion and died in Winterfell. Shireen was also sacrificed. Yuluan blew up the Red Keep and burned down half of the King's Landing. The blood of the king was also sacrificed to the Storm God. In response to Yuluan's request, the Storm God cursed the Iron Throne. Anyone who sits on the Iron Throne will die a horrible death. After Stannis obtained the Iron Throne, he kept it in a warehouse. It fell into a latrine pit and was too dirty. Another reason was the curse. When His Majesty was burned to ashes by Jon, I entered the warehouse and added another curse. Anyone who sits on the Iron Throne will be cut, and their wounds will fester. But when I cursed the Iron Throne, Sansa was tens of thousands of miles away from it. Also, I wanted to curse Jon Snow out of anger. I thought he would ascend the Iron Throne. Even though that was the case, little Dany's mother had passed away. How could she listen to such excuses? Why didn't you remind my mother? If Yuluan was the only one cursing her, you could have just watched from the sidelines. But you put poison in the wine and watched as another person picked up the cup without saying anything. Isn't that a crime? The red-robed woman couldn't refute little Dany's words. Sigh, I didn't like your mother either. I was happy to see her in trouble, but I didn't expect her to die. Aunt May sighed. Then she asked doubtfully, didn't she have the human crown? What about the 7 blessings of the 7 gods? Little Dany frowned and looked at Shunguang, one-handed in confusion. The nobles and citizens in the Hall of the Red Keep also looked at the Archbishop curiously. It had been 3 or 4 years since the birth of the human crown. The inscriptions on it had long been known to the world. Countless singers and poets had even written songs and poems for it. The 7 blessings were no secret. The 7 blessings came from the 7 gods. Naturally, the Archbishop of the 7 gods should give the most authoritative explanation. Lancel's expression showed obvious hesitation. This matter concerns the Queen's reputation. It's not convenient to talk about it in court. If Dany and Princess Liz want to know, we can talk about it later. He approached little Dany and whispered. Little Dany glanced at Prince Leg and sighed. The more you try to cover it up, the more rumors there will be. Just tell me. I believe my mother won't make a mistake of principle. It's not that big of a mistake, Shunguang one-handed nodded and returned to his seat. He sighed. The 7 blessings are the Holy Mother's protection and the solidified, advanced holy healing. The old woman's wisdom, when activated, can help the queen get rid of negative emotions and keep her mind at its clearest and most active state. The warrior's armor, the golden winged armor that the queen once showed in front of others. The blacksmith's diligence, solidified advanced stamina. The maiden's light, passive evil vanquishes. It's only effective against demigods. Any god or demon that attacks the owner of the human crown will be attacked by holy light. The stranger's cloak, when activated, can temporarily enter the gray world of death and achieve complete invisibility in the material world. Finally, the Heavenly Father's blessing, immune to all curses and blood witchcraft of any level. The 7 blessings are too powerful. Wearing the human crown is practically invincible. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, they were also confused. If the human crown is so powerful, why did the queen die? Think about it. If someone like Joffrey or Cersei were to wear the crown of men, would the 7 gods be willing to side with the evildoers? Of course not. To activate each blessing, the king's integrity must meet the teachings of the corresponding god. Queen Sansa was brave, diligent, loved her people, and wise. That was why she could activate the 4 blessings of the warrior, blacksmith, holy mother, and crone. The 4 blessings are already very powerful. We all know that after a monk joins the great cathedral, they will usually specialize in one god's teachings. For example, the warrior's son worships the warrior, but he may be lacking in other teachings. No one is perfect. The 7 gods have high expectations for their believers, but the 7 gods are very benevolent and allow us to slowly perfect a few. Everyone nodded silently. Unfortunately, Queen Sansa only activated the 4 blessings. The maiden represents purity, loyalty, and freedom. The queen prefers the handsome and strong. Everyone knows that. The archbishop rubbed his nose, hiding the slight fluctuation in his heart. He thought of another queen, and his former role was the handsome and young one. The queen is alone. It's not wrong to have needs, but it's definitely not in line with the teachings of the maiden. Everyone secretly glanced at Benjen, stormed behind Princess Dany, and nodded silently again. Little Dany also knew about her mother's situation and sighed silently. Among the 7 gods' believers, the stranger is the least. It's normal that the queen couldn't activate the stranger's cloak. As for the Heavenly Father's justice, Queen Sansa is usually fair and just when she investigates the cases of the 7 kingdoms, but 3 years ago, Lancel hesitated. This involved an old case related to the royal family, and he really didn't know how to say it. Or rather, he really didn't want the church to be involved in the royal family's rotten affairs. Seeking power under the pretense of a fair trial, Holy Light Lone Hand carefully chose his words. In the teachings of the 7 gods, after the king and the vassals have completed their duties, the 7 gods won't consider power games or power struggles a sin. Sometimes, clever power struggles can even win the favor of old women. But it's clear that Queen Sansa's actions back then were completely against the Heavenly Father's teachings. Many times, many actions are not wrong in the teachings of the 7 gods, but they can't be blessed by the 7 gods. Everyone fell silent again. In general, the 7 gods were very lenient with their believers. There was a very wide area between hell and heaven, and ordinary people lived in this area. But if you wanted to go to heaven, the requirements were very high. The 7 blessings of the human crown were very powerful, but the requirements were also very high. To a king with an ordinary character, the human crown was no different from a normal golden crown. And the more virtuous and noble the king was, the more the human crown could display the power of a divine artifact. After this, everyone had a deeper understanding of the human crown. At the same time, They also respected and admired the Dragon Queen, who created the human crown. He, he, he. Heaven's will, this is heaven's will. Melisandre laughed. You're not completely innocent, little Dany said coldly. The vassals of the Seven Kingdoms and the priests of the Holy Church didn't have a good impression of Melisandre, and more importantly, no one defended her. And so, she was convicted of murder. Half of it. The lone foreigner was sentenced to death by the Westeros. I contributed greatly in the fight against the other ghosts. I want to follow the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms and apply to be the new Night Watcher at the North Pole. Helpless, Aunt May could only choose the last option. The old Night Watchers weren't guarding the Great Wall anymore. After the long night ended, the Dragon Queen dismissed the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. Everyone was given 50 gold royals, 100 acres of fertile land, and a long night medal to return to their homeland. Of course, not all the Night Watchers left. Many of them came from noble families. They really wanted to protect the Seven Kingdoms and humans. They only received a long night medal and continued to stay on the Great Wall. They repaired the East Sea Kingdom while waiting for the Northern Ice King to return and bring them to the Northern Ice Kingdom. In the end, Aunt May became the first new Night Watcher to reach the North Pole. The new Night Watchers were different from the previous ones. They didn't discriminate between men and women, and there were fewer restrictions on their bodies. Other than not being able to leave the Northern Ice Kingdom and having to go to the Northern Ice King's residence regularly, they were no different from ordinary free citizens. After the trial, Queen Sansa's funeral was held as scheduled. It was very grand. Tens of thousands of people were sincerely mourning for her. The nobles were also solemn and did not have the slightest bit of playfulness. Sansa's reputation in the Seven Kingdoms was actually quite good. Although everyone called her Liar, Sansa, Jon, who took the throne, also had the nickname Idiot Jon. Compared to Robert, Emperor Xiao, the Mad King, and the whore Empress Dowager, Sansa's achievements and image were perfect. Of course, she couldn't be compared to the Dragon Queen. But now, even the citizens subconsciously excluded the Dragon Queen from the ranks of mortals. According to tradition, Sansa's body was arranged by Sister Silence and placed in the great cathedral to receive the final farewell from all the nobles and nobles. Oh, because it was summer, and because the queen's body was swollen when she passed away, and her buttocks were festering, the smell was quite strong. After the citizens of the King's Landing mourned, they started to gossip again. They even secretly called her Rotten Buttocks, Sansa behind her back. Chapter 11:01. Outside the King's Landing, by the Blackwater River, hundreds of tents representing different families were scattered on the grassy ground like mushrooms. There were noble knights in shining armor laughing loudly, commoners cheering loudly, singers playing accordions, vendors pushing small carts selling grilled sausages and fruits, and countless bright flags fluttering in the warm wind. Arya, do you see it? It's exactly the same as the tournament to welcome Father more than 10 years ago. The same place, the same people. There are many more people, but there are also fewer people. It's as magnificent as the songs say. In midair, Sansa was in a daze. The beautiful memories of the past and the beautiful scenes of the present made her unable to control her emotions. She almost cried. You've seen the great trial, and you've seen Dany put on the human crown with your own eyes. Now, you've even enjoyed the martial arts tournament mourning your passing. You should be satisfied, right? Arya said lightly. Satisfied? How can I be satisfied? This is supposed to be a tournament to celebrate my ascension, not a funeral. Sansa said agitatedly. Fate is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. Arya sighed. Fate is unfair. I don't accept it. Sansa shouted with a twisted face. I can assure you that your fate is not interfered with by anyone. It's the result of your own choice. Look at Bran. Sansa pointed at the White Knight who was sent flying by Jaime's spear. He's still laughing. He's laughing so happily. I just died. And he left Neverleave Winterfell to participate in the tournament. He's still laughing. Bran's dream, when he was young, was to become a knight like Barristan. Though his combat skills are poor, he has realized his dream. Why can't he laugh? Arya looked unhappy. He knew about my future, but didn't inform me. He's still so happy. What's his motive? Sansa said agitatedly. Bran knew that Ygritte would have a difficult birth. He didn't tell Jon either. Sansa, fate is not interfered with. It's your own choice, Arya said solemnly. It wasn't easy for me to obtain the iron. That damned Iron Throne. Why am I so obsessed with that filthy iron chair? Sob, sob, sob. They all call me rotten-ass Sansa. Sob, sob, sob. I'm a founding queen greater than Aegon the Conqueror. Sob, sob, sob. When she thought of the Iron Throne, Sansa could not help but feel sorrowful. She was both regretful and resentful. She covered her face and wept. Leg, leg, leg. Suddenly, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the arena. Sansa rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. After 6 rounds, Leg dodged Brittany's spear and knocked her off the saddle at the same time. Woo-woo. Seeing Leg place the golden peony wreath on her daughter's head, Sansa's mother-in-law started crying again. I've never worn a crown before in my life. She had worked hard for more than 10 years and finally achieved hegemony, but she had not even enjoyed the taste of being an official queen for a single day. My life is too bitter. You've seen what you should see. Come with me to hell, Arya said impatiently. Hell? Sansa was stunned. What for? To serve your sentence. What? Sansa's eyes widened. She roared. Are you kidding me? I've been cautious all my life and have never done anything that goes against the teachings of the 7 gods. Instead, I've made a lot of contributions. Why do I have to go to hell? I'm a level 4 great priestess. You've been a white flower for the first half of your life. You've done nothing wrong. In the middle of your life, you've cheated Aegon's feelings. It's not a big mistake. Later on, you've saved countless people and have done a lot of good deeds. You've committed a lot of small crimes, but few big ones. Overall, your good deeds far exceed your mistakes. You'll have a good position in heaven. Arya first read out the Heavenly Father's judgment for Sansa. Then, under Sansa's confused gaze, she sighed. But you're not alone. You have a mother. Mother? Sansa frowned. Wasn't Mother's soul repaired? After returning from Slaver's Bay, I burned her body myself. Don't you know Mother's sins? Because of the Crimson Wedding, when she was Madame Stoneheart, she always broke her oath and violated the rights of the guests. Sansa hesitated. It's fine to give her all my good deeds. Why do you want me to go to hell? Children can help their parents serve their sentences and be punished. I'm afraid of pain. Aren't you afraid, Mother? How many things did she do for you when she was alive? Arya said coldly. What about you? Sansa was unhappy with her tone. I worked hard in hell and gave all the good deeds I earned to Mother. Can I also work hard in heaven to earn good deeds? Sansa asked. Even if you get a position in heaven, it'll be hard for you to earn good deeds. But you're the founding king, a level 4 priestess, and a person of great deeds. 1 day of your sentence is equivalent to 100 days of Mother's. It's too efficient. Sansa's expression changed. She hesitated. You're going to refuse? Arya's gaze became dangerous. If I go to hell, what kind of punishment will I receive? Will there be a discount? Sansa asked. The Heavenly Father is just. Your punishment is the same as Waldfrey's. Those who violate the rights of the guests will be lit up in a sky lantern after they die. What's a sky lantern? It sounds scary. Sansa trembled. It's really bad. It's like burning your soul in a fire. You have to keep your senses sharp at all times. Arya sighed bitterly. Mother screams so miserably. Go down and accompany her. Talk to her and cheer her up. Mother has 5 children. Am I the only one who's going to hell to accompany her? Sansa said with a gloomy expression. Little Dany will go abroad with Simba to be the crown princess. When she gives birth, one of her sons will be chosen to inherit the crown. During this time, the 7 kingdoms' affairs will be managed by the king's hand. What? Sansa was furious. Which idiot came up with this idea? If that bitch Marjorie takes over all the important matters, will my grandson still be able to get his throne back? Arya rolled her eyes and said, Why do you think Bran is still in King's Landing? Just for the tournament? Damn it! Sansa was stunned. When she realized what was going on, her expression turned ugly. I invited Bran to be my prime minister, but he rejected me coldly. Bran can't serve you because he's the Dragon Queen's White Knight, but he can serve the Dragon Queen's daughter-in-law and grandson. Don't you understand this? Arya said calmly, What does this have to do with me going to hell? When Bran rules the 7 kingdoms, he will work hard and love the people. He will work hard to benefit the 7 kingdoms and earn more merits. So, do you understand? You're working hard. We're all working hard too. No one is free. It's not that I'm not willing to work hard, but Sansa held her sister's hand and begged, Can I change my position? For example, if the Holy Mother revives me, I promise I won't keep any pretty boys around. I'll work hard every night and be vigilant all the time. Do you think that's possible? The Holy Mother doesn't even care about Ygritte. Sansa's pale face turned gloomy. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, Good, very good. I love my mother and am willing to share some of her sins. But no one is alone. I have a daughter too. Arya, tell the Holy Mother that I want to visit Dany in her dreams and let her know that I'm suffering in hell. She's a filial child. Not only will she share her merits with me, she will also go down to hell to light the lanterns. As for my son-in-law, I won't accept any betrothal gifts. He'll come and light the lanterns for his grandmother. Oh, right, and my future grandchildren. Sansa became more excited as she spoke. Let all of Dany's descendants go to hell to light the lanterns for my mother. Ha ha ha. Arya was shocked. Maybe for my mother I can try, she said with a strange expression. 5 years later, at the foot of Changbai Mountain, a stone city was being built. Hundreds of free people were shouting and working hard. Northern Ice King, Jon, is about to give birth. Suddenly, a red-haired old man walked out of a rough stone tower in the center of the city. He made a trumpet with his hands and shouted at the construction site in the west. Jon was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly removed the stone from his shoulder and threw it on the ground before running back to his castle. It's only afternoon now. Didn't they say it would only be at night? Did something go wrong? Is in her 30s, almost 40. She seems to be a little old, he said nervously. That old man, Machiro, said it's normal. It's very difficult for a pregnant woman to determine the date of her labor. It's almost impossible to pinpoint the exact time, Tormund said with his white hair. As they spoke, the two of them arrived outside Waer's bedroom. However, they were stopped by Manslade. The former king of savages also had white hair, but his body was still straight and strong. Men shouldn't go in when a woman is giving birth. You should cheer her on from outside. Hearing his wife's heart-wrenching screams, Jon's forehead broke out in sweat. You'll give birth to a daughter. I saw it in the prophecy. Don't be afraid. Did not reply. Instead, a strange, singing voice came from inside the room. The Holy Mother gazes tenderly and waits quietly. An angel flies in gracefully, watching the sunrise of life. His cries are like the sounds of nature. The Holy Mother smiles. An angel is about to arrive. They could tell that the singer was an old man. His voice was rough and monotonous, but it contained a strange power that could calm one's heart, focus one's energy, and fill the pregnant woman with strength. Even the womb moved rhythmically to the tune. This is the song of childbirth. John heaved a sigh of relief. According to the priest's statistics, since the song of childbirth became 7 gods 3 years ago, more than 70% of the pregnant women who had been assisted gave birth naturally. More than half of the remaining 30% were able to give birth successfully under the combined effects of the holy healing technique and the song of childbirth. Moreover, Machiro had obtained 2 doctorates in the profession of scalpel priest and pharmacy priest. Gwa, gwa, gwa. As expected, in less than an hour, the child's loud cries could be heard. It really is a girl. Inside the room, Dana exclaimed, "Oh my, what's going on? How did this happen?" John had just been overjoyed when he heard his sister-in-law's panic cries. "What's wrong?" He could not help but push open the door and rush in. There were many people in the room. Manslade's daughter, Tormund's granddaughter-in-law. There were 7 or 8 of them. They were all staring blankly at the bloody baby in Dana's arms. Seeing John in such a hurry, they all had strange looks in their eyes. They wanted to say something, but stopped themselves. "This is my daughter." John did not notice their expressions. There was no one else in his field of vision. The red-haired baby girl, who was crying with her mouth open, occupied all his attention. Wait, red hair. John rubbed his eyes. It was not blood. The thick tuft of hair was really red, like fire. "Why is this child red-haired?" his sister-in-law mumbled. Manslade, who had followed them in, was stunned. He looked at John's dark brown curly hair, then at his wife's long blonde hair. His sister-in-law had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as his wife. The tenacity of the caste had become a fact that everyone knew. Theoretically, this child should have awakened the Targaryen's silver hair and purple eyes, or silver blonde hair and blue eyes. "What's wrong? Why are you all in a daze?" Giving the child a bath, Tormund said, scratching his head in confusion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone in the room looked at his head. Manslade frowned and turned to the only red-haired man in the room. He sighed. "Tormund, John made you the commander of the castle to take care of his family while he was building Neverwinter. Is this how you take care of him?" "I took good care of Whale. Listen, the child's cries are so loud. She's as strong as I am." Tormund laughed. "Maybe the red hair is a mutated gene," John said, forcing a smile. Manslade walked to Tormund and asked in a low voice, "Did you and Whale? This child has red hair, and so do you know that the caste is strong?" Tormund was stunned for a moment before realization dawned. "Are you all crazy? You're suspecting that Whale and I are having an affair." "Although we did—" "Shut up!" Whale, who had just woken up, shouted angrily. "What are you all talking about? This is John's and my child." Everyone was silent. John grimaced, not knowing what to do. Whale was so angry that she said with a pale face, "Master Machiro, according to the tradition that has become popular in recent years, the first child of a noble has to have his blood tested in public to gain the recognition of the 7 gods and the people of the territory. You can try it now, in front of us." The dark-skinned priest glanced at the Northern Ice King and walked to Dana's side. He tapped the baby's foot lightly. A drop of blood the size of a grain of rice seeped out of the foot, which was still stained with blood. Machiro did not take John's blood. Instead, he used the simplest king's blood verification spell to ignite the blood. Boom! The bean-sized flame instantly expanded by more than 3 feet, and its color became a noble, deep purple. Ah, king's blood, top king's blood. What powerful mana. Machiro was shocked. This is my daughter. John was overjoyed. Yes, she's most likely your princess. Tormund does not have king's blood, Machiro said with certainty. Hey, old man, are you looking down on me? After all, I'm Marquis Tormund. Tormund said, unhappily. After the little princess was cleaned, changed, and breastfed, Machiro took a drop of her and John's blood for a more complicated and formal genetic comparison spell. This time, all the nobles and famous commoners of Neverwinter were present. This had indeed gradually become a tradition among the nobles. It was not only popular in Westeros. A year ago, when the eldest grandson of the Dragon Queen was born, a similar ritual had been carried out. Yes, it had gradually become a ritual that represented the recognition of the 7 gods and the heavens and earth. Similar to how Erlu and Renly used the excuse that Joffrey was not Robert's biological son to start a rebellion, it was almost impossible for this to happen again in the future. Under the witness of the Holy Mother, this is the daughter of Ice King Jon Targaryen and Queen Valle Ryder. Machiro held the baby girl wrapped in white bear fur and chanted a song of blessing loudly. A ray of holy light descended from the sky and landed on the swaddling clothes. Princess, princess! The nobles and commoners cheered loudly. Perhaps I have a red-haired ancestor. Valle was not angry after the incident. She knew the principle of the strong caste. All right, she had no reason to be angry. After all, her past, 7 days later, when the baby was being baptized, her great-aunt Dany revealed the mystery to the couple. Look at her. Round face, flat nose, red hair. Can't you think of anyone? Dany looked at the baby girl in her arms like an artist appreciating a painting that had been completed with great effort. Ygritte, John blurted out, then shook his head frantically. How is that possible? Her mother is not Ygritte. She should not look like Ygritte. She doesn't look like Ygritte. She is Ygritte, the reincarnation of Ygritte. Dany's aunt smiled proudly. This. Valle was stunned. Didn't you say that Ygritte's soul had returned to the heavens and earth? John asked suspiciously. Of course it returned to the heavens and earth. If Ygritte's soul entered the child's body, it would not be reincarnation. It would be possession. How could I do such a thing? Is the wheel of reincarnation ready? John's heart skipped a beat. Not yet. Not only will the wheel of reincarnation cleanse the soul, it will also format the mark of life. This child's mark of life is exactly the same as Ygritte's. No matter how strong the caste is, it is not stronger than the mark of life. So, although she has Ur and Valle's bloodline, her specialty is very similar to Ygritte's. Tell me how I should face her in the future. John pulled his hair in frustration. That's your problem. Either you learn from caste, or you happily hand her over to another man. Ha! This was a lifetime of punishment, a lifetime of debt. Another 15 years. King's Landing, the first day of the new year, the first day of the new year. Another new king ascended to the throne. Another martial arts competition to celebrate the new king's ascension. Outside the King's Landing, the people who had changed into new clothes on the first day of the new year were as dense as a forest. In the crowd, the crisp sound of spears breaking could be heard from time to time, accompanied by intense shouts. Beside the Black River, the spring chill was chilly. The river water was clear and slow. One could vaguely see the lonely reflections of 2 gray-robed old monks, one tall and one short. There are so many people in King's Landing, said the short barefoot monk. According to the census a year ago, King's Landing has a permanent population of close to 300,000. Including the farmlands within 100 miles of the outskirts, there are more than 500,000. It's almost the same number as before the long night, said the tall monk. It seems that the 4 seasons are better than the chaotic seasons before, said the barefoot monk. It's also better than the extravagant long summer. Spring plowing and autumn harvesting. The 4 seasons are orderly. There are rewards for hard work and no rewards for not hard work. There's leisure and work, and there's a balance between work and rest. The world is peaceful, said the tall monk. Master Braun, I didn't expect you to have such brilliant ideas. I'm impressed, said the short monk as he cupped his hands. Master Tyrion, you're too kind. You've given up glory, wealth, and beautiful wives to walk the world barefoot for 20 years. You've helped the most remote villages all over the world and built more than 2,000 holy light totem poles. You've truly done a great service, praised Master Braun. I'm all alone and wandering in the wilderness. I can't compare to you, who's cultivating in the holy hall during the day and having children and grandchildren at dinner. You're the best of all worlds, said the dwarf master as he shook his head. Ha ha ha, you're just too greedy. How can you become a god without suffering? Laughed Braun. Everyone has to have some goals, said the dwarf. Yesterday was the eve of the new year. The new king invited the vassals for a reunion dinner. You came to King's Landing, but didn't go to Red Fort. Where did you spend it? Asked Braun with concern. When I passed by a village outside the city, I met a peasant girl. She saw that I was all alone and pitiful, so she warmly cooked a pot of pork and cabbage dumplings for me. The taste, the dwarf smacked his lips and sighed. Even the table full of delicacies in Red Fort can't compare to it. Braun looked at him in surprise and saw that his face was full of sincerity and praise. He nodded and said, Very good. You've reached a certain level. I'm a peak level 4 priest. My level is definitely higher than a level 3 priest like you, said the dwarf calmly. Braun smiled and didn't argue. He asked again, Have you met King Ymont? Ymont. A look of reminiscence appeared on the dwarf's face. After mulling over the name for a long time, he shook his head and said, I've never seen him before. What's his character like? Braun turned his head and lifted his chin toward the venue of the tournament. He's right there. Aren't you going to take a look? I don't know if he can repeat his father's achievements and win the crown of love and beauty for his fiancée. One look and you can only see his face. It's hard to know his heart, said the dwarf. Braun thought for a while and said, His character is all right. Although the Empress doesn't like this grandson very much, she still kept him by her side and taught him step by step. Other things aside, he has activated the 3 blessings of the human crown. Only the 3 blessings. The dwarf frowned. The Heavenly Father's blessing is just. The Holy Mother's protection is benevolent and loving. The warrior's armor is brave and fearless. It's enough for the king, said Braun. The dwarf nodded and asked again, Ymont is Leg's eldest son. Why doesn't the Empress like him? That kid is a bit like you. He's very flirtatious. At the age of 13, he impregnated a court lady. More importantly, that court lady was the daughter of Marquis Ellie. Do you still remember Ellie? The Empress Centaur maid, said the dwarf. That's her. The Empress originally wanted him to marry the court lady, but that kid actually said that he didn't like her at all. It was only because the moonlight was too mesmerizing that he couldn't help himself. Tell me, is that something a human would say? He's just like you back then. They all say that nephews resemble their uncles. Crown Prince Leg isn't like you, but his son really is. Not only is he lecherous, but he's also glib-tongued, quick-witted, and sharp-tongued. The dwarf's mouth twitched. The Empress let him off. How is that possible? The muscles on Braun's face twitched a few times as he raised 2 fingers. A total of 200 lashes. No matter how much the crown princess begged, it was useless. Her skin and flesh were lacerated, and even her eyelids were charred. She had to lie in bed, for a full half a year. When Prince Yimont recovered, he was immediately sent to the king's landing as a preparatory king. I'll go and meet that kid later. The dwarf was somewhat interested. Tyrion? Suddenly, a group of knights who were about to return to their tents stopped. An old man in golden lion armor even spurred his horse excitedly and ran over. It's really you. Under the golden helmet, tears flowed down the wrinkles on his face. Jaime, you... The dwarf couldn't help but step forward. Looking at his golden-haired brother, his eyes were also wet. You're old. Jaime jumped off his horse and punched him. He smiled and said, I'm already 70. How can I not be old? Aren't you old too? Your hair is white, your face is full of wrinkles, and you're so skinny and dark. I almost couldn't recognize you. Uncle, old master. Following that, another young knight led a 4 or 5-year-old boy over to greet him. You're Tywin, aren't you? Seeing the handsome young man, who was almost Jaime's reappearance yesterday, the dwarf's calm state of mind, which he had cultivated for 20 years, was also broken. He trembled his rough hands and stroked his cheeks. It's me, Uncle. Tywin was a little embarrassed, but he didn't avoid it. Good boy. You're all grown up. The dwarf tiptoed and patted Tywin's shoulder, then looked at the little one beside him. He was a living little Jaime. Ha ha! 3 generations of grandfather and grandson. They're all carved from the same mold. The dwarf laughed loudly. You guys chat. I'll go back to the city first. Bronn took his leave at the right time. Where have you been all these years? Jaime hugged the dwarf and asked. I've wandered around. I've been to the Westeros, beyond the Great Wall, Ursos. I've even returned to the western region. I've only wandered around the remote mountain villages. Why bother? Looking at his brother's big black feet, which were like old tree bark, Jaime felt very uncomfortable. What you love to enjoy the most. Now, the dwarf raised his hand and interrupted him. He smiled and said, I'm really good. For the past 20 years, my heart has never felt so peaceful. Now that you're back, don't leave again. I don't have many years left to live. At least wait until I die. You can only leave after you've sent me off. Jaime said sadly, Come on, Barristan is already over 100 years old. Isn't he still vigorous? The dwarf smiled and followed the knights, walking towards Lannister's camp. The knights dismounted from their horses, silently but curiously sizing up the little devil who had already become a legend. Sir Barristan is the first holy knight to break through to demigod. After 500 years, he's still vigorous. I'm not even a holy knight. How can I compare? Jaime shook his head and smiled bitterly. The dwarf's eyes flashed, and he said meaningfully, Of course you can. Jaime, actually, I came back this time mainly for you. After entering the tent, the dwarf had Tywin lead the others out of the door. Then, he carefully took out something from his pocket and handed it to his brother. What is it? Jaime opened the cloth bag and saw a scroll of parchment with golden runes on its surface. Divine Comedy. He looked at the dwarf in confusion. In the winter 7 years ago, I was taking shelter from the rain under a banana tree in the Barren Mountains. When I was about to fall asleep in a daze, old Yimont came looking for me. 7 years ago, at that time, old Yimont was already dead. Jaime said curiously, Let me finish. The dwarf waved his hand. He had long hair and a long beard. His hair and beard were silver white. He even wore a holy white robe, as if he was a saint. I asked him, Why are you here? But he smiled and asked, Why are you here? I said, I'm cultivating. He laughed and shook his head, saying, There are 7 paths in the human world. You're only cultivating diligently in the human path. You're too slow. Let me help you. After saying that, He casually tossed a huge picture scroll toward me. I seemed to see ghosts and 7 layers of hell pouncing toward me. I immediately woke up from my dream. "You were dreaming?" Jamie asked curiously. The dwarf pointed at the parchment scroll. "After I woke up, I had this in my hands. Yimont must have reached a realm that we can't understand. Sigh, that old man was lucky. He was directly canonized by my sister." With a sigh, he explained, "This Divine Comedy is a poem written by old Yimont after he traveled through hell, heaven, and the human world. He obtained countless inspirations from the undead. Old Yimont was a scholar. It's not a big deal that he could write poems. But this Divine Comedy contains information about heaven and hell. It even contains the secret to becoming a saint. The old man was a good person. He didn't forget me even after he died." Hearing this, Jamie's curiosity was immediately piqued. He opened the scroll and first saw Hell Chapter. First level of hell, 18 punishments. Swoosh, endless golden light immediately blinded him. In a daze, he seemed to have come to a strange place. Hymns were singing in his ears. Before him was a dark, evil spirit. In front of a cross, a 3-meter-tall, strong man laughed loudly as he grabbed the wailing man's tongue and pulled with all his might. "Jamie, snap out of it!" The dwarf shouted. The illusion before him, the wailing, laughing, and hymns in his ears all disappeared. Jamie was at a loss. Read the words in the Divine Comedy, and your consciousness will follow you to hell or heaven, the dwarf said. How scary! Jamie was shocked. Essentially, it's still a poem. It's just that the words have become more direct images. What's the use of this thing? Jamie was puzzled. It's not some secret magic record. It's just like any other book. It can increase one's knowledge and understanding of life. In the end, cultivation and the cultivation of the heart are all about understanding. Seeing that Jamie was still at a loss, the dwarf wrapped up the parchment again. You don't understand now. When you become a holy knight and read the Divine Comedy again, you should have a different feeling. Perhaps when that time comes, you'll be able to see the person you should have left behind but can't forget. Old brother, I hope this Divine Comedy can help you start a new life, he said meaningfully. I'm in my 70s. I've seen the end of my life. What new life do I have? Besides, I'm not a holy knight. Jamie smiled bitterly. Tywin even has a son. Why don't you quickly convert to the Holy Mother? Even if you can't compare to Barristan and old Yimont, you'll only live to 100 years. You still have more than 20 years to live. Actually, I'm preparing to join the Holy Church. Jamie smiled. I've already made an agreement with Lancel. After attending Scar Yimont's wedding, I'll become a monk in the Holy Church and become his disciple. Scar Yimont? What kind of lousy name is that? The dwarf said with a grin. You'll understand once you see him. The dwarf nodded. I'll go find him later. Remember, only you can read the Divine Comedy. You can tell the contents of the poem to others, but you must never let others see its true appearance. Some things were clearly created out of good intentions, but once they fall into the hands of evil people, they will turn into the most terrifying magic weapon, he said solemnly. Okay, I'll remember. After the Lannister had lunch together, the dwarf said goodbye to them. I've traveled all over the Westeros and Ursos. Next, I'll go to Sosros. There are many natives living in the wilderness there. I'll convert them and use the light of the 7 gods to cleanse the savages of their stench and savagery. Don't worry about me. In the future, the 7 Stars Bible might have a story about a dwarf turning into a beard. Jamie, take care. Tywin, little Tyrion, Grandpa will pray for you every day. The dwarf left as soon as he said so. He was very decisive. But before he left, he also went to the Red Castle and saw Scar Yimont, who was said to be very similar to him. Just as Jamie said, after seeing him, he immediately understood why he had such a nickname. Yimont had been slashed several times by his uncle and father-in-law, directly on his face and head. The scars left behind had a curse. They would never heal. When Yimont was sad, the wounds would split open. After Yimont was sent to King's Landing, he traveled to the north and was warmly received by his uncle. Then he stole his uncle's daughter. War was very satisfied with this son-in-law, but his father-in-law, John, almost went crazy. "Ha ha ha, you have guts. You're just like me." The dwarf laughed. Another 3 years later, hot summer, outside the great basilica. "You came to the basilica to pray?" Jamie looked at the female knight who was still tall, still ugly, and still had gentle eyes. His expression was very complicated. "I also want to join the warrior's sons," Brini said softly. "You're already a holy white knight, blessed by the Holy Mother," Jamie said. "I want." Brini's coarse round face blushed slightly. She bit her fat caterpillar-like lips and mustered her courage. "Jamie, I've thought about it for many years and finally understood one thing. The glory of the knights, the recognition of the Dragon Queen, and the praise of countless people for the naked Iron Guards are not what I really want. I discovered that the days when I escorted you to King's Landing, the days when I spent with you, were the most memorable memories of my life. When you were in Casterly Rock City, I could still hold back my thoughts, but in the 3 years since you came to the Great Basilica, I could not help but look in the direction of the Tower of Light as long as I stood on the top of the Red Keep. I can't help it anymore. You're in your 70s, and I'm in my 60s. Maybe I can still live for a few more decades, but I'm afraid that when I get older, I won't have the energy to say these things, to do. I don't want to do anything. I just want to see you every day. We can practice martial arts together and pray under the statue of the Holy Mother. That's enough." Jamie's eyes reddened, and he felt an inexplicable impulse. "No, it's not enough." He took a step forward and grabbed her rough hand. "We can still live for a few more decades, or even decades. We still have time to do some things that we couldn't do before." "What things?" Brini's big eyes were filled with anticipation and confusion. "Let all the rules go to hell. Let's get married first, and then we'll travel the world with our swords. We'll see the beauty of the world, see the customs of various places, and eat various traditional delicacies. I'm tired of staying in Westeros. Let's go find Tyrion. He's also a cultivator. Let him officiate our wedding," Jamie said excitedly. "All right, let all the rules go to hell." 2 streams of tears flowed down Brini's face. She pulled out the Oathkeeper's sword with a laugh and threw it on the ground. Then she tore off the white robe behind her. The golden rune between her eyebrows flickered, and the seal of the Holy Knight shattered. "Ha ha ha." Jamie also took off the striped cape of the warrior's son and removed the seal of the Holy Knight in his sea of consciousness. He laughed and hugged the tall woman. The 2 of them hugged each other like they were hugging the entire world. Chapter 11:02. "Dragon Queen, don't burn me. It was as if time and space were being distorted. The sound and the light before his eyes were being stretched infinitely. In the next moment, Asha looked around blankly. The terrifying fire that made one's soul tremble, the beautiful palace that had turned into ashes in the fire, her father Balan, and her uncle Iron had all disappeared. She sat cross-legged on the beach with 2 young men lying beside her. They were Dunk and Thornton, who had entered the flowing water palace with her. "The sun is out. Where is this?" Asha murmured. The sun was shining brightly here. The hills were covered in green grass, and the sky and water were both jade green. There were many tourists in the vicinity, and those people who were wearing strange clothes and holding strange big black boxes were looking at her strangely. Look at her. Why did she enter the Naga altar? Yeah, isn't the Naga altar not open to the public? No, she and two other people suddenly appeared in the Naga altar. Have you seen her before? Looking at their classic leather armor, they should be actors from the island. They specialize in acting as the ancient Iron Seed pirates. Oh my, she has the Greyjoy family's sea monster emblem on her chest. She must be a big shot. Don't you think her temperament is very different? There was a kind of savagery that was rarely seen among ladies nowadays. Help me take a picture. Ka. What magic are you using? The small silver iron pot on top of the big black box emitted a dazzling light. Asha was frightened and covered her face as she retreated, hiding behind the Naga's rib. She was convinced that although the environment and people had changed drastically, this was definitely Old Wake Island. Someone come. Priest Thale, Dunstan Zhuagu. Is there anyone from the Zhuagu family? As soon as she finished speaking, the sky immediately darkened. Old Wake Island's Nagarib scenic area is temporarily closed. Distinguished guests, please leave in an orderly manner. In view of the inconvenience caused by this action, Iron Seed Culture Travel Company is willing to make sincere compensation. A rumbling sound came from above. Asha looked up blankly and saw a cylindrical sail that was even bigger than a castle. There was clearly a 20-meter-long wooden boat hanging below. While she was still in a daze, 7 or 8 ropes were thrown down from the side of the wooden boat. A group of soldiers in strange clothes slid down from the sky. Among them, a handsome, pretty boy with silver hair and purple eyes came to her side. He stopped 2 steps away and said in a low voice, "Grandma Asha, I'm Theon Greyjoy, your 6th-generation grandson. It's not convenient to talk here. Let me take you back to Pike City first." "Brat, are you trying to scare me? I don't even have a son. How can I have a grandson?" Although Asha was a little suspicious, she didn't reject him when she saw his sincere expression and the palm-sized golden sea monster tribe emblem on her left chest. He grabbed her waist and pulled her up to the wooden ship in the sky. "Little Theon, why aren't they coming up?" The smell of fresh meat was refreshing. Asha couldn't help but lean into his arms and deliberately use her thigh to rub against his sensitive part. Little Theon's face turned red, and little Theon's blood began to rush. "Grandma, I'm really your 6th-generation grandson. Stop fooling around." Theon smiled bitterly and used his leg to push her leg away. He looked down at the soldiers who were pulling the ropes near the Naga's ribs and said, "It's been 100 years since you entered the flowing water palace. You died in the first fire and returned from it. The first fire is the most powerful force in the world. I'm worried that the place you appeared in has terrible magical radiation. It has to be quarantined and inspected before it can be opened to tourists again. As for the 2 knights, Dunk and Thornton, their people will take them back. As early as half a month ago, we received the news that you were about to be resurrected." Asha didn't understand many of the words, but she understood her situation. 100 years later. Are you kidding? 100 years have passed since the long night. Sigh, it's strange, but it's the truth. At this moment, the 2 were pulled up to the deck of the wooden boat by ropes. An old woman in a white robe came and said with a kind smile, "Asha, we broke into the flowing water palace at the same time that day. It's been 100 years since we last met. Do you still recognize me? You're not Dunstan's wife, Madam Mandy, but you didn't go to the flowing water palace at that time." Asha was puzzled. "Ha ha ha." The old woman with the iron crutch looked up and laughed. "Asha, I'm Taman. I used to be called Thale. People called me Sanyanren." "You're Thale? Do you think I'm stupid or blind? These 2 lumps of Hanako are bigger than me." Priest Taman sighed. "I can understand. For you, the world has changed too much. Let me explain it to you slowly. Hum, chi, kacha, 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 kacha. The whistle at the stern of the boat sounded. First, it spewed out a long white gas and green flames. Then the propeller turned, and the wooden boat drew a white line in the sky with a whoosh. "What's that?" Asha, who was on the deck, was completely unprepared. She was careless and was almost knocked down by the sudden acceleration. "Wildfire steam engine." Thean said, "Wildfire? I know about wildfire. We all use wildfire to burn the deviant ghosts. But what's a steam engine?" "Grandma, you don't call me Grandma. Call me Asha." "All right, Asha, have you ever seen a kettle after boiling water? Is the lid pushed open by the steam, and you can't hold it down no matter how hard you try? Are you crazy? I'm a duke. Why would I boil water? Why would I hold the lid open when I've eaten so much?" Asha asked curiously. Thean was speechless. Sigh. Asha has to start from a small school to get used to life now. She has to at least graduate from high school, if not university. Priest Taman sighed. "Tell me about what happened after the flowing water palace." Asha said, "You're at a disadvantage. Balon and Iron shouldn't have taken you away." Taman rambled on and told her about her experiences over the years. "It's really been 100 years. Asha came to the side of the boat. The wind blew her long hair. The picturesque scenery of the land was unfamiliar to her. After you became a woman, didn't you feel uncomfortable at all? You seemed to be very happy." After a while, she turned around and asked curiously, "If I were to constantly integrate into the life of a mortal with this body, it would indeed be difficult and shameful. But I'm a cultivator. With such a gifted body, I was like a fish in water in the process of cultivation. The carefree cultivation quickly suppressed the physical inconveniences. I feel very good now." Thean said with a face full of reverence, "Master Taman is not only a level 5 divine priest, but also a level 5 demigod water wizard. Even after the long night, a large number of demigods were born. Iron Crutch Old Woman Taman was still among the top." "A lot of demigods, but demigods are still gods," Asha said in disbelief. "We came at a good time, not to mention the priest. How could we not be devout after witnessing such a miraculous era?" Iron Crutch Old Woman sighed. "Extraordinaries who have great merit in the long night have a chance to enter the investiture of the gods. Due to the mysterious connection between the investiture of the gods and the cauldron of the divine king, those who enter the investiture of the gods can more easily sense the laws in the sea of laws. Actually, the main reason is the heavenly emperor." Thean interrupted. "The heavenly emperor is too strong. Asha, you were able to be reborn perfectly, which is enough to prove the extent of her control over the first flame." "Heavenly Emperor, Dragon Queen." Yes, after the long night ended, there were many cities in the world that did not submit to her. Dragon Queen naturally became the #1 empress in the world. All the kings in the world, including the kings of the 7 countries, are her subjects, and all the extraordinaries know that she is also the king of gods. Her dual identity as the divine king and first emperor made her respectfully known as the heavenly emperor. Taman said leisurely. Asha was startled and asked, "Is she still the empress?" Taman pointed at the rumbling metal lump at the back of the ship. She was the one who popularized the wildfire steam engine. Almost all the changes in the world's politics, economy, culture, technology, and other aspects are related to her. She remade the world in her early years and is still guiding the world's direction. "Is she married now?" Asha asked again. "Which man in the world do you think can straighten his back in front of her? Let's not talk about whether a man can straighten his back. As long as his penis can be propped up, it's fine. With such a foundation, it can't be without an heir, right?" Asha said, "She has a son." Taman popularized the Dragon Queen's family again. "Targaryens are not worth much now. There are hundreds of them, all descendants of the Dragon Queen. The old woman pointed at the young man and said, "Look at Theon's back. That's the emblem of the pentashade dragon Targaryen. His mother is Dany, the princess of the Targaryen family, the third daughter of Duke Rhaegar of Dragonstone Island. Yes, Duke Rhaegar is a fourth-generation grandson that the Heavenly Emperor likes very much. No wonder he's so good-looking." Asha muttered, "Our family will get a lot of benefits from the marriage with the Targaryens, right? Sigh, it's different now. If I was born a few decades earlier, I might have been granted a dukedom. Now, it's hard to even see the face of the old ancestor." Theon shook his head and smiled bitterly. At least the family's talent has been improved. Which of the great dukedom families in the world doesn't want to marry a Targaryen princess as their mistress? The Heavenly Emperor's bloodline is the greatest benefit. If it weren't for Lord Robb's personal appearance, Duke John would have no hope of marrying the famous Dany as lady. Tamon said faintly. Theon was silent. Asha said blankly, "Robb, John, who are they?" "Robb is the son of your brother, Theon. John is Theon's father. His name comes from the legendary hero, Fool John. Robb is also the adopted son of Fool John. So, Greyjoy and Targaryen have a deep relationship." Tamon said. Asha was even more confused. "My brother is a eunuch. I thought Theon was my uncle's descendant. And Fool John, I've never heard of him. Victarion married Little Rose, but didn't leave Inami above." Asha shouted excitedly. "Which Little Rose? Is it the shit Rose Marjorie? How did the two of them get together?" The evil and depraved Inami is a thing of the past. Now, we all believe in the seven gods. For Drowner," Tamon said awkwardly. Then she explained the experiences of the few legendary characters to Asha. "I didn't expect so many things to happen after that." Asha was in a daze. "I'm not surprised that Theon had an illegitimate son. When that guy's second son was still around, he never let it rest. I even remember Robb's mother, standing at the dock with a silly look on her face as Theon left. Theon was very embarrassed. "Asha, the wind on the deck is strong. Let's go to the bottom of the ship," he said. "Don't flying wooden ships stand on the deck?" It was only after they entered the cabin that Asha realized how foolish her words were. The ship was not too fast. It was about the speed of a normal horse, about 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. However, it was a little high. Coupled with the rotation of the steel propeller at the stern, the wind on the deck was especially strong. But once they entered the cabin, not only was the wind gone, the roar of the wildfire steam engine was almost inaudible. It was a small room that was as luxurious as a palace. There were glass windows installed at the bottom and sides. Sitting on a comfortable leather sofa, one could taste red wine while admiring the white clouds floating past them. When one looked down, one could see the rolling hills and plains. That's not right. Is Old Wake Island that big? We've been flying for so long, but we still haven't seen the sea? Oh, back in the day, the Dragon Queen saw that our Iron Islands were too barren, so she used her great magic to fill in the sea between a few islands. Tamon said casually. Clang! Asha's crystal glass fell from her right hand and onto the ground. Chapter 1103. Aunt Asha, you're finally back. Father was still talking about you when he was dying. The airship had just landed on the lawn in front of the castle when old Robb walked over shakily. Sigh, before I opened my eyes, I didn't even know I had a nephew. When I opened my eyes again, you're already so old. But apart from you, no one in the Greyjoy family really misses me. Looking at the skinny old man with wrinkled skin and white hair in front of her, Asha could not help but feel a sense of loneliness. Don't say that, Aunt. We all know you and have been waiting for your return, said a silver-haired, purple-eyed woman in a red dress with a smile. Oh, You really do look a little like the Dragon Queen. You're Danny, right? Asha looked at the elegant and noble woman, muttering to herself, "My son is already an adult, but why does he look younger than me? And it's me. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, John. My eldest daughter, Danny, my second daughter. Danny, see, Asha felt a little dizzy as she watched the beautiful Danny greeting her and calling her Grandma one after another. Also, their clothes were so strange. What were they called? Suits and bell-bottoms? First, under Danika's guidance, she toured the refurbished Pike City. At night, she had dinner with her grandchildren and the vassals of the Iron Archipelago who had heard the news. Only then did she return to her old bedroom, exhausted. It was actually old Rob's bedroom, as it belonged to the Duke of the Iron Islands. It used to be the main building of Pike City. And Asha, I knew you were coming back, so I cleaned up the tower in advance. Old Rob sighed emotionally. Kids nowadays live in fashionable villas. There's a generation gap between them and us nostalgic old people. Asha had seen Danny's villa today. It was an empty, clean, and bright empty house. I'm still young. I also like big houses with tiled walls, floor-to-ceiling glass, and balconies, she said. Then I'll get you another one? Old Rob was stunned. Forget it. I like big houses, but I like this tower even more. Here, I have more memories. This painting. Asha stopped in front of a huge oil painting at the head of the bed. The painting was of a young woman with a somewhat familiar face. Is she your wife? She asked. I hope she is, but she is only my dream, my moon. I can see her every day and feel her gentleness, but her gentleness doesn't belong to me alone. Old Rob stared straight at the smiling woman wearing a garland in the oil painting and said in a daze, seeing an old man in heat, Asha got goosebumps. Never thought you were a poet, she said dryly. Poet? Old Rob was taken aback for a moment before he smiled in realization. Aunt, you misunderstood. I wasn't reciting a poem. What I said was the truth. She's the real moon goddess. She was the daughter of Queen Sansa, also known as Danny Lees. We grew up together. Later, I became Lord John's adopted son, and she went to Slaves Bay. We parted ways. Oh, so she's the daughter of rotten-ass Sansa. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. She really looks like her mother. Asha suddenly realized. Aunt, don't say that. Queen Sansa is very good to my father and to me. I grew up by her side, and she almost treats me like a son. Rob said uncomfortably, if she's good to you, why didn't she marry her daughter to you? Asha scoffed. That's because she's better to her own daughter. You have to be content with what you have and know how to be grateful. What kind of person would you be if you forgot all your previous kindness when things didn't go your way? Old Rob said magnanimously, you're very unlike Greyjoy. Your grandfather or any of your uncles wouldn't say that. Asha said strangely, my father would say that. Old Rob smiled. Asha smiled as well. It's good the way it is now. What does the moon goddess mean? She asked again. Do you see the moon outside? Yes, it's very big. It's even brighter than when we were here. Asha walked to the window and looked at the half-moon in the sky. Just 20 years ago, there was no moon in the sky. When Danny became a demigod, the Dragon Queen lit up the moon again. Danny also left the human world and ascended to the astral world to take control of the lunar star, which is the moon. Prince Leg also ended his 80-year career as the crown prince. He rode a carriage forged by the sun god armor and guarded the sun star for the sky emperor. I can understand that the Dragon Queen's son and daughter-in-law became demigods, but why was there no sun or moon before? Why did they only start forging 20 years ago? Asha was puzzled. The sun before was the Dragon Queen herself. The Dragon Queen's light illuminated the world. Later, our world was cut off from the four-pole universe, and we could no longer extract the power of the four elements. At that time, without external energy, we could only extract the power of the Earth's fire from the Earth's core. The Dragon Queen simply took a ball of Earth's fire from the Earth's core and used the Song of Fire to solidify it into the secondary first flame. 1,000 fire spirits ate it. After eating the secondary first flame, the fire spirits all became demigods. 1,000 demigod small suns were installed with strange runes, forming a giant true sun that would never be extinguished. Prince Leg's sun chariot carried that sun. I don't understand at all. Asha was confused. It's okay if you don't understand. Just think of Prince Leg as the Lord of the Sun and Danny as the Master of the Moon. Auntie, you've been out of touch for too long. A lot of knowledge can't be explained to outsiders without systematic learning. When the Imperial University reopens, why don't you go to King's Landing with Danny and be a transfer student in the history department? Old Rob suggested. I'm already 30 years old, and you want me to be a student? Or are you trying to chase me away? Asha was suspicious. Oh, what are you saying, Auntie? The old man's face was red with anxiety. He stomped his feet and said, I swear to the 7 gods that I have no bad intentions. If you don't want to leave the Iron Islands, you can go to Ocean University in Great Wick City to study. However, Ocean University is only a secondary school. It mainly trains sailors and sea shapeshifters. Its faculty is far inferior to the world's #1 Imperial University. Although King's Landing Imperial University is only a branch of Imperial University. What secondary school? Asha suddenly felt that she really should go to Imperial University for a few years. Secondary university can be regarded as the count of universities. Primary university is the Duke, while Imperial University is the King. Oh, I see. Imperial University specializes in training the children of royalty. Asha was enlightened. No, commoners can also enter as long as they pass the exam. Old Rob waved his hand. I remember that when you went to the Flowing Water Palace, the 7 kingdoms already had elementary and intermediate magic schools. He was confused. Haha, commoners need to take an exam to enter, but nobles are exempted. Isn't that like accompanying the prince to study? Asha laughed. You're not completely wrong. Nobles do have preferential treatment, but it's only based on their title. It's impossible to completely exempt them from the exam. What about me? Old Rob sighed. You're a transfer student. You don't have a graduation certificate or participate in the final exam. Imperial University's official students, if they have excellent grades, will be conferred a title by the royal family when they graduate. They'll be court knights without fiefs. Some star students are even recruited by the king in advance before they graduate and are selected as their own ministers. Let me think. I haven't even explored the Iron Islands enough. I don't want to go to King's Landing immediately, Asha said. In less than half a month, Asha changed her mind and decided to go to King's Landing to study at Imperial University. There were 2 reasons. First, the Iron Islands had changed too much, and she was unfamiliar with the place. Whether it was Iron Seed commoners or nobles, there was a very obvious generation gap when she interacted with them. Second, she was deeply traumatized and really thirsted for new knowledge and skills. A few days ago, when Countess Harlow brought her daughter to visit her, Asha's mother was from the Harlow family. She gave her a brown leather bag the size of a wine bottle as a gift. Asha felt that her uncle's granddaughter-in-law was insulting her. This little thing was hard and small. What could it hold? Danny and the other women commented on the bag, talking about the leather, the style, the matching with the skirt. They talked endlessly, their faces full of excitement. When she laughed and said, When I took the iron seed out to sea to rob merchant ships, I always hated the fact that the sack wasn't big enough. You little things can't even hold a bigger penis. What's the use of it? Silence. Everyone covered their small mouths and looked at her like frightened quails. She was annoyed by the way they looked at her, like she was a barbarian. She continued to provoke them. You fancy ladies of the Greenland. If you meet the iron seed at sea, you'll probably be scared to tears. Ah, Shah. Any of us ladies here, even me, can easily sweep away all the iron seeds on a ship back in the day, the second daughter of the Duchess said excitedly. According to Asha's request, they no longer called her Grandaunt. They all called her by her name. Little Danny, your bragging ability can sweep away the iron seed on 10 ships. Ha ha ha. Asha raised her head and laughed. Then tragedy befell her. Little Danny, who was only 12 years old, pulled her and asked to play the finger dance game, the most iron seed. I was wrong, little Danny. You know the finger dance and dare to take the initiative to ask to play this game. It shows that you are a good iron seed. At first, she naturally refused and didn't want to bully the little one. However, little Danny didn't give up. The Duchess on the side also laughed and said, "Finger dance is actually just an ordinary child's game. It doesn't matter if you play it." These words deeply irritated Asha. A child's game? Don't think that just because you are called Danny, you are all Danny Lees. Even your ancestors, Danny Lees, didn't dare to say such arrogant words. "Let's try with an axe without a blade," Asha said with a straight face. "No need. We all know the holy healing technique. Cutting off an arm or a hand is a small problem." The Duchess said, "Okay, little Danny Lees, don't howl later." Ow, 2 minutes later, Asha held her broken hand and howled miserably. Every time she threw out the axe, Danny caught it absent-mindedly. She even closed her eyes and shouted, "Asha, too slow, too steady. Faster, use more skills." Asha was confused by anger and used all her strength, but the other side was still at her fingertips. "Asha, you can't do it." Danny Lee seemed to be bored. She opened her eyes and casually threw out the axe. It was so fast, so hurried, so tricky. Before she could react, her wrist was cut off at the elbow. "Why is it like this? Did you use magic, Danny Lees?" Asha's face was pale. "Asha, you are barely a junior knight, and Danny Lees wrinkled her small nose and said with dissatisfaction, "I'm already 12 years old, and I'm only a level 3 Grand Knight. I'm afraid I can't get into the Imperial University. So embarrassing." Asha was dumbfounded. "You are a junior knight if you can move your arm like a finger. You are a level 2 knight if you can lift something heavy. You are a level 3 Grand Knight if you can lift something light. You are a level 4 Earth Knight if you can surpass the mortal. Lady Danny Lees is an Earth Knight. Even Count Harlow covered his red mouth with a jade fan and laughed lightly. "My level is the lowest, but I'm still a level 2 senior knight and a level 2 paladin." Asha was about to crack. The nobles nowadays use my ancestor as the perfect model to raise their young ladies. Danny Lees Targaryen raised her chin and said proudly, "Quiet at home, elegant as a painting. On the battlefield, the sword is like a dragon. The best noblewoman can fight and kill. She is skilled in both magic and martial arts. She can also govern the family, manage the fief, and balance the finances. As for music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and fashion design, they are all small interests and gadgets to pass the time." Asha, Chapter 1104. At dinner time, old Rob came back from the great cathedral. Hearing about what happened in the afternoon, he went to the bedroom to comfort Asha. "Don't take it to heart. Times are different, and the standards of individual strength and ladyship are different. The most obvious change is force. You were born in a time when magic power and force were very weak, but the modern era has entered a new era of low-level magic power and force. Before the Long Night, the level of swordsmanship only existed in theory. Only in the Book of White Knights, Sir Arthur Dane gave a superficial description of it. There was no way to train the body. Because of the lack of understanding of the human body, excessive training would cause the knight apprentices to be crippled. The ancient knight instructors did not dare to set up weight training at all. They only let two noble children hold wooden swords and bang, 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 bang. What can this train? Now, the old man first pointed at his lower abdomen, his heart, and the space between his eyebrows. Then he bent down and lifted the soles of his feet. These 4 storage points were only developed in the last few decades. After special stimulation training, one's speed, stamina, and reaction will increase exponentially. You're not lying to me? I've never heard of such a technique. Asha doubted. Alas, you don't believe me, but don't you believe the Dragon Queen? The old man stared and said, My granddaughter-in-law, Dani, became a 4th-level Earth Knight at the age of 10. At the age of 12, she entered the Valley Mountains alone and caught a shadow lynx. That lynx is raised in our castle's beast house. If you're interested, you can go take a look. PowerPoints are magic, Asha murmured. It has nothing to do with magic. It's just a simple body training method. Have you heard of the story of the Dragon Queen fighting 100 alone and becoming the King of Kal? The old man asked. She didn't use magic? Asha said. At that time, she swore a sacred oath to never use magic. Do you think the Dragon Queen would violate the sacred oath? Did she master the PowerPoint technique at that time? Asha was surprised. No, the body training technique was slowly explored after the Long Night. If she had known the PowerPoint technique earlier, she would not have hidden it in the Long Night. In fact, the current body development techniques are all made public by her, and she updates them every few years. After catching his breath, old Rob continued. The training at the energy storage point needs to be paired with the holy healing technique. The reason why the energy storage point had such a name was because it could store energy. Priests could fill it with holy light. In this way, during physical training, the muscles, bones, and organs of the body would automatically absorb the power of holy light from the accumulation point to improve themselves. Saint healing, is the foundation of the modern knight training method. In the past, we didn't dare to overdo it for fear of causing irreparable damage to our bodies. But now, we can train as much as we want and fully develop our body's potential without worrying about injuries. The saint healing technique is most effective for this kind of physical injury without any side effects. How much stronger are the people who develop power storage points compared to ordinary people? Asha asked enviously. One's physical fitness can be increased by about 2 times. Some people with extraordinary talent can even reach 3 times the previous level. Those who are slightly weaker can at least reach 5 times. If he could become a holy knight and fill his body with the power of the holy light, his strength, speed, and reflexes would continue to increase. Dani was already an Earth Knight at the age of 10, so why is she still an Earth Knight 30 years later? She became a holy knight, but her swordsmanship didn't improve. But the power of the holy light in our Greyjoy family, it's second only to me, this old man. The old man said proudly, You're so old, yet you're still alive. Are you a demigod? Asha asked in surprise. Peak 4th level holy knight, peak 4th level great priest. I'm still a long way from soul ascension, but I'm not that old. The old man smiled, revealing his neat white teeth, and said, The holy light can nourish the body and extend one's life. It's nothing for a modern person to live for 150 years or even 200 years. If I went to Sky Dragon Temple, I would have to bow my head and call them uncle or even grandpa. What's Sky Dragon Temple? Asha was confused. It's a place where a group of old warriors' sons or priests settled down. Many of them are heroes who survived the long night. They complained that the King's Landing's Baylor Cathedral was too noisy, so they went north to the Great Wall, found a corner in the mountains, and built a temple dedicated to asceticism. Because the first abbot of the temple was Targaryen, and he also contributed greatly to the construction of the temple, it was named Sky Dragon Temple. Asha's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, "So if I go to Sky Dragon Temple, I'll see many old friends. There should be many people who know you, but I'm not sure if they'll treat you as a friend." Old Rob said honestly. Thinking of her popularity in the Seven Kingdoms, Asha sighed helplessly and asked a more practical question. "Can you stimulate my power points and help me train my body?" "Yes, but I suggest you go to the Empire University. They have the best teachers. Training the body is only the foundation for improving one's strength, but skills are also very important. I can help you train your body, but my swordsmanship may not be suitable for you." In the past, most of the knights in the Seven Kingdoms didn't even reach the first realm, like an arm wielding the finger. You're already outstanding for being able to grasp the basics of like an arm wielding the finger. But now, the old man looked like he was reminiscing. The 8 years of the long night were also the 8 years when the knight's swordsmanship underwent a qualitative change. Outside, there was the pressure of life and death from the other ghosts, and within the human race, there was the sword god who publicized his swordsmanship understanding. The Holy Knights also used the Holy Knight's seal to obtain the divine art of warrior's sword. In the last battle, at least 50 knights broke through the bottleneck and reached the fourth realm of divine transcendence. For example, Little Rose, whom you looked down on, was only at the realm of light as heavy before the last battle, but after the battle, she successfully broke through to divine transcendence. After 100 years of system development, the legendary divine transcendence is only the threshold of high-level swordsmen now. Only by reaching level 4 in swordsmanship before the age of 14 can you be guaranteed admission to the Empire University. Little Danny only has 1 year left to work hard. Level 4 is the threshold. Then what's the level of a top-level swordsman? Asha asked blankly. Becoming a demigod purely through swordsmanship or sword god is around level 9. Becoming a god through swordsmanship. Is that possible? Asha was doubtful. The Dragon Queen was the first sword god, Jaime Lannister was the second, and his wife Brenny was the third. It wasn't until 50 years later that Sir Barristan barely broke through to sword god, and was the fourth. These are the 4 famous sword gods, and perhaps there are still sword gods who are focused on cultivation and are not known to outsiders. They're all acquaintances. "Am I the weakest one among all the old acquaintances who are still alive?" she asked. "Am I the weakest one? You're still young and full of hope. In the Empire University, you can learn everything you want to learn. With your wisdom and experience, you'll become a modern noble lady in 3 to 5 years." The old man comforted. "Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, fashion appreciation? I can't learn that." Asha shook her head. "A real top-level noble lady doesn't have to master all kinds of fancy skills, but to live a sincere life." Danny and the others liked fashion, so they went to learn the art of fashion. Only commoner girls who want to enter the upper-class circle will spend time studying knowledge that they don't like but can please others. You're already in the circle, so you don't have to cater to the people in the circle. You can do whatever you want and cultivate your hobbies within the bounds of law and tradition, as long as you don't treat ignorance as personality. The gentlemen and ladies in the circle may laugh at your hobbies, but they won't really look down on you. People outside the circle will only praise you for being free and easy and having personality. This is the privilege of nobility. Old Rob said meaningfully. Asha accepted the old man's suggestion that when Danny's summer vacation was over, she would go to King's Landing with her to go to college. Seeing her so motivated, the Greyjoys in the castle were also very happy. Duchess Dany also decided to take part of her time every day to help her aunt with her junior high and high school classes, so that she wouldn't lose face for the sea monster family. But a few days later, Asha couldn't stand it anymore. She found old Rob and complained, "John's wife is good-looking, fertile, skilled in martial arts, and good at running the family, but she's too arrogant. Dany was once the flower of the empire. When she was young, she did have a bit of a princess temper, but after being the matriarch of the Iron Islands for 30 years, her methods should be very smooth, right?" The old man asked curiously, "I think you've adapted to her arrogance in the past 30 years. Asha said, "What did she do?" "When she taught me history, she would often say we Targaryens. When she taught me literature, she kept reading poems praising the Dragon Queen and made me recite them. When she taught me mathematics, she pointed at the mulberry tree and scolded the locust tree, saying that the ancient nobles were all idiots who actually left accounting to the scholars. When she was teaching me magic, she made me learn the Targaryen language, invented by the Dragon Queen. Inami above. I admire the Dragon Queen very much, but I, Greyjoy, don't eat the Dragon Queen's food. So why should I learn the Targaryen language to please her?" She taught you Draconic, right? Square words, right? Is that Draconic? Why should I learn that stuff?" Asha said, unhappily, "You're probably mistaken. Dany is speaking the teaching materials written by the Dragon Queen." The old man said slowly, "Targaryens do like to speak Draconic. As Targaryen, they think they're the brothers of the Megalosaurus. Isn't the Dragon Queen the mother of dragons? She hatched the Megalosaurus from a stone egg and gave birth to Prince Rhaegar. It's not wrong to say that they're brothers. Are they crazy enough to learn from Aaron and turn into dragons by drinking wildfire?" Asha laughed. "This," old Rob said strangely, "it's not unusual for Targaryens to drink wildfire to replenish their magic. When Dany uses Draconic magic, she can transform into a magical fire dragon covered in flames. Drinking wildfire can increase her endurance." "You're kidding, right?" Asha said foolishly. Before the Long Night, most of the magic and witchcraft in the supernatural world used advanced Phileglia and Archaic, while the ancient creatures used Archaic. After the Long Night, the Dragon Queen developed a new magic system for her descendants, which is to use Draconic incantations to imitate the Megalosaurus Draconic magic. For example, dragon roars, dragon flames, fire dragon combat skills, transforming into a dragon, and drinking wildfire to replenish magic were just some of them. At first, only Targaryens learned Draconic, but later priests with fire talent discovered that after switching to Draconic incantations, they could borrow the power of the dragon god to imitate Targaryens' Draconic magic. Thus, Draconic magic began to become a mainstream magic system. Dany taught you Draconic out of kindness. Who better to be a Draconic magic teacher than Targaryen? Chapter 1105. In the early years, Dany graduated from the Imperial University and stayed on as a Draconic magic teacher for a few years. Now that she's willing to teach you alone, you should thank her. As for the Dragon Queen's poems, if you want to learn history, how can you avoid the Dragon Queen? She is history, and her every move is a historical event. And Dany is a Targaryen. What's wrong with saying we Targaryens? It was normal to let the scholars manage the finances in the past, but now, Asha, you also participated in the trial on Fairy Island, right? Of course, we Iron Seed have done all kinds of evil, so we're the targets of the trial, Asha said self-deprecatingly. Old Rob's mouth twitched, and he said, "Back then, the City of Knowledge was also put on trial. What the scholars did was terrifying. Now, All the nobles who went to university understand that the two powers of finance and personnel appointment must be in their own hands. There are no scholars now. I see crows in crows' nests. Aren't the scholars raising them? Asha asked, puzzled. Fewer crows are used, and glass candles are used to transmit information faster. In the past, scholars were also divided into breeders, doctors, tutors, aides, and many other professions. They were more professional, more efficient, and more reliable. Of course, some small nobles with weak assets, such as productive knights, couldn't support so many people, so they could only use the ancient scholar system. So, the City of Knowledge still exists. It was reorganized as the University of Old Town, and there's a major called Ancient Scholar. Just 30 years ago, it was successfully promoted to a university. There are only 7 universities in the world. All right, what you said makes sense. But why was our Greyjoy family's language changed by Dany? When I first returned to Pike City, I saw the 6 words on the plaque outside the gate. I thought it was some strange runes. Later, after Dany taught me language, I realized it was Draconic, and it's our family's new language, Asha said with a straight face. Is the new language not good? Old Rob sighed. In modern times, the saying strength wins through hard work would be laughed at. They mocked us for being bandits and robbers. When our family had participated in the final battle and was an ancient hero family, it was not worth it to ruin their reputation because of an inappropriate clan language. Take a closer look. Not only has our family changed, but many Ironseed nobles have also taken advantage of the new era to use a new language that is more positive and progressive. Isn't it shameful that you can get rich through hard work? If my father was still alive, he would definitely be angered to death. Asha said, Sai, what a pity. You were taken away by Grandpa and missed the glorious battle that allowed the Iron Seed to rise from the ashes. When countless Iron Seed members pointed their swords at the Inami, we abandoned the Inami's evil teachings. Like Taman, Dunstan, and the other 8 heroes, it was very easy for them to accept the doctrine of the 7 gods that labor is the most glorious. Old Rob shook his head and sighed. Labor is the most glorious? Bullshit. Asha grinned. Labor is most glorious. That is the doctrine of the blacksmith. Fighting to the death is most glorious. That is the doctrine of the warrior. How is the doctrine of the 7 gods bullshit? You guys live in luxury every day. When have you ever worked? Old Rob was speechless. Apart from you, which adult in our family doesn't work hard? I go to the Holy Church every day and help the commoner children activate the energy points in the morning. After the noon prayers, I treat the patients in the afternoon. When it's dark, I go home and have dinner with my family. Isn't that hard work? Dany and John also have to manage the huge Iron Islands. And even Theon, you haven't seen Theon for a few days, right? He's the general manager of the Iron Seed Culture Tourism Company. And he works every day. Asha was speechless. After a while, she asked, Then, is our family rich? Old Rob probed. Dany said that she can't give you the title of Duke of the Iron Islands, but regardless of whether you marry or not, she will compensate you with 2 million gold royals. Inami above, 2 million. Are you that rich? Asha was stunned. Seeing that she was only shocked by the amount of money and didn't show any dissatisfaction about not returning the title, Old Rob sighed in relief and said, Our family didn't have much money. When Dany married, she brought 5 million gold royals as a dowry. And then 5 million? Are you kidding me? She's only the 3rd daughter of the Duke of Dragonstone Island. Asha shouted, Sai, Dragon Queen is too rich. Every Targaryen daughter gets a big red packet when she marries, ranging from 1 million to 10 million. Asha was shocked. Did she rob the Bravo's iron treasury in the end? No need. The old man shook his head. Long Night's 10 cities were empty, and the wealth in those empty cities belonged to the Dragon Queen. After the Long Night's end, she set up the Royal Merchant Company, which not only helped the empire develop commerce, but also made a lot of money. For example, our family's steam airship was bought from the Dragon Queen, and it cost 700,000 gold royals each. It's a robbery. Asha shouted again. In ancient times, how many longships could 700,000 gold royals make? Can those longships together beat a steam airship? Asha sighed. It's just a lump of iron, too expensive. You didn't look carefully, did you? The key parts of that steam boiler are all made of steel. How can ordinary steel withstand a long period of wildfire? Also, the leather pouch for inert light gas has to be tough, light, and fireproof. Only the best magicians in material science can make it. I'm sure you've seen the Air Force soldiers on the airships. In order to reduce their weight, they can't wear heavy iron armor. But the Air Force is precious, and protection is even more important. So they all wear cloth armor that makes you feel strange. Old Rob said this. Asha was stunned and smiled bitterly. I'm really behind the times. Danny is learning from the Dragon Queen's business methods. In just a few decades, our family has become rich, and we have a net worth of tens of millions. However, Danny is planning to build a road system that connects the major cities in the Iron Islands. Infrastructure is the most expensive, so I can only give you $2 million. Old Rob said slowly. It costs so much to build a road. Asha was puzzled. It's not an ordinary mud road. Have you seen the Valeglia Avenue? Without a megalosaurus to add high-energy magic to the molten boulders, we can only use a large number of fire priests who are proficient in dragon magic to replace it. A 7-meter-wide black stone avenue costs more than 300,000 gold royals per kilometer. This project will require all the nobles of the Iron Islands to invest 1,000 years and 10 billion gold royals to complete. The old man sighed. That's too much. Is it necessary? Asha mumbled. Once the Blackstone Avenue is completed, our Iron Islands will benefit for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. Do you think it's worth it? As long as it's worth it, it's necessary. After communicating with old Rob, Asha dispelled her misunderstanding of Danny. She abandoned her prejudices and began to truly focus on learning. She continued to read history books and elementary school nature books. She gradually gained a deeper understanding of this unfamiliar world. A month later, Asha, wearing a top and skirt similar to the women of this era, bid farewell to her family together with Lady Greyjoy, Danny. Each of them had 2 maids, 2 etiquette instructors, and 2 night instructors who were also bodyguards. They brought 7 to 8 rattan trunks and took a carriage to the pier. Together with many noble children who had left the island to study, talented commoners, and tourists who were returning home, they boarded a giant ship with sky blue and pure white stripes that amazed Asha. She had seen wooden ships that were 100 meters long before the Long Night. However, the center of gravity of those ships was very low, and there were no tall buildings on the deck. This ship, named Legendary Tanis, was 7 stories tall. Most importantly, it was a mixture of steel and wood. They lived in a small villa with a 30-square-meter garden on the top floor. This ship is our family's property. My father personally designed and supervised the construction of this ship. Only the women of the Duke and the king's family can stay in this bedroom. Others can't enter even if they have money. Danny threw herself onto the large duvet and said lazily, "Since it's Greyjoy's property, why is it called this name?" Asha asked curiously. This cruise ship is mainly used to travel around the Westeros. In order to attract tourists, it's natural to use the name of the legendary hero of the Iron Islands. If you call it King Balon, other than historians, who would know its meaning? If the Drumjoa family wasn't also a shareholder of the Iron Seed Culture Tourism Company, this name wouldn't be used casually. Dunstan, that old fellow, was my underling back then. Asha said gloomily. Woo, a whistle that pierced through the clouds came from the stern of the ship, completely suppressing the shouts of the crowd on the pier and by the ship's railing. The white column of steam was 50 meters tall, like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. Such powerful power, Asha said blankly. After getting used to it for more than a month, she gradually understood the basic principles and levels of the steam engine. 2 steam turbine engines, 1 main and 1 auxiliary, each with 3,000 horsepower. It's okay in the Westeros, but in the entire world, it's not much. For example, the people of Braavos are building a super cruise ship called Titan with a displacement of more than 30,000 tons. Dany said, after the legendary Dunstan left the Iron Islands, it stopped at Andromeda City for half a day to let off a batch of passengers and another batch of passengers. Then, it went south along the Westeros coastline. 4 days later, the cruise ship arrived at Port Lannister. Asha and Dany brought a group of servants off the ship. When they went down from the 7th floor, Asha met an old acquaintance in the VIP cabin on the 3rd floor. Thornton, it's you. Why are you here? Asha was pleasantly surprised. Many people had returned from the first flame. There were hundreds of thousands of Iron Seed undead, but only 3 of them were still alive. Among the people who followed Dany into the Flowing Water Palace, there were 7 warriors who won the Finger Dance, a scholar who recorded the great achievements of the Dragon Queen, and a guide. Among the 7 warriors, Asha, Thornton, and Tangku were taken away by their father and brother. They died in the first flame and lost the chance to become one of the 4 heroes of Yenhai. Thornton was younger than Asha. He was in his early 20s with a medium build, black hair, gray eyes, a round face, and straight eyebrows. He looked quite righteous. My brother's grandson used his connections to get a place to study at the Old Town University. The old man hopes that I can slowly adapt to the new era in university. Asha, what about you? I'm going to be a transfer student at the Imperial University. The Imperial University is great, Thornton said enviously. Asha smiled and asked, what about Tangku? Is he going to university? The Ocean University of the Iron Islands. Second University is not bad, considering that Tangku's family was only a knight's territory. Asha was not too surprised. Tangku is going to be a guard at the Ocean University. Chapter 1106. We have arrived at Westport No. 2 Pier. Passengers who wish to alight, please do so as soon as possible. Asha stood in a daze on the clean and tidy stone road. She watched as the 3-compartment wooden car came to a stop in front of her. Then, a total of 5 doors opened. Dozens of people squeezed out of the car, and dozens more squeezed onto the car. Like the people of the Iron Islands, they no longer wore traditional robes. The men wore shirts or suits, and the women wore gorgeous whalebone skirts or simple dresses. They even wore women's suits like Dany. However, there were also warriors wearing leather, mail, and armor. The styles were different from the past. They were more personalized, beautiful, and fit. It was said that due to the improvement of smelting technology, the cost of steel was much lower than in ancient times. There was no need for a set of armor to be passed down for generations. At the same time, modern martial arts were more advanced. Armor that was made to fit would expose fatal flaws. Therefore, modern people would forge the most suitable armor for themselves according to their body shape and swordsmanship. Next stop, Second Ring Road, North City's Financial Street. 2 men shouted from the front and back of the steam car. Then, a white column of steam began to rise from the front chimney. Woo, 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 kacha, kacha, kacha. Asha stood in a daze as she watched the car speed away on the strange track. Asha, Asha. On the other side, Danny climbed onto a four-wheeled car and waved at her. The four-wheeled vehicle was in the shape of a T with an open top and a T-shaped steel frame. The carriage and cabin were made of wood, and there were only two seats in the front. There was a chimney at the back that was emitting white smoke and a steam engine that was humming. Come on. Danny sat on the left seat and held the steering wheel. Is this a steam car? Why doesn't Pike City have one? Asha climbed onto the right seat and looked around curiously. The car hasn't been mass-produced yet. This is Joffrey's new experimental product. Danny was reading a manual as she spoke. Joffrey is Lannister, the heir of Casterly Rock, my senior. Why is his car here? Does our family have a good relationship with Lannister? Asha asked doubtfully. He's pursuing me, Danny said casually. Your fiancé? No, Danny shook her head. He's just one of my suitors. Asha was stupefied. I almost understand it. It's no different from a public bus. Muttering, Danny threw the manual aside. Asha, get ready. It's also my first time driving a car. If there's an accident, I'm prepared to jump out. What? Asha was at a loss. She even fumbled around on the seat and asked, Where's the seat belt? I have a seat belt when I take the airship. The seat belt is a restraint. If we really get into a car accident, we should jump out of the car and run for our lives. Car accident. This new term made Asha's hair stand on end. With the skills and reflexes of a level 4 Grand Knight and a level 3 Holy Knight, it's better to jump out of the car ahead of time than to leave the seat belt to fate. No matter how dangerous a car accident is and how unexpected it is it more terrifying than the sword of a level 4 Grand Knight? Danny said matter-of-factly. Asha felt that her words made a lot of sense. But I'm not a Grand Knight. And if you get into a car accident and kill a passerby, I'm afraid you'll go to hell after you die. She said, Sigh, then I'll drive slower. Danny sighed. Chi-chi-woo-woo. The car slowly left the place and entered the wide black stone avenue. At first, Danny was still a little unfamiliar with it. But soon, she, who was proficient in bus driving, became familiar with the operation of the car. The speed began to increase, and even caught up with and quickly surpassed the railway bus that left before. The wind is so strong. Slow down. Asha's eyes were a little hard to open because of the strong wind. Don't worry. I have the blood of a true dragon. This bit of wind, this bit of speed, is nothing at all. Danny was a little carried away. I want to see the scenery. Lannisterport has changed a lot. Asha said. Danny had no choice but to slow down to the speed of an ordinary carriage. The buildings on the street are all 4 stories, and they are all the same style and size. Why are they so neat? Asha was puzzled. Uniform buildings, neat streets. It's easier to build a sewer and a water supply system, and it can also increase the land utilization and traffic efficiency. Think about it. If a box of the same size is neatly stacked, can it hold more soap cubes, or can it be stuffed more randomly? After leaving Lannisterport, the car left the black stone avenue and began to bounce on the gravel road like a jumping bean. The car's shock absorber is so bad, Danny complained. The road to Casterly Rock City was wider, but there were fewer passers-by. Asha's heart itched. Can you let me try this car? I used to be the best captain on the Iron Islands. Driving shouldn't be harder than steering, right? The captain is indeed more skilled than the driver, but you don't have magic power to start the engine. Danny suddenly loosened one hand and pointed to the steering wheel. Look, this is the magic input. The main body of the steering wheel was curved into a circle of wood, and the surface of the wooden armrest was inlaid with threaded dragon crystals. At this time, the surface of the dragon crystals flickered with a dark red light. What's going on? Isn't the steam engine powered by wildfire? Why do you need to input magic power? Asha wondered. Look at the fuel tank in the back. Isn't there two? Not two boxes of wildfire. Danny smiled and said, neither of the two tin boxes contains wildfire, but when they meet, they can produce a magic reaction and produce wildfire. The engine is engraved with magic runes that synthesize wildfire. The driver injects magic power into the runes through the steering wheel, and the two stable substances react with magic, turning into flammable, explosive, and ultra-high burning wildfire. Then, the wildfire steam engine starts to run. The amount of magic power inputted determines the speed of the conversion, and the amount of wildfire determines the speed of the car. This technology was invented by the wildfire experts 50 years ago, and it was also 50 years ago that the wildfire steam engine became practical. And the first wildfire-powered steam train was invented by the ancestor long before the long night. Are you tired? She asked. Are you tired? Why tired? Danny asked curiously. You keep inputting magic power. Aren't you tired? Hee. If I were to inject magic power like casting spells, how would I have the energy to talk to you? Danny explained with a smile. The level of magic power is analogous to the level of flames. Ordinary flames are level 1, wildfire is level 2, the dragon flames of ordinary megalosaurus are level 3, the earth fire is level 4, the sun is level 5, the embers of the first fire is level 6, and the first fire is level 7. Level 5 is a true god, and level 6 is the divine king. Asha, you can be resurrected, which means that the ancestor has surpassed the divine king and touched the level of level 7 god of creation. God of creation? You can brag all you want. Asha complained in her heart and said indifferently, what does this have to do with the wildfire? Listen to my explanation slowly. The ancestor is level 7, and the 5 gods megalosaurus are about level 4.5. So, with their power, ordinary fire priests can also make level 3 fire magic liquid, right? I don't know. Asha said, honestly. Sai, when we go to King's Landing, you have to study hard. You can treat wildfire as hard liquor. If you mix alcohol and water, can you blend it into hard liquor? Although level 3 fire magic liquid has a higher energy level, it is very stable. Then, when mixed with level 1 fire magic liquid, you don't need to inject much magic power for them to blend into wildfire. Of course, the mixing of alcohol and water is a physical reaction, and the synthesis of wildfire is a magical reaction. My magic power is equivalent to a catalyst. I still don't understand. Asha said with a wooden face. Forget it. Let Joffrey explain it to you later. He is in the field of magic science. Asha knew what the field of magic science was. Under the physics department, it was divided into natural physics and magic physics. The chemistry department was the same. The wildfire department belonged to the magic chemistry department of the chemistry department. So Joffrey is a science guy. I thought he studied finance. Asha said. Danny showed a mocking expression. Finance is a service-oriented industry. Only muggles and civilians study finance and work for nobles after graduation. Lannisterport has the only financial street in the 7 countries. Asha said, even a top finance student who graduated from the Empire University can't play with a duke with 3 professional degrees, because finance experts can only adapt to the rules, but dukes can make the rules. If any guy in the Iron Islands dares to speculate in finance, my father will catch him the next day and send him to the North Pole. So, the heir of a great noble only needs to master basic financial knowledge, enough to manage a group of finance experts. There is no need to take it as a profession. Asha was speechless. In silence, the car entered the gate of Casterly Rock City. A tall old man with white hair led a group of men and women to greet them at the gate. The old man was close to 2. for meters tall, and the others were also tall. Grandpa Tyrion, who are you? I am not qualified for you to come out and greet me personally. Dany was shocked when she saw the old man, and there was also a bit of fear in her shock. Ha, little Dany, don't flatter yourself. I didn't come for you. The old man winked at the girl, then turned to Asha and bowed solemnly. Lady Asha, I am Messai's eldest grandson, known as Giant Tyrion. It is an honor to meet you. Oh, so you are Messai's grandson. Messai was half a generation younger in front of her, so Asha graciously accepted Tyrion's bow. After that, the old man introduced her to his large family, more than 30 people. Sigh, time is the best medicine in the world. Back then, your Casterly Rock City only had one son, Sir Jaime. The Lannister group felt a bit awkward, but Giant Tyrion laughed. Same to you, Greyjoy only had Sir Robb as his only son back then. Ha ha. Asha gave an awkward laugh. After the greetings, the old man personally led her on a tour of the new Casterly Rock City. The overall changes weren't big. Only the details were more modern. There were steam-powered elevators, magic crystal lamps, water system, and other new things. Oh, there was an additional stone sculpture of James the size of a house on the mountain wall halfway up the mountain. He is the sword god. Old Tyrion said in a respectful voice, Did Sir Jaime leave behind any secret cultivation manuals? I'm not trying to pry into your family's secrets, but the sword god is too mysterious for me, so I want to know more. Asha asked in a curious voice. The old master did leave behind some things, although they are secret sword techniques. You can look at them as you wish. The old man said this, and excitedly brought her to the stone garden on the top floor. Asha was surprised to find that there were several hundred swordsmen gathered on the 2,000 square meter platform. Everyone had a sword, sitting cross-legged or slowly waving their swords or looking up at the stone peak in the garden. Asha's eyes hurt, and she couldn't help calling out, what is that? It seems like a sword is slashing at my head. It hurts. That is the sword technique left behind by great-grandfather. The old man proudly said, Chapter 1107, the so-called sword mantra was nothing more than 3 words carved on the stone wall, Casterly Rock City. 40 years ago, my father was critically ill. My great-grandfather heard the news and rushed back, but he was 2 days late. My father was raised by him. My great-grandfather was very upset and very sad. And right here, old Tyrion pointed at the stone garden. He stood here for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, he sighed and used his sword to carve 3 words on the mountain peak. He was not standing on the edge of the stone wall and using an iron sword to carve. Instead, he was standing beside the fence, dozens of meters away. He was using an ordinary rusty iron sword. It looked like he was just casually waving it a few times. Stone powder rustled down, revealing a finger-deep handwriting. Every stroke was a sword move, and it was also infused with his understanding of the sword and life. At that time, his swordsmanship must have improved further. Asha rubbed her eyes and tried to calm her heart according to old Tyrion's guidance. Finally, she saw the full appearance of the 3 words Casterly Rock City. It was indeed carved with iron hooks and silver strokes. Even though she did not understand Draconic, she could clearly feel the beauty and power of the words. She couldn't help but feel a little excited. The lake in her heart rippled, and the 3 words immediately disintegrated into dozens of dazzling sharp swords. Every sword used a sword move, and every sword move seemed to evolve into a world. It was a very strange feeling. Ugh, she frowned again, and her eyes were stinging with tears. Don't look, your realm is not high enough. Old Tyrion brought her away from the stone garden. It's too amazing. This is the first time I've seen words that seem to have a life of their own. Asha said excitedly, Only when the sword moves have a spirit can one be called a sword god. Old Tyrion said, "How did Sir Jaime do it? He was about the same level as me back then. This is too exaggerated." Asha muttered, "Asha, your great-grandfather was a famous knight in the Seven Kingdoms. When he was young, he was personally taught by Sir Arthur Dane. Before he lost his hand, he was already close to the realm of divine transcendence. What realm are you now?" The old man said with a wooden face, "I'm Iron Seed. I'm good at fighting on the ship." Asha was a little embarrassed. She couldn't even beat Erlu. "Why is your family's swordsmanship secret manual open to others? I see that many of the swordsmen in the garden are wearing ordinary clothes. They should be commoners, right?" She changed the topic. "They are all swordsmanship experts who have come here out of admiration. They are at least level 4. Westeros, Ursosian, men, women, nobles, commoners. Casterly Rock City welcomes all of you, as long as you swear a sacred oath that you will never learn great-grandfather's swordsmanship and commit any evil deeds." The old man smiled. "I thought you would keep it as a family heirloom and only show it to your own people." Asha said, "Sigh, compared to the knowledge of magic and swordsmanship that Dragon Queen has made public, this secret technique is not even a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, great-grandfather was able to become a sword deity because he received the teachings of the warrior." "What teachings?" Asha asked curiously. Old Tyrion hesitated for a moment. After leading her to the study, he asked in a low voice, "Do you know the Divine Comedy?" Asha thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "I seem to have heard my granddaughter-in-law mention it before." "Granddaughter-in-law? Princess Dany?" Asha nodded and asked curiously, "What is the Divine Comedy? What's so special about it?" "Strictly speaking, it is just a poem that describes hell, heaven, and earth. But think about it. Hell, heaven, and earth, don't they almost cover the entire world?" Old Tyrion said mysteriously, "So, Muggles who came from the Age of Chaos were not very sensitive to the existence of divine scriptures. It can't be said that great-grandfather completely relied on the Divine Comedy to become a god, but it did help him cut off his past and understand himself. His soul shone with endless vitality," the old man said. Asha's eyes lit up and said eagerly, "Can you let me see it? I also want to be reborn." The giant Tyrion shook his head and said, "The Divine Comedy can't be shown to others, and it can't be seen. It has been torn apart." "Are you crazy? Why would such a magical treasure be torn apart?" Asha was surprised. "My great-grandfather tore it apart." The giant Tyrion said slowly, "At that time, he met an old friend outside the Great Wall. The other party was in a miserable situation. My great-grandfather took pity on him and prepared to use the Divine Comedy to bring him back to the embrace of the 7 gods. However, after that person saw the Divine Comedy and heard that my great-grandfather had used it to become a god, he was ungrateful and coveted the Divine Comedy. At first, he knelt on the ground and begged. But my great-grandfather swore that he would never show the original Divine Comedy to another person, so he firmly refused. I don't know what happened at that time, but the Divine Comedy was stolen by that person. My great-grandfather was so angry that he chased after him and directly destroyed the Divine Comedy. It seems that an evil god intervened at that time. Otherwise, with my great-grandfather's strength, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes." "Alas, what a pity," Asha said regretfully. The old man pondered and said, "The Divine Comedy was destroyed by the sword Chi, but there are still fragments left. In recent decades, there has been news that someone obtained the fragments of the Divine Comedy and became a god. There are even ambitious people who wantonly collect the fragments in an attempt to piece together a more complete fragment of the Divine Comedy." Hearing you say that, I'm even more interested in the Divine Comedy. Asha said, You want to see the Divine Comedy? Dania said solemnly, That thing is very evil. Many powerful extraordinaires are also lured into depravity. You're just an ordinary person. There's almost no chance that you'll survive if you see it. They stayed in Casterly Rock for 2 days before taking the train to King's Landing with Joffrey and Lannister. That night, in the bedroom that Lannister had arranged for the 2 distinguished guests, Asha curiously asked about the Divine Comedy. Asha believed that since the Divine Comedy was written by Targaryen, Dany should know more secrets than the giant Tyrion. Have you seen it before? Dany nodded hesitantly. There are fragments of the Divine Comedy in the Imperial University's library. There are even scholars who wrote personal biographies of some demons based on it. Why are you talking about demons again? Asha asked, puzzled. Is it strange that there are demons in hell? Originally, the ancestors had already killed all the evil gods, and the evil sorcerers had almost lost their living space. Without the evil gods, they could no longer borrow their power through blood sacrifices. But now, there are still evil dark sorcerers in the shadows. Why? Why? Asha was confused. Dany rolled her eyes. Of course, it's because there are new evil gods that they worship and sacrifice. The evil gods were all killed by the Dragon Queen. Where did the new evil gods come from? Asha was puzzled. Isn't this back to the previous question? Is it strange that there are demons in hell? The Divine Comedy is essentially a poem that introduces heaven, hell, and the mortal world. In other words, the 7 levels of hell and the terrible existences in hell are all described in the Divine Comedy. And the Divine Comedy has the strange effect of immersing the reader in it. If an extraordinary obtains a fragment of a demon from hell, they can directly communicate with him, or even pull his projection into the real world. If the extraordinary's willpower is not firm, or if they have evil intentions, it is natural for them to enter the demonic path. Oh, I see. Asha was enlightened. If you are interested, you can read the continuation of the Divine Comedy by the scholars. The fragments of the Divine Comedy are too dangerous for Greyjoy, especially you. Dany's face was a little gloomy. Why are you targeting Greyjoy? Asha frowned. Gritting her teeth, Dany said in a low voice, because there is also a demon from hell in my family, and he is someone you know. Who? Asha was shocked. I don't know any demons from hell. You don't know Yulun? Dany's eyes flickered. Yulun? Asha was stunned and said ridiculously, That guy, even I dare to fight him one-on-one. You should be able to fight 10 of him alone. What kind of demon are you? You fought him one-on-one. Dany looked at her strangely. He has the talent of transfiguration, and he is a sorcerer, a summoner, a blood curse wizard, a true sacred child, and many other extraordinary professions. How do you choose? I know he is a blue-lipped sorcerer, but transfiguration, summoner, and so on, where do they come from? And the sorcerer is not strong. Didn't you, Luwin, capture the great sorcerer of queers, Kaya? At that time, the magic tide had just recovered, and the so-called great sorcerer was just a beginner with powerful knowledge. When he met Yulun, Kaya had only been practicing for less than a year. Even in modern times, the Sorcerer of Queers is still a powerful faction with medium strength in the extraordinary world. After a pause, Dany explained, Yulun is not a transfiguration sorcerer in the traditional sense. He was blessed by the storm god and wears an eye patch all year round. His different colored eyes can control crows and cast spells through crows. What about summoners? Asha asked. Yulun's sea monster. Have you forgotten? Wasn't the horn of the sea monster given to Victarion? Victarion died in the final battle, and the horn fell into the hands of his wife, Marjorie. But Yulun is still the first master of the sea monster. After Queen Sansa passed away, the head of the kings, Duke Gotten, also left King's Landing. Wait, Asha interrupted her. Isn't the Duke of River Bend, Tari? How did it become Marjorie? Have you seen the current map of the Seven Kingdoms? A part of the old royal territory, along with the Trident River, belongs to the Duke of Dragonstone Island. It is the land of the Pentashade Dragon Targaryen. The territory of the Trident River is the compensation for ceding King's Landing and the surrounding area. The new royal territory of the Crimson Saber Dragon Targaryen is made up of half of the Mander River Plain and half of the Blackwater River Plain. River Bend and River Inter had to cede large areas of land. River Inter had always been a place of war, and there was no fixed duke family. Whether it belonged to the royal territory or River Inter, it made no difference to the River Inter nobles. That was why River Inter had almost no objections. But River Bend was different. All the River Bend nobles were part of the Green Hand. In fact, it was because they were all part of the same family that the large River Bend did not split. Marjorie spent a lot of effort and finally helped Queen Sansa settle the matter. Thus, she became the new Duke of River Bend and reclaimed Tyrell's Garden. When Queen Sansa died, she had already obtained the title of Duke of River Bend. After leaving her post in the king's hand, she returned to Garden. Perhaps she had already achieved her goal of gaining power. After that, Duke Marjorie began to indulge in increasing her own strength. She devoutly served the Holy Mother and raised her priest level while researching the profound mysteries of magic. The sea monster left behind by Yuluan became her target. If she could control the sea monster, she would become the overlord of the sea. She could even borrow the sea monster's magic power. Through the horn she inherited from Victarion, she really summoned the giant sea monster from the deep sea into the Mander River. Dany's pretty face turned slightly pale. Fear appeared in her eyes. She said with a trembling voice, "Marjorie opened the gates of hell." At that time, the long night had already ended for more than 10 years. After 20 years of growth, the sea monster had become a giant demon. And 20 years of time was enough for Yuluan and hell to evolve into Yuluan Demon. Chapter 1108. Asha was shocked. When Yuluan gave the horn to Victarion, he must have left something behind. He was exiled by my father because he strengthened Victarion's salt concubine. They can't be so close. Dany nodded and sighed. Marjorie isn't you. She didn't see the discord between the two brothers. That day, the High Court was met with a calamity. The tall city walls were like crispy pancakes, easily crushed by the sea monster's tentacles that were as thick as hills. The Maundy River was like a big fat person who jumped into a bathtub, and the flood flooded the villages within 100 miles. The houses in the city were like sand castles by the sea, easily crushed by naughty children. And the Yuluan demons used the sea monster's mouth to laugh wildly. High Court was destroyed. The collapsed rocks blocked the river, and the Mander River changed its course. The residents suffered heavy casualties. Tyrell was truly exterminated. Marjorie, her children, husband, and relatives were all eaten by the sea monster. When the demigod priest of the Holy Church arrived, the sea monster had already disappeared in the Mander River. Some people said that it was summoned by Yuluan to the endless Black Sea in the 3rd layer of hell. Didn't Yuluan go to the 7th layer of hell? How can you still come out to do evil? Asha was shocked. Hell is like a cesspool. Evil people like Yuluan are like feces. The 7 gods sweep the feces of the human world into the cesspool, not letting a single one go. The human world is peaceful, but the cesspool of hell is there. If normal people don't go near it, they won't be contaminated by the stinky feces. If you don't provoke the devil can't hurt you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hey, Dany, you're disgusting. Asha covered her nose and said in disgust, You're the one who's disgusting. You pooped on the castle walkway. Danny said angrily, you can't blame me. There were no flush toilets in ancient times. Everyone pooped in the castle and waited for it to dry. Asha said awkwardly, what happened after that? She quickly returned to the original topic. Tyrell's family has been exterminated. Based on the contributions of the Riverbend families during the long night, a new Riverbend Duke will be chosen. The Tarley family and the Golden Tree City's Luo one were both from the Green Hand clan, and their merits were equally matched. In the end, the Riverbend Dukes voted, and the Tarley family won. The eldest son of Rick and Tully, who died in Winterfell, became the first Hornhill Duke with the help of his uncle, Sam Tully. Danny said calmly, Did you Luan demon appear again? Asha asked. Hearing this, Danny's expression changed. She nodded gently and sighed. You have been to the ancestral hall of the Greyjoy family. Did you find anything unusual? I only burned a stick of incense and didn't find anything. Asha said, There's no memorial tablet for my grandfather in the ancestral hall, but have you seen my grandfather in Pike City? Have they been removed from the genealogy? Asha asked in surprise. Yes, my grandfather didn't have extraordinary talent, and he wasn't willing to calm down and serve the Holy Mother. In the end, he went astray on the path of seeking power. What did he do? Asha asked curiously. After hearing that the Dark Warlock used the remnant pages of the Divine Comedy to communicate with the demons of hell, my grandfather was inspired. He secretly carved you Luan demons, memorial tablet, and worshipped it as an ancestor. Due to the pull of the bloodline, you Luan demon actually responded to him. It was said that you Luan demon promised my grandfather that as long as he offered the blood of his kin, he would be granted the ability to summon sea monsters. Asha was furious. You Luan demon is a bastard. How dare you tempt the descendant of the Greyjoy family to kill his own kin? My grandpa was possessed and killed my grandpa. How tragic! His grandson killed his own son. Rob must have been very sad, right? Asha murmured. Not only was he sad, he was devastated. Later, he used the holy fire to purify my grandfather. Since then, you Luan demon became the taboo and curse of our family. My father was able to marry my mother because of this incident. Danny sighed. What do you mean? Asha was puzzled. What do you think are the chances of the descendants of the Targaryen family worshipping you Luan demon? Danny said proudly. Asha's mouth twitched. You are Greyjoy now. I am Greyjoy, but the blood of the true dragon flows in my body. My descendants, my brother's descendants, will all be proud of the descendants of the Celestial Emperor. They will only have a deep contempt for you Luan demon. This way, the curse that you Luan demon placed on the Greyjoy family will naturally be resolved easily. Asha looked conflicted, although it makes sense, but it was very uncomfortable to hear. But she could not deny old Rob's wisdom. My mother was the flower of the empire of the Imperial University, and my father, Danny sighed helplessly. He was just an ordinary person who entered the Imperial University with the help of his family's noble title. He had no looks, no talent, no power, and no courage. He did not dare to express his love for my mother. Fortunately, my grandfather had connections and personally went to the North Pole. Queen Jegaret pitied her adopted brother's experience and prepared to matchmake the kingdom's eldest princess to marry my father. But my father was madly in love with my mother and rejected the equally outstanding eldest princess. When my mother heard about this, she was very touched. Danny chuckled. Actually, my mother has always been at odds with eldest Princess Sansa. Asha was not interested in the love affairs of the juniors. I see that you seem to respect old Tyrion demon very much. Why? Also, how did this group of Lannister demons grow so tall? A strong cast, tall and sturdy body. These are the characteristics of Stark demons. Yes, Lord Tyrion's mother is a Stark demon. You also know about the bad things between the two families in the early years. Marriage is the best way to resolve the grudge. Dany said, "Nonsense. I've seen many Stark demons, but none of them are so tall." Asha said, "I don't know what the ancient Stark demons look like, but there are too many tall Stark demons in the northern region now." Dany said with certainty, "Who is Tyrion's mother?" Asha frowned. "Arya Stark. Blood demon Arya? Isn't she the wife of a stranger? How can she marry?" "Not that, Lord." Dany shook her head. After the Northern Ice King was exiled, his younger brother Bran's son, Adu Stark, became the new Duke of the Northern region. Arya Stark is Duke Adu's second daughter. In the legends of the Northern region, Duke Adu once arm wrestled with a giant and won. He also won a wrestling match. I seem to have heard that Bran's son, Adu, is a mutant monster. He's very tall, Asha recalled. Rumor has it that Duke Adu is so tall because he drank the milk of a child of the forest when he was young, Dany said with a gossipy expression. "Have you seen a child of the forest?" Asha asked. "No, they moved to Dragon Island near the Antarctic Circle with the giants and other monsters." "I haven't seen it either, but according to the legends, the child of the forest should be tiny." Asha said, "Maybe the child of the forest fed him with the giant's milk." Dany guessed. Asha shook her head and asked, "What great achievements does Tyrion have?" "He's the adopted son of Prince Tyrion. When my mother sees him, she has to call him Grandpa Tyrion. He was lucky enough to be taught by the Emperor of Heaven when he was young. When he grew up, he was the finance minister of the empire for 30 years. Later, when he returned to the Westeros, he assisted 2 generations of kings and served as the prime minister for 30 years. He just retired a few years ago. He also built the largest financial street in the 7 Kingdoms in Port Lannister, and it's also the only place in the Westeros where stocks are listed. It's safe to say that he single-handedly founded the financial industry of the 7 Kingdoms," Dany said with admiration. The giant Tyrion's achievements were not only because he learned from the Dragon Queen and founded the financial industry of the Westeros, but also because the heavy industry of the Western region was so powerful that Asha was terrified. Yes, not shocked, but terrified. 7 gods above, you're not kidding. It can produce 200,000 tons of crude steel every year. If it's all made into swords and armor, then the next day, Asha followed tall Joffrey to the steel plant of the United Strength of the Western region, which had a forest of chimneys and roaring machines. Standing under the magic steel furnace as tall as a hill, Asha's whole body and mind were captivated by a powerful force called magic industry. More than 200 steel fire priests poured magic power into the furnace together. Thousands of tons of iron, or like lard in a hot pot, slowly melted, gradually shining, hot. The scene was too spectacular and too shocking. If it's all used to forge weapons, it's enough to let every man in the Western region wear knight armor and the best steel sword. But it's meaningless. Joffrey continued her words. How is it meaningless? 1,000,000 soldiers are enough to sweep the world, Asha said with a trembling voice. Let's not talk about whether it can make 1,000,000 soldiers obedient and rebel. If you can build 1,000,000 soldiers, can't other duchies? The Western region has steel plants, as do Hudgien, Valley, Northern region, Dorne, and Riverbend. Using steel to arm the people to rebel is meaningless except for the suffering of the people, the destruction of the country, and the harm of others. Joffrey sighed. Our Iron Islands also have a small steel plant with an annual output of 30,000 tons. Times have changed. Even if you wear iron armor, you can't become a knight. Apart from knights, there are dozens of magic professions. Danny said, "Alas, times have really changed. You're strong, I'm strong, and we're all getting stronger." Asha smiled bitterly. Then she asked curiously, "So much steel, if not used to make weapons, where is it used for?" "A part of it is used to meet the production and living needs of the people. The rest of the steel can be used to build ships, cars, railways, and even high-rise buildings. For a long time, steel has been in short supply in the Seven Nations. Half a year ago, my great-grandfather proposed to His Majesty the King a plan to produce 1,000 schools in 100 years. In other words, in the next 100 years, we strive to open 1,000 specialized schools for fire mages in the Westeros. Eventually, the total steel production of the Seven Nations will reach 10 million tons. A fire priest who can borrow the power of the seven gods to cast dragon tongue magic is the world's most productive force." Joffrey sighed. Asha was stupefied. The next day, when they arrived at the Western Region train station in Port Lannister, Asha finally understood the meaning of Joffrey's words. "You actually used such high-quality steel to pave the road and built such a huge and long green iron carriage. 7 levels of hell. It's too extravagant." Even when they entered the spacious VIP box, Asha's eyes were still in a daze. She had a dreamy expression on her face. "It's not extravagant at all. Even an ordinary farmer can afford the fare to King's Landing. The initial investment is indeed huge, but if the time is extended to 100 years, compared to the mud carriages of the past, the cost of the train is almost negligible. The key is still the fire priests. The steel requires fire priests, and the huge amount of wildfire needed to power the steam engine also requires fire priests. If the steam car is popularized, perhaps even 1,000 specialized schools for fire mages wouldn't be enough." Joffrey sighed. Chapter 1109, Demon Hunter World, Sintra of the Northern Kingdoms. It was a stone palace the size of a basketball court. Behind the throne, there were 2 long and narrow skylights. The ancient palace was slightly dark. Even during the day, whale oil braziers were lit on both sides of the walls. From the gate to the throne, there were 4 or 5 thick white pillars on both sides of the 20-meter-long path. The nobles and ladies of Sintra stood behind the pillars in 2s and 3s, pointing at the woman in the red robe as she walked in. "Is she the otherworld emissary? She's beautiful. Look, the ruby on her neck is shining. She must be a powerful warlock. I heard that she has been to almost all the northern kingdoms since Coville." The red-robed woman ignored the whispers of the people around her. She walked straight to the throne and performed a mage's salute according to the customs of this world. "Honorable Queen Calanthe, I am Melisandre of the Northern Ice Kingdom of the Seven Gods' great world, Westeros. On behalf of His Majesty the Northern Ice King, I convey peace and respect to the Lioness of Sintra." The woman on the throne had brown hair and blue eyes. She had deep eye sockets and thin lips. Her face was oval-shaped, and her skin was fair but rough. She was beautiful and full of heroic spirit. She was in her early 30s. Her long hair was tied behind her head and held in place by a spiked crown. Calanthe's eyes flashed. She smiled. "Melisandre of the Northern Ice Kingdom. There is no queen in Sintra, only a queen. Even the only daughter of the king must marry and let her husband be the king. That's a pity. In our world, you will be a great queen who will be praised by the world." Melisandre smiled. "Your world is called the Seven Gods. Is it the Seven Gods, or is it called the Seven Gods?" Calanthe asked with interest. Melisandre frowned and said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, I thought you would be very sensitive to this name." "Why?" Calanthe asked curiously. "Your ancestors from 100 years ago, didn't they leave any special last words?" "Ancestors from 100 years ago. Calanthe's expression changed. She said coldly, "What are you trying to say? How much of our agreement do you still remember?" Melisandre asked, "I have no idea what the agreement is," the Lioness of Cintra said coldly. This, Melisandre did not expect to get such an answer. She paused for a moment before saying, "Forget it, I'm just a messenger. The main purpose of this trip is to convey the wish of peace and establish friendly diplomatic relations with Cinderella. How can we just let it go? Explain yourself clearly," Calonre said solemnly. "Your ancestor—" Melisandre hesitated for a moment, but she didn't directly reveal Laura's identity. She had been in this world for almost 2 years and knew that the elves and humans were mortal enemies. Although the elven bloodline possessed a powerful warlock innate talent, it would be despised by other pure-blooded humans, even to the point of hostility. About 120 years ago, your ancestor met a great being in our world and established a good friendship. They agreed to give their most precious skills to each other. The great being fulfilled her promise on the spot, and your ancestor swore a sacred oath after returning to this world. She would fulfill her promise. After 100 years, when the two worlds converged, they would meet in person and renew their friendship. When these words were said, the queen, nobles, and guards in the palace were all stunned. "My ancestor met the great being in your world before the stars converged. How is that possible?" Calonre doubted. Melisandre thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, you rejected the power in your bloodline and are a pure warrior. However, your mother, Princess Adelia of Mapori, was honored by the world as the Sun Princess. She had the power to control light and fire and was very difficult to kill. The wounds inflicted on her by mortal swords could be seen healing with the naked eye. You know a lot, but what does this mean?" Calonre frowned. "Your mother's power came from that great being," Melisandre said. "Oh, so by my ancestor. You mean my mother's ancestor and not the Cinderella family's ancestor?" "Yes." Calonre was silent. After a while, she hesitated and said, "So, my ancestor did leave some vague last words. My mother once told me that one day a god would come to find me or my descendants." "A god?" The nobles behind the pillars were shocked. Aunt May let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's right, that great being is a god, and the king of gods." "The king of gods?" Calonre was shocked. "You can think of her as a super warlock who controls the eternal fire," Melisandre said. "In this world, there was a religion of the eternal fire that believed in fire. Its doctrine was roughly the same as the Red God Church in the Song of Ice and Fire world, but the scale was a little smaller. The eternal fire was another name for the first flame." Calonre's expression was solemn. "What does the King of Gods want?" "If possible, she hopes that you or your descendants can come to our world in person. She wants to talk to you face to face. If you find it inconvenient, she is also willing to arrange for her descendants to come to Cinderella and talk to you face to face." Calonre thought for a moment and said, "Madame Melisandre, I received news from other kings long ago that you came from the north of the Megalosaurus Mountains and have been to almost all the kingdoms in the north. Well, you may be used to the collisions of stars and the convergence of worlds, but we just came down from the upper universe and saw another world for the first time. There are many scholars, mages, and nobles in our world who are curious about this world. They hope to come to your northern countries to experience the culture and customs of the other world after the convergence really happens. So, I set off in advance as the ambassador of Westeros to establish friendly diplomatic relations with the northern countries. I hope that the respected kings can protect the safety of the tour group. Of course, the friendly diplomatic relations established are mutual. If nobles, civilians, scholars, and mages are interested in our world As long as they get a visa from their country's king, they can also travel to the Westeros. The Arctic king swears to ensure that their legal rights and interests will not be harmed. There were dozens of countries in the north, and each country was about the size of a count's territory in the Westeros. Sindra was at the southernmost point of the northern countries. Therefore, Callanry had heard Aunt May's words from the other kings. Madame Melisandre, you know my situation here. The Sindra royal family only has me and my daughter left. I can't leave my own kingdom, and my daughter is too young, only 13 years old. The other world is thousands of miles away, too far. I don't feel at ease, Callanry said. Melisandre understood the meaning of the song and immediately nodded. I understand. Targaryen will arrange for the direct descendants of the royal family to meet you in about 2 or 3 years. After that, the Queen of Sindra summoned her attendants and announced a grand welcome banquet for Melisandre. At the banquet, the Lioness of Sindra asked a lot of questions about the great world of the 7 gods. Melisandre had lived for hundreds of years, and naturally, she could handle it easily. After 3 rounds of wine, the hawk-nosed, middle-aged man sitting to the right of the queen put down his fork and said solemnly, Madame Melisandre, the convergence of the stars is often accompanied by large-scale migration of races. In order for the new races to survive, they have to fight for fertile land. Thus, war follows. How can you convince the other kings of the northern countries that your world is not hostile to us? As soon as he said this, the cheerful atmosphere in the hall instantly disappeared. The nobles and ladies stared at the red-robed woman opposite the queen, without blinking. Aunt May smiled and said, Prince Easter, we have a strong military force and vast unused land. We don't have to worry about foreign invasions, and we also have the ability to settle high-quality refugees. The hawk-nosed man was the younger brother of the king of the neighboring islands of Sindra. He seemed to be pursuing the widowed Queen Calanthe, or perhaps the two had been lovers for a long time. Prince Easter frowned. You mean you won't migrate to our world? Your Highness, please forgive me for being blunt. Your world is far less fertile than ours, and more importantly, it is not as safe as ours. You asked me how to convince the other kings. In fact, it's very simple. The North has the Warlock Brotherhood, and each kingdom is assigned a powerful warlock to assist the king. As long as the king asks their warlock consultant, he will get the same answer. The great world of the 7 gods has just descended from the upper universe and is full of powerful firepower. At this point, Melisandre was puzzled. Is there no warlock in Sindra? He didn't come, the queen said. You can ask him, and he will tell you what I mean, Aunt May said. What's so hard to understand? You said that you are a city dweller, and you will never be neighbors with us country people. The little princess on the right of the queen said, Princess Pavetta, you are very smart. However, I mean no harm. Every world has its own characteristics and destiny. Your world also has its advantages, the powerful chaos force that can be seen everywhere, the vast land, and rich and diverse resources. Even the king of gods is envious. The red-robed woman smiled. Really? The little princess was delighted. The convergence will last for decades. You have enough time to understand the similarities and differences between the 2 worlds, Aunt May said. Calanthe said, A year ago, our world shook slightly. That means that the 2 worlds are converging, right? The 7 gods are merciful. They have predicted the time and place of the collision decades ago. They deliberately spent a huge amount of divine power to change the angle of the collision so that it will happen in the north of the Megalosaurus Mountains, where there are few people. This will reduce the damage to your world as much as possible. Calanthe's eyes flashed. She probed. I heard that the warlocks have also predicted the time and place of the collision. The news spread that many mercenary groups have tried to enter your world. How are they doing now? Those with evil intentions will be lost in the ice and snow wilderness forever. Adventurers who only want to explore will safely reach the northern ice kingdom. The virtuous will even be rewarded. Some will stay in the northern ice kingdom or continue to travel to the south. Some will return to the kingdom of Coville in the north. In fact, I can safely travel to the northern countries thanks to the protection of the demon hunters in your world. The Butcher of Braviken, a count said in a low voice. Aunt May nodded with a smile. It's Geralt of Livia. He is a brave and righteous knight. He perfectly passed the trial of the 7 layers of purgatory. He even passed the 12 zodiac temples and received the blessings of the 7 gods. He received the most honorable reception in the Northern Ice Kingdom. In return, he will protect me and complete my mission to the other countries. Righteous and brave. In the palace, the nobles looked at each other. Can you tell us about the 7 layers of purgatory and the 12 zodiac temples? Queen Calanthe asked. The 7 layers of purgatory are 7 barriers. Those who forcefully enter our world without being invited will have to go through 7 tests of character. Only those who pass will be able to enter the material world. Those who perform well will have the chance to receive the favor of heaven, which is the 12 zodiac temples. The 12 temples, the 12 temple masters, each guarding a checkpoint. According to the performance in the 12 zodiac temples, the 7 gods will give different levels of rewards. Chapter 11:10. 20 years after the sun rose, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire shook violently. Like a meteor that had left its fixed orbit, it smashed into the dimension that Danny named the bottom universe. Boom, 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 boom. On that day, countless undead and devils in the 7 levels of hell heard 4 crisp sounds from the dark red sky, filled with the smell of sulfur. Hiss, the Megalosaurus roared with all its might, but its voice gradually faded away. The 4 Megalosaurus stayed in the 4 universes and did not follow the world of the Song of Ice and Fire into the bottom universe. They were also the hope of the future world's upgrade. After entering the bottom universe, Danny's connection with Little Fog strengthened. Only then did she find that the elf girl Laura, who used to talk to her, had passed away. In the next 80 years, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was like Halley's Comet flying from afar. It seemed slow, but it was approaching the Demon Hunter world very quickly. To Danny's surprise, the Demon Hunter world was larger than she had imagined. It was like a Gundam piled up by countless abandoned cars. In the past tens of thousands of years, countless worlds had collided with it. Then it was like a mouthful of thick phlegm falling on a moldy sesame seed cake. The sesame seed cake was expanding in volume. Danny was sure that the world of the Song of Ice and Fire would be like a bullet, not a thick phlegm. But she was also worried that the bullet would not be able to penetrate the sesame seed cake, or if the bullet hit a human bone, the bone would shatter and the bullet would be deformed. So, as Aunt May said, she began to adjust the collision angle. Danny even split a thought and mentally projected it into the Demon Hunter world. Well, as early as 50 years ago, she had been to the Demon Hunter world. However, she did not go to the material world. Instead, she wandered around the astral world of the Demon Hunter world. She had 2 purposes: to observe the strength of the Demon Hunter world and determine the best collision point. The power of the Demon Hunter world belonged to the middle class. The number and quality of ordinary extraordinaires were far greater than the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. This world also had gods. Danny even found some half-step true gods lying on the ground, like Danny and the sheep egg, who had comprehended the complete Song of Laws, but because of the fall of the world, they could not reach the level of a 3-story true god. If there was no hidden big boss, all the gods together would not be her opponent. Not to mention her now, Even the Lalo, 20 years before the long night, could be the boss of this world. Well, at that time, Lalo was the boss of the Song of Ice and Fire. Determine the best point of collision, reduce casualties, and minimize the losses of both worlds as much as possible. Danny chose the location of the collision to be in the north of the Dragon Mountains. Two worlds of the two worlds where the two worlds were colliding. The two worlds were worlds, and the two worlds were worlds of the world of the world. The two of the two worlds, worlds, the contact, the of the world of the world. The world of the world worlds, worlds, when the world of the world Earth. The process of the celestial convergence would last for more than a decade, or even decades. Danny had predicted the time and place of the collision in advance, and the demon hunters, a world of magic and martial arts, had foreseen the arrival of the celestial convergence 100 years ago. With the observation and mapping of the stars, the warlocks had long calculated the location and time of the collision. Just 2 years ago, the two worlds trembled slightly. The mercenaries, inspection teams, warlocks, demon hunters, wandering elves, and so on, who had been waiting in the Megalosaurus Mountains, swarmed into the North Pole of the Song of Ice and Fire world. At that time, Asha had not been resurrected. 2 years ago, in the wilderness 500 kilometers away from the northern border of Colville, the undulating hills were like yellow waves, and the yellow weeds that reached the knees had been trampled into the mud by thousands of wanderers. The mushroom-like tents spread for several kilometers. Bonfires, barbecued meat, strong alcohol, noise, the smell of leather, horse dung, and urine all combined to form a complete picture of a mercenary camp. Boom! Suddenly, a series of thunder boomed in the north. Then, a dark, icy fog came from the north, gradually blocking the afterglow of the sun, accompanied by a wave of cold. "Ah, the ground is covered in frost," someone shouted. Gerald frowned and looked around. The weeds on the ground were covered in a thin layer of white crystal. "That's a cold world," he said. The black-haired female warlock shook her head and said, "That's a world full of light and fire." "There's only white frost in front of me," Gerald said. The celestial convergence. Two celestial convergence. "The landing point of the other world has appeared," someone shouted. Then, countless people rushed in the direction of the ice. "Pack up, get ready to enter the new world," the black-haired female warlock said. Thousands of explorers walked north for another 80 kilometers before they arrived at a world covered in ice and snow. "Let's go back. It's all ice and snow here, no gold or gems." The demon hunters were not afraid of the cold, but Gerald had a bad feeling. "Do you think I'm like those adventurers coming to the new world to look for wealth?" The black-haired female warlock sneered. "Ah, there's a stone tablet here, written in the ancient language of the elves. Lord Yaniv, can you translate it for us?" The bearded mercenary leader waved his hand and called out. When the black-haired female warlock walked over, the 2-meter-tall stone tablet was already surrounded by explorers. She even found 7 or 8 of her colleagues from the Warlock Council, visitors from the other world. "The territory of the Northern Ice Kingdom lies ahead. Please do not continue." Half a year later, the world rift caused by the collision will be closed. We will arrange for the officers of the Immigration Bureau to check the qualifications of the visitors. A warlock read out loud. It's a very standard elven language. "Are there elves living in the other world?" Yaniv asked in surprise. "Count Anton, should we continue?" The mercenary leader looked at the armored knight in the team. The middle-aged knight was a noble count from the kingdom of Aden, and was also the employer of this 20-man team. "We need to get first-hand information about the other world for the kingdom. If the countries near the Megalosaurus Mountains take a huge amount of wealth and resources from the new world, Aden in the middle of the north will be very passive." Although Count Anton said this, he still looked at Yaniv with a questioning gaze. She used to be Aiden's great guardian wizard. Yennefer stretched out her right hand and opened her palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space above his palm was like a transparent pot of boiling water, rippling and undulating. The laws of the new world are different from ours, but my witchcraft is still working. Yennefer had a quarter of elven blood. Although she was infinitely far away from the ancient blood that could open the world door, she had awakened the talent of opening the portal. Also, the snow here is not magic, but natural seasonal snow. As long as we are prepared for the cold, it won't affect us much. We'll retreat if there's danger, Count Anton decided. Many people had the same idea as him. In other words, most people turned a deaf ear to the stone tablet's warning. If they were afraid of danger, they wouldn't have become explorers. In the next half a month, more than 20,000 people entered the northern snowfield one after another. Unlike the caution of the residents of the Song of Ice and Fire world, this world and the races of this world had experienced too many celestial convergences. They had long been used to exploring or migrating to the new world. Well, yes, although they didn't know the specific situation of the new world, many races had decided to leave the world of demon hunters. Just 500 years ago, the masters of this world were still elves. Since 700 years ago, humans migrated from across the sea and fought with elves for hundreds of years. In the end, humans who had a stronger reproductive ability won. The civilizations of elves, halflings, goblins, dwarves, and other humanoid races were destroyed by humans. The remaining minorities in human society were refugees or low-class citizens. They would be happy to go to the new world and start a new life. After entering the snowfield, the sky in the south was obviously brighter, and they could vaguely see the shadow of the sun. So, everyone moved in the same direction. But in less than half a day, Geralt found a very scary thing. As long as the people around him left his sight, he would never see them again. At first, when he told Yennefer about this discovery, the sorceress scoffed. "I can swear on my honor as a member of the Supreme Council that there is no trace of witchcraft within a few kilometers. To be more direct, there has never been a fluctuation of the force nearby." Half an hour later, she lost track of Geralt. When night came, they set up their tents in the snowfield. The Count arranged for Geralt to go around and see if there were any beasts that could threaten them. But Geralt never came back. 7 or 8 people left one after another, like throwing meat buns at a dog. They never came back. At that moment, extreme fear gripped the heart of the sorceress of Ving Castle. They had met a super expert. Fortunately, they met the natives of this world the next day. Like Yennefer, the lost demon hunters also found a warm and prosperous town that night. There were about 100 families in the town. 2 or 3-story buildings were built on both sides of the crossroads, and in the center was a small castle with a wall. The houses here were very unique. Whether it was wooden houses or brick houses, half of them were buried in the ground, and the other half was exposed outside. It was late, and there was no one on the cobblestone road. Warm light shone through the windows a foot above the ground. In the shadows, one could hear the voices of people and see the shadows of people walking. Geralt knew the way and easily found the noisiest tavern. The taverns in every world were the same: dirty, noisy, dark, and full of the stench of sweat and rotten feet. Of course, there was also the sweetness of the ale, the burnt smell of barbecued meat, and the skin of bones smeared with low-quality makeup. "Traveler, this is Lonroy Town. Where are you from? Look at your outfit. It's very strange." The fat bartender behind the counter spoke in an unfamiliar language that Geralt could not understand. But he was not worried. He walked forward and put his hand on the bartender's right arm that was wiping a horn cup. "Hello, I'm from another world. I'm a demon hunter, Geralt of Livia." His mental wave reached his mind. The fat, red-haired bartender was stunned. He glanced strangely at the sword behind the demon hunter. "Your respected mage." Gerald still could not understand what he was saying, but he received accurate information from the bartender's mind. "A demon hunter who knows a little about magic." Gerald explained the convergence of the stars and his situation in a simple manner. "So you're a guest from another world." The bartender was shocked. "I have to report to the mayor immediately. There are too many explorers from another world coming in. Our vault is in danger." "Vault?" Gerald frowned. "We're not robbers. We won't rob your town. But this is Lonraw Town. There's an open-air gold mine, half a mile away. There's too much gold in the vault. Money moves people." The bartender said, anxiously. "This." Gerald sighed, helplessly. "Your worries are not without reason. Quickly inform the mayor." "Gerald, you're a good ranger. I, Tormund, the giant's nemesis, am definitely going to befriend you." The fat bartender patted the silver-haired demon hunter's shoulder and laughed. At this moment, Gerald felt a sense of pride from him that did not belong to a bartender. Chapter 11:11. Gerald slept in Tormund's tavern for the night. As he wasn't sure when Yennefer would find him, he reluctantly rejected the red saintess who threw herself at him. Early the next morning, as soon as the demon hunters woke up, a butler came to the stone castle in the middle of the town. "Lord Gerald, Mayor Elisa invites you for breakfast," the butler said. "It must be about the otherworldly visitors," Tormund said, as he shook Gerald's hand. Gerald nodded and carried his great sword on his back as he got into the butler's carriage. The town came to life in the early morning mist. The residents opened their doors and started their day's work. Gerald observed carefully and was surprised to find that there were no humanoids here. In the demon hunter world, as long as there was a mine, regardless of whether it was gold or iron, the dwarves would always gather. There are no dwarves in our world, but not all of them are humans. Are there giants in your world? The mayor, Elisa Thorne, was an old man with white hair, but a strong body and sharp eyes. The mayor's daughter, Cersei Thorne, attracted Gerald's attention even more. Her figure was slim, but she did not lack breadth of mind. Her skin was as fair as milk, and her soft golden hair brightened up the dim hall. Her green eyes were like spring springs, and she was shy and delicate like a newborn lamb that had lost its way on a grassy slope in spring. However, her beautiful face had a natural charm that made men unable to resist. This girl could become the queen of any kingdom. Gerald praised her in his heart. "There are not only giants in our world, but also elves and dwarves," he said. During the meal, they discussed the customs of their respective worlds. After breakfast, Mayor Elisa said solemnly, "There are only 100 strong men in the town. It's not enough to protect our wealth. Therefore, I've decided to move the gold from the vault to Winterfell, which is further south. However, I'm worried that the team escorting the gold will encounter otherworldly explorers. I know Tormund's evaluation of you. You're a brave and righteous knight. I'm willing to believe him. I hope you can accept my employment and protect the gold and my daughter as they leave Lonraw Town. Mayor, I'm honored to be recognized by you, but I didn't come to your world alone. In fact, I was just about to ask you to help me determine the location of my companions," Gerald said. Alicia stroked his long beard and said thoughtfully, "I have a rough understanding of your situation. Ordinary people might not know anything about the collision of worlds, but I am a noble and I have my own sources of information. A long time ago, the Northern Ice Kingdom sent us a message warning us not to head north. It's best if we don't leave the town's territory, because when the celestial bodies converge, many spatial cracks will appear at the point of convergence. It is possible to travel hundreds of miles with a single step So that's how it is. There was indeed a warning about the world chasm on the stone stele, but we didn't listen to it. Gerald said thoughtfully, "You should understand that I'm unable to determine the location of your companions. I can only promise you that if your companions come to Lonroy Town, I'll welcome them warmly and arrange a guide to Winterfell. Anyway, if you want to explore our world, you will eventually reach the Northern Ice Nation." Gerald glanced at Cersei, who had a pleading look on her face. He sighed and accepted the escort mission. At noon, the team escorting the gold left Lonroy Town on the Snow Horse's sleigh. Besides Gerald and Cersei, there were 10 strong men and a maid. There were 3 big chests, which weighed 250 pounds of gold. Gerald was moved. The next week's journey was indeed thrilling. They encountered ferocious beasts and bandits. Even explorers from the world of demon hunters had encountered a few waves of them. In the beginning, Gerald could use his identity as a demon hunter to keep the explorers at a distance. However, once they saw Cersei or guessed that there was gold in the chests, a massacre would ensue. After 7 days, Gerald was the only one left in the escort team. However, the demon hunter still completed his mission meticulously. He handed the gold and Cersei over to the Winterfell dungeon lord. "You're a righteous person." Cersei licked her red lips regretfully. Gerald was pleased with himself, but he also felt regretful. He thought that Cersei was regretting that she couldn't spend a night with him, who was righteous, handsome, brave, and powerful. During that period, they did have some ambiguous moments. Many times, when he saw her flirtatious behavior, his dick was so hard that his leather pants couldn't contain it. As long as she showed any signs of invitation, he would pounce on her. But although she was seductive and showed her admiration and respect for him, her behavior was ladylike. She even hinted to him that she was engaged to Winterfell's young Master Robert, but she wanted to go to the other world to have a look. Gerald understood that the girl wanted to elope with him, but he also knew his own situation. A demon hunter couldn't make any promises to Cersei. He didn't even belong to this world. Moreover, he and Yennefer, before he left, he asked for a kiss on her forehead. Then he took the money pouch and left. What a pity! Such a strong soul. Why did he have to be a gentleman? Cersei swallowed her saliva. At this time, her pure green eyes were dyed a charming purple, and her pink lips seemed to have been smeared with blood. It was a seductive red, and her sun-like golden hair was purplish black. There was also a pair of curved demon horns on her full white forehead. Forget it. The wild boar is gone, but there's still the deer. Pom, Cersei exploded into a cloud of purple-red smoke and disappeared at the entrance of Winterfell. The nearby guards were like clay puppets. They didn't move at all. Unknowingly, Gerald left the 7 hells. After everyone crossed the boundary marker, they entered the 7 hells, and all they saw were undead. After leaving Winterfell and walking south for half a day, the demon hunters came across an impregnable pass that stretched across a canyon. "Gerald, fight with me. No matter if you win or lose, you can leave." There was only a warrior in golden armor on the 30-meter high wall. "Why do we have to fight?" Gerald looked around and asked curiously. "I want to see the other world's top swordsmanship. We'll only use swordsmanship. Only duels, no life and death," the warrior said. "Does every explorer who comes here have to spar with you?" Gerald drew his 2-handed sword from his back. He also wanted to see the swordsmanship of this world. Not every explorer can see the 12 zodiacs. "Yes, I'm Richard Hope." Richard was defeated. His opponent's strength and reflexes were better than his, and his swordsmanship was concise and experienced. It was a true killing technique. "Gerald, this is your fortuitous encounter. Continue on your path. The 7 gods are watching you. May the Holy Mother bless you. Richard didn't answer Gerald's questions. He only personally sent him out of the pass and left a meaningful blessing. After that, Gerald came across another 11 checkpoints. Only 6 towers had owners. Their swordsmanship was better than the other. Gerald only won 3 rounds, and the other 3 were terrible defeats, especially at the second-last checkpoint, the one-armed Jaime Lannister in the Golden Lion armor. Gerald had the urge to give up on the sword and go home to farm. It was too much of a blow. His opponent only faced the setting sun and stood on the tower with his back facing him. He couldn't even hold his sword. In the end, the Golden Lion's strange aura disappeared, and they still fought. It was very awkward. Gerald felt that his opponent was like an old instructor practicing swordsmanship with a child who was learning swordsmanship for the first time. In the future, you can try to forget the swordsmanship, or even the precious combat skills you learned from countless life and death battles, the Golden Lion said, using the sword instinctively. Gerald frowned. No, using your heart to hold the sword, and using your will to fight. I don't understand. Gerald didn't snort, nor did he think that his opponent was fooling him. It was just that his swordsmanship was too strong. Let me ask you, how much weight can you carry? 1 ton shouldn't be a problem. The inhuman demon hunter gave him an inhuman number. What about your reflexes? How many stabs can you make in the blink of an eye? The demon hunter thought for a moment. Not more than 10 stabs. Let me ask you again. If an enemy uses 2 tons of strength and stabs you 20 times in the blink of an eye, crushing you, will you kneel down and kowtow to him out of fear? Of course not. No one can make me feel fear. I will kneel to show my respect, but I will never cowardly kowtow to my opponent, Gerald said firmly. Then, do you understand? Sai, what do you want to say? Just say it to me. I really can't understand the way you otherworlders think, the white-haired demon hunter said helplessly. Jaime was embarrassed. He recalled himself in the past. This conversation had appeared between him and the Dragon Queen. It seemed that he wanted her to say it directly. The world thought that he broke through to become a demigod with the Divine Comedy. This wasn't wrong, but it was also very wrong. The essence of the Divine Comedy was a poem written by Aemont Targaryen about heaven, hell, and the mortal world. Of course, the Divine Comedy could help Jaime increase his knowledge and accumulate experience. However, the old Aemont himself had to go through the back door to become a saint. How could he write a secret manual that could let others become gods directly? The Divine Comedy was like a phone that stored the phone numbers of all the big shots in the world. If he dialed Hell's 7th floor Cersei, he could communicate with Cersei, who was being tortured in hell, face to face, kill her inner demons, and start a new life. If he dialed Heaven's 7 gods warrior, he could connect to the god of swords Dany and ask for advice on swordsmanship. Human strength is limited, and so is the speed of movement. In theory, transcendence is also close to the peak of physical techniques. With limited speed, strength, and technique, there is naturally a limit to swordsmanship when wielding the iron sword in one's hand. This limit is the boundary between mortals and gods. The mind can be infinitely wide and encompass the world. The mind can be infinitely fast and reach the boundary of the universe in an instant. The will of man is infinitely strong and powerful, able to withstand all the suffering and pain in the world. Thus, by wielding the sword in one's hand with one's mind, one's swordsmanship has broken through the limit. It makes sense and is thought-provoking. I have a deep understanding of it, but Gerald sighed. I don't know what to do. Didn't I teach you before? Gerald was stunned and muttered, forget the moves and experience. Hold the sword with your heart and swing it with your will. Yes. Why do you want to teach me swordsmanship? Gerald was puzzled. The intersection of planets is dangerous, but also an opportunity. For mortals, we can exchange battle techniques. For higher-level beings, they can exchange laws. The so-called exchange is to take out something precious and exchange it for something of equal value. I don't have anything precious to give you. Gerald frowned. It's not you, it's your world. The will of your world has already opened the door to the great beings of our world. If you still don't understand, you can continue south. In the city of Everwinter, someone will explain it to you in more detail. Chapter 11:12. What was the most valuable thing in the other world? In the Demon Hunter world, the most valuable thing was, of course, the ancient blood that opened the world gate. Almost every world had its own unique talent, but not every talent was useful to Dani. Most of the time, she couldn't even find the unique talent of the other world. So, compared to the talent of luck, the song of law of the other world was more practical. No matter how badly the world was damaged, as long as it was not completely dead, there would be a world will. The only difference was that the will was strong and weak, some were mechanical and dull, and some were flexible and intelligent. The will of the Song of Ice and Fire world was very strong, and its brain was barely at the average level among its peers. It could make corresponding changes to the state of the world. For example, the birth of each generation's savior. After wandering around the Demon Hunter world's astral world, Dani found that the other world's will was very weak and dull. They didn't have much of a reaction against outsiders. Dani could also guess the reason. The Demon Hunter world had experienced too many planet conversions, and the will of the world had been invaded many times. All just like a 20-year sex worker who came home at night and met a knife-wielding rapist, its reaction would not be as strong as an ordinary person's. Even so, she decided to make a fair deal with the other party. She arranged for someone to go to the Demon Hunter world to comprehend the Song of Law, and she also opened the Sea of Law of the Song of Ice and Fire world to someone with destiny in the Demon Hunter world. Well, Dani decided to do it herself. It would be best if she could sing the complete Song of Fire of the Demon Hunter world, or even more songs of law, to be more fair. She even arranged for a teacher to teach the chosen person personally. The reason why she was so serious in the face of a retarded will of the world was that Dani was sure that after she obtained the ancient blood of the ancient elves and started traveling through time, she would inevitably encounter countless other worlds. She needed to figure out a reasonable and legal method of traveling through time. Dani didn't want to see the dishes and take by force. Apart from the fact that she wasn't completely evil, she also had scruples about walking by the river often. One's shoes will get wet. If she saw a world with a weak will, she would rely on stealing, cheating. One day, she would encounter a world that seemed weak but hit a big boss. Not every white-haired old comrade was a protector of the country. Even Sweeping Monk and Zhang Sanfeng were old and appeared to be senile. Wasn't she a typical example? Compared to the will of the Song of Ice and Fire, she herself was terrifyingly powerful. Therefore, it was better to have some martial virtues when doing things. After Geralt left the 11th trial, he had been thinking about the Sword God realm in his heart. In just half a day, he had passed the last trial. He could also tell that the strength of the palace masters guarding the 12 ecliptic palaces was stronger than the previous one. He was expecting to meet a swordsman who was stronger than Jaime the Golden Lion in the 12th palace, but unfortunately, the palace was empty. This palace is waiting for a stronger palace master. Who would be stronger than Jaime Lannister? Before leaving, the Demon Hunter let out a long sigh. The 12 ecliptic palaces were built in the canyon. Leaving the 12 ecliptic palaces meant leaving the continuous mountain range. Geralt's field of vision suddenly widened. He could even see a sparkling ice city under the sun at the foot of a mountain in the distance. Everwinter. Gerald cheered himself up and quickened his pace. Everwinter was not too big. It was only a square 2 kilometers in length. The east of the city was a tall mountain guarding the plains at the foot of the mountain. Some of the buildings extended up the slope. There were only 3 walls, and half of the buildings inside were underground. After staying in Gold's Higher Town for a night, the demon hunters already knew the beauty of such underground houses. They were warm and did not lack light like basements. The demon hunters' first impression of Everwinter was that it was very clean. There was almost no human or animal feces on the stone path and beside the houses. Other than the cleanliness, the demon hunters were also attracted by the viaducts and canals built along the road. It was as if the river water was diverted from the snowy mountains and then flowed through the canals to thousands of homes. I learned this from the people of Bravos. A woman in a red robe with red eyes and long copper hair walked over. Like Yennefer, she wore a large gemstone around her neck. However, Yennefer's amulet was a star-shaped obsidian, while the woman's was a ruby that shone with a strange red light. You can speak the common language of our world? Gerald asked curiously. It's very simple and easy to learn. I'm Melisandre, the mage consultant of the Northern Frost Palace. Come with me, your friend is already here. Gerald was from another world, so he did not think much of Aunt May's self-introduction. He only nodded and followed her to the castle on the hillside in the east of the city. Who's my friend? He asked curiously as he looked at the scenery and the people around him. Yennefer from Ving Castle. Ah, she's already in Everwinter? Why didn't I see her in the 12 Zodiac Temples? The 12 Zodiac Temples are your reward, the woman in the red robe said with a smile. How do I cross the canyon without going to the 12 Zodiac Temples? I'll show you when you return. You want to leave with me? Gerald was shocked. Yes, I hope you can be my guide and help me complete my mission. Later, Gerald met the Lord of Neverwinter, Jon Targaryen, who had a snow-white beard. He looked old, but his cheeks were rosy and his muscles were strong. He looked like a middle-aged man. Jon answered many of his questions, such as why he wanted to teach him swordsmanship. They also talked about the customs of their respective worlds. On the same day, he met Yennefer. The black-haired sorceress was meditating in a clean and warm guest room in the castle. She was very excited when she saw him. This world is a mage's paradise. There are almost no side effects when using witchcraft. King Jon said you were also chosen. What did you get? Gerald asked hesitantly. Do you know what price our world paid? You were chosen to... Yennefer stopped, smiling. She was confused. But you're not a sorceress. I got the method to become a sword god. A powerful sword master named Jaime also left a sword will in my mind for me to study. Gerald said, I see. Different professions have different rewards. Yennefer was enlightened. I got the chance to enter the Sea of Law. All the laws and mana are open to me. Maybe I can learn a song of law and become a demigod. What's the price? Didn't the North Ice King tell you? The will of our world won't stop the Mother of Dragons from learning the laws of our world. I don't understand, Gerald said. It's also the first time I know that a world has its own will, but our world doesn't have the Sea of Law. It's much harder for the Mother of Dragons to learn the laws. Do you think the other worlders are stupid and let us take advantage of them? Gerald frowned. Do you know the price of becoming a sorceress? Yennefer put her hand on her belly and said with a gloomy face, losing the ability to have children. Yennefer said bitterly, apprentices use magic to stimulate the seeds in their hands. When they germinate and bloom, their bodies will wither. Because our world doesn't have a sea of mana, ordinary people can't extract chaos mana. The more universal origin force they use, the more vitality they lose. Sorceresses' ovaries shrink and lose the ability to reproduce. Isn't that the same as paying the price of endless vitality for mana? There's a mana pool in the headquarters of the Sorcerer Supreme Council. Many sorceresses who were in the same batch as me turned into eels and fell into it. They used their bodies as conduits to extract chaos mana from the universe and turn it into gentle mana that can be used by sorcerers. Also, because they don't have a sea of law, sorcerers can only work hard to develop the bloodline inherited from ancient times. It's hard for them to listen to the song of law from the depths of the world like the sorcerers of this world. Geralt frowned. Since our world lacks mana and can't learn the laws, what can a mother of dragons get? Our world doesn't lack chaos mana. What it lacks is orderly and gentle mana. Maybe the mother of dragons can use the primitive chaos mana at will. I suspect that she has already mastered the Song of Law and wants to test it again in our world. These things don't cause any direct damage to our world. So, the powerful beings in this world are all good people. Geralt thought. Not good people, but they follow the rules. Everyone gets what they want. Geralt nodded and asked, "What about the rest of the team?" The black-haired sorceress turned pale and said in a trembling voice, "They all went to hell." Hell, dead. The people who went out to look for you that night all disappeared. We were also scared and didn't dare to separate. The next day we didn't find you, but we found a place called Goldshire Town. Hearing that a large number of adventurers had arrived, the mayor entrusted us with 2 tons of gold from the vault and his daughter, Miss Circe, to escort them. What's wrong with you? Gerald's shocked expression made Yennev confused. Is Miss Circe blonde, very delicate, and beautiful? The demon hunter asked in a trembling voice. Yennev nodded first, then shook her head vigorously. She's a demon, a devil. What happened? The demon hunter asked curiously. On the way, the mercenaries wanted to steal the gold and the beauty. Count Anton was also lusting after her, but I stopped them all. But when we arrived at Winterfell, the delicate Circe transformed into a succubus with horns on her head and dark, purple tattoos on her skin. She said she was the queen of succubi in hell. In front of me, she sucked Count Anton and the others dry. I even saw their souls leaving their bodies in pain as they were sucked into Circe's mouth. This is a test. Geralt suddenly realized. Yes, it is a test. Circe told me that when we crossed the boundary stone, the 7 gods started the 7 trials for us. 7 levels of trials, 7 levels of morality. In Goldshire Town, when we were hired by the mayor, we made a sacred oath. If we break the oath, such as attacking the mayor's daughter out of lust, stealing the gold out of greed, or running away from a powerful enemy out of cowardice, it's considered breaking the oath. And those who break the oath will definitely fall to the 7 hells, the black-haired sorceress said with a pale face. Sigh, I said we shouldn't have come. The others had left a warning stele at the entrance, but we ignored it. Geralt sighed. No, I'm glad we didn't listen to the stele's warning. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten such a great benefit, Yennev said excitedly. Geralt nodded reluctantly and asked, In a few days, I'll be escorting Melisandre to the other countries. What about you? I'm going to stay here until the end of the planet convergence. This is a rare opportunity. Just as the demon hunter and the red-robed woman hooked up, traveling at public expense and comforting each other's loneliness, Asha came back to life. Chapter 11:13. Imperial University, King's Landing Branch. Dragon Incubation Square. In front of the library, white jade was built into a 30 by 50-meter wide square. At the north end of the square was an obsidian sculpture of the dragon queen hatching a dragon. Below the sculpture was a waist-deep fountain. At the end of spring and beginning of summer, a faint rainbow hung above the fountain. The square was surrounded by sloping turf. Going up the turf, there was a loquat forest on the left and a sycamore forest on the right. Both sides of the forest faced the square, and there was a row of park chairs overlooking the square. At this moment, at the northeast corner of the square, there were dozens of students in white shirts and black trousers conversing in Draconic. Although they were stumbling, their voices were loud and clear. This was the Draconic corner. Students from other schools often joined in. The silver-haired, purple-eyed Targaryen were the most popular because their pronunciation was always accurate, their sentences were fluent, and they were full of emotions. These were the basic requirements for casting Draconic magic. In the center of the square, there were senior students chanting spells and practicing elemental magic. There was also a circle of junior students around them. From time to time, the wind would howl and the flames would burn. Then there would be cheers. On the turf, there were students hugging their knees and meditating. There were also people leisurely lying down and enjoying the sun. There were also people reading. Asha sat under a loquat tree on the west side. A handsome young man was holding an exercise book and explaining wildfire magic questions to her. Asha, you have to understand that no matter what the equation is, it is all for the purpose of synthesizing wildfire. After 100 years of development, fire mages have already experimented with hundreds of ways to synthesize wildfire, and every method represents a magical chemical formula. The left side is the reactant, above the equal sign is the corresponding magic rune, and the right side of the equal sign is the wildfire. Junior Tyloan, I understand what you're saying, but there are only 405 types of main formulas, 214 types of reactants, and 214 types of formulas to synthesize the reactants. Furthermore, there are 214 types of formulas to synthesize the reactants, and within these 214 types of secondary formulas, there are even more detailed reaction formulas. 7 levels of hell. Asha scratched her head irritably. What's even more ridiculous is that every reaction formula has its own unique reaction rune. I can't remember it at all. Sigh, it can't be helped. The wildfire major in the 14th department of the chemistry department is a 5-year course. Even though you've been here for 2 years, you've only been in contact with the wildfire major for half a semester. Take your time. Our Imperial University is lenient and strict. There was once a senior who took 15 years to get his diploma. The black-haired young man said, helplessly, in the blink of an eye, Asha had been reborn for 2 years. She gradually became familiar with this new world and began to fall in love with this new world from the bottom of her heart. The world right now was full of vigor, vitality, and hope. Both the nobles and the civilians were brimming with vigor that was rarely seen in ancient times. She even began to agree with some historians' assessment of the Dark Age before the Long Night. Compared to modern times, the era before the Long Night was really dark, barbaric, and ignorant. Sometimes she even felt ashamed that she was an ancient. However, considering that the Dragon Queen, who changed this world, was from the same generation as her, she was very proud. Just half a year ago, for the Dragon Queen's 130th birthday, she followed Dany and the others to Slaves Bay. Oh, many places in the Westeros had changed their names. For example, Winterfell had become the Summer Palace. The rustic Bear Island had changed its name to the Western-styled Malborn. Chinting Island was no longer green all year round and had changed its name to Autumn Plains. However, Slaves Bay was still called Slaves Bay so that the people would always remember that it was the Dragon Queen who brought the light of freedom to the old world filled with slaves. Hundreds of Targaryens went, and the nobles and ministers who came to celebrate the Dragon Queen's birthday numbered in the thousands. However, when the Dragon Queen saw her, she said, "Asha is an old friend. Sit beside me." Looking at the envious gazes of her granddaughter-in-law, Dany, and the nearby Targaryens. Asha had never felt so honored before. It was also because of the Dragon Queen's other casual gaze speech that Asha's market value suddenly rose. From the Sea Queen of the Imperial University that no one wanted to marry, she became the matriarch of the family that all the small and medium-sized families fought over. Tyren Greyjoy, who was now explaining the magical chemistry exercises to her, was one of the many backups who pursued her. This Greyjoy came from the River Bay Greyjoy family, as Victarion had a holy oath with the River Bay nobles that lasted for more than 10 years. Even after he died, the noble parliament gave him an earl's territory near the sea. Generously, it was divided from the High Court Tyrell family's territory, the mouth of the Mander River, facing the Shield Archipelago. Later, Marjorie was conferred the title of High Court Duchess by Sansa. Because of her identity as Victarion's wife, the land returned to its previous owner. Later on, Marjorie and her descendants died. This land that theoretically belonged to the Greyjoy family was once again separated from the High Court Duchess territory. As Victarion's nephew, Theon naturally inherited the land. Thus, the sea monster family split into two. Robb's second son inherited his granduncle's inheritance. The great-grandson was going to marry his great-grandaunt. What's the point of so many chemical formulas? Can't we just choose the formula for the most stable reactant? Asha threw away her pen and sighed with a pained expression. Of course not. You can't just consider stability. Reaction speed and raw material cost are also very important. For example, the engine power of Joffrey's car. 1 horse is enough. But the Titan of Bravos has a single engine set that can produce close to 10,000 horses. Both produce wildfire, but how can the reaction speed of the two engines be the same? The higher the engine power, the more wildfire it requires to be produced in the shortest time. Asha was stunned. She said, "Can we arrange for more fire mages to increase the speed of the wildfire synthesis?" In theory, it's possible, but it's very dangerous. For a normal wildfire engine, the wildfire is synthesized in the cylinder and burns immediately after synthesis. There's almost no risk. If multiple fire mages work together to synthesize the wildfire outside the cylinder, the wildfire will gather together and flow to the cylinder, burning again. Have you noticed that when the wildfire flows through the pipes, the temperature is very high and it's very easy to explode? So there's so much to learn about the wildfire engine. Asha sighed. To be able to become a professional knowledge, it's not simple. If you look deeper, you'll find that different engine models have different requirements for the driver. The reason why I don't think Joffrey's car can be popularized is because it requires the driver to have very precise magic control. Asha fell silent. Right in front of them on the walkway, there were 2 white-robed swordsmen, 1 male and 1 female, each holding a sword. Their footsteps were nimble as they moved swiftly. Ping, ping, bang, bang, bang. They exchanged blows back and forth. Asha's attention was attracted by the light of the swords. Rhaega Setiga and Marjorie Hightower from the Knight Academy. Turin said, "They're both level 4 again." Asha said bitterly. A sudden change occurred. When Marjorie leaned to the side to avoid the vertical slash of the sword, she miscalculated the range of her sturdiness. Rhaega also thought that the other party could avoid this slash, so he couldn't stop in time. The light of the sword flashed, like a master who had been selling coconut milk for 50 years. With just 1 slash, he chopped off the head of the coconut. So miserable. Asha grimaced. Although the bra is more comfortable, the leather armor can really protect the safety of the female knights. She didn't make a fuss. There were too many injuries in the academy. In just a moment, the students from the Holy Knight Academy and the Priest Academy gathered around and skillfully picked up Marjorie's tits. After cleaning them, they quickly reinstalled them. The crazy Prince Bran has awakened. Big news, The crazy Prince Bran, who has been sleeping for 20 years, has awakened, right in front of Hibiscus Restaurant. The crazy prince has gone crazy again. Just as Marjorie covered her chest and ran away, a blonde girl with freckles stood at the entrance of the library and shouted excitedly, "Who is the crazy Prince Bran?" Asha asked doubtfully. Turin thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "It should be the brother of the current king, the Crown Prince Bran Targaryen from 20 years ago, but I heard that he died a long time ago. Why is he sleeping now?" Hibiscus Restaurant was a circular 4-story red brick building. It was also the female dormitory. Asha lived in it. She liked the swimming pool in the center of the circular building. She could swim there and also admire various types of beautiful bodies. Look north. At the entrance of Hibiscus Restaurant, a 4-meter-high wooden platform was built. A handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes pointed to the sky and shouted, "That is another world. The convergence of the stars has already happened." Asha followed and looked towards the northern sky. She could faintly see a part of the arc-shaped planet that covered 1/16 of the sky. The northern sky was dyed a dark green by its reflection. This phenomenon started a year ago and became more obvious and bigger. Asha had already gotten the answer from the Dragon Queen. She was not the only one who knew. Anyone with eyes could see it and get a rough idea of the situation from others. The convergence of the stars was not a secret. 2 years ago, there were people from another world who came to our world. The Northern Ice Kingdom also sent messengers to the other world. Students, that is a world with a brand new civilization and a brand new power system. Even if you can't get any treasures, you can still increase your knowledge and experience by traveling there. You can even gain enlightenment and sublimate your soul, allowing you to break through your bottleneck. Prince Bran shouted loudly, "Prince Bran, do you have the qualifications to form a travel group from another world?" Someone asked bluntly. "In fact, I will be engaged to the princess from another world." Prince Bran smiled proudly. "The prince is going crazy again." The crowd burst into laughter. "It's up to you to believe it or not. I only need 10 of the most outstanding companions." Bran was so angry that his face turned red. When they returned to the dormitory that night, Asha told Dany about what happened in the afternoon. She asked curiously, "Why did someone say that Bran died 20 years ago and is now in a coma? Also, he has been in a coma for 20 years. Why isn't he dead?" "Do you know about Bran's past? I heard from others that he rode on a horse and killed a commoner on the road, drugged a female classmate with a sword, gathered a bunch of bad friends to have sex in a brothel, set fire to his own roommates. He did almost all kinds of evil. In the end, when he secretly used the remnant pages of the Divine Comedy to summon a demon, he fell into a coma, or was his soul sucked dry by the demon?" Asha said, "Do you know about Queen Sansa's mother?" Dany asked. "Madame Stoneheart?" Asha was shocked. "Did she get redemption? She was tortured in hell. Her descendants also helped her pay her debts in hell. Queen Sansa once made an oath that she would atone for her mother's sins with her descendants. The old ancestor conditionally agreed to Queen Sansa's oath. Any unfilial son of the Targaryen family would go to hell in their grandmother's place to be tortured until they turned over a new leaf. Only then could their souls return to the sun. So, do you understand Bran's situation?" Asha was dumbfounded. The Dragon Queen used hell to teach the family's good-for-nothing children? Dany nodded silently. "This is the Targaryen family's secret. Don't tell anyone else. Are there many unconscious Bran? The Targaryen family's upbringing is not bad. In the past 100 years, they have only produced 3 or 4 unfilial sons. Some are still being tortured in hell. After one woke up, he went to Sky Dragon Temple to become a monk. The effect is that good. Asha said in a daze. Whether the effect is good or not, you can see Bran's actions in the future. By the way, do you want to go to the other world? Can I go? Asha asked in surprise. Chapter 11:14. I am Circe. Hell was created for me. Before I went to hell, there was no hell in the world. To settle me down, the Holy Mother created hell. I was once the princess of Casterly Rock, the queen of the Westeros, the queen of King's Landing. If not for the devaluation of the Atonement Scroll, perhaps there would be another Archangel Circe today instead of the great demon king Circe. Of course, I don't think of myself as a demon. The so-called demon is just a derogatory term for the despairing people of hell. I used to think that the greatest pain in life was not being able to become Prince Rhaegar's wife. I used to think that the greatest pain in life was when Robert drunkenly crawled on top of me, nuzzling me with all his might while calling out Lyanna's slutty name with his smelly mouth. I used to think that the moment Joffrey died in front of me was the moment I experienced the greatest pain in life. I used to think that the greatest pain in life was when Jaime ignored my summons and ran away with that ugly Brittany. I used to think, I can now confirm that the greatest pain in life is the complete despair of not seeing a trace of a future. 9,999,999,999 years. That was the length of my sentence in hell, and also the limit of my sentence in hell. Can the universe exist for so many years? At that moment, my faith almost collapsed. When I died, I came to a picturesque place. It was filled with a heartwarming, holy light. Even the air seemed to be a holy milky white. My body was filled with pain and exhaustion. In an instant, all of it turned into black gas and seeped out from my body. It polluted the area within 100 meters. You can see how miserable I was at that time. Sigh. I knew that I was finally free and had come to the legendary heaven. I have believed in the 7 gods since I was young. After experiencing the pain of losing my son and husband, I became even more devoted to the Holy Mother. After being judged by the Church and witnessing the miracle of the Holy Mother's descent, my faith became as firm as a rock. From being tortured to death by Yulun to finally seeing heaven, my eyes were filled with tears and my soul was elevated. Oh, I didn't know what happened to me back then. I wasn't like St. Matthew, who understood the profound teachings of the 7 gods. I just felt very touched and grateful. The purest feelings for the Holy Mother elevated my soul and made my body shine brightly. The fake crown Prince Aegon by the side. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Well, I found out later that he was the angel of heaven. Are you really Circe? The fake crown prince asked like a fool. You're the fake crown Prince Aegon. I've seen your portrait before. I said. The fake crown prince seemed to have been shot in the heart. His body was on the verge of collapse as he said with a face full of disbelief, You actually believe in the Holy Mother so devoutly. Your devotion is even higher than mine. Is there any justice in this world? Furthermore, your soul has actually sublimated into a secondary angel. I didn't quite understand what he was saying, but he doubted my devotion to the Holy Mother. Wasn't that the same as coming to the Red Castle and saying in front of the king that a subject was not loyal to the king? The Holy Mother was watching from above. Unable to bear it any longer, I argued loudly with him. The strange thing was that after I became angry, holy light shone from my body once more. The fake crown prince across from me seemed to be under some invisible pressure. His face paled, and his forehead was instantly covered in sweat. His spine even began to bend. In the end, his knees gave way, and he knelt before me. There's no need for that. It's fine as long as you know your mistake. This isn't the mortal world. There's no need for such formalities. I was shocked. Although the fake crown prince was fake, he had the Dragon Queen as his backer. He could even be a guide in heaven. I was new here, so I couldn't offend him. He started crying. First, he wiped his tears. Then, he started bawling like a pitiful child. As he cried, he howled, "It's true. Your devotion is real. You're a petitioner, devotion 100 to 150. You're even close to becoming a holy disciple. Your soul sublimation is also real. The holy pressure that a high-level Holy Spirit exerts on a normal holy disciple is real and powerful." I didn't understand what he meant, but I understood that he was jealous of me. Humph. I've seen too many similar situations. I knew that I had the confidence to be arrogant in front of him. Thus, my chest was filled with a heroic spirit. "Aegon, tell me, what's the current situation in heaven? What kind of status do I have?" I glanced at him from the corner of my eyes. The fake crown prince wiped his tears as he brought me up the stairs to Heaven Island. "Cersei, when I saw Sparrow, he saw me too. His expression was as if he saw the Holy Mother eating shit. It's me. Congratulations on meeting an old friend." I extended my arms and walked towards him with a big smile. I was prepared to give him a warm hug, although old Zhang's old face still made me want to vomit. Now that he was the owner of Heaven Island, I had to establish a good relationship with him. Then I could use his recommendation to get closer to the Holy Mother. After I win the Holy Mother's favor, she would give me a Heaven Island. Yeah, Cersei's heavenly kingdom. By then, I would be able to throw Sparrow away like he was a stinky sock. Ha ha ha. As a Tywin with a pair of big boobs, I never lacked schemes and shrewdness. Unfortunately, Sparrow didn't know what was good for him. I smiled as I walked towards him, but his old face twisted like a devil, and he retreated like a snake. He shouted in disbelief, "This shouldn't be, this can't be. Cersei can go to heaven? Holy Mother, is your mercy like a flood, overflowing like a disaster?" I have sinned, but I have the atonement scroll. I forced a smile. The people around me pointed at me and whispered among themselves, their faces full of disbelief. The smile on my face was no longer as beautiful. The atonement scroll is prepared for those who fight ghosts. Have you killed a deviant ghost before? Or have you seen a corpse ghost? A baby-faced girl pointed at me and scolded loudly. There are 4 kinds of people I hate the most in my life. Secondly, women who are younger and better looking than me and whose temperament is not inferior to mine. Thirdly, people who oppose me. Fourthly, men who are handsome but do not pay attention to me, or men who are wretched but look at me with wretched eyes. What? You said that I missed a type of people? Idiot! Of course. The first type would be the imps and dwarfs who looked like imps. What? You said that I misunderstood the prophecy and that the brother who killed me was Jaime and that I had misunderstood Tyrion? Sorry, I got used to hating him and I couldn't change it. Besides, even if the prophecy was wrong, I had 10,000 reasons to hate imps, and now I had only eliminated one. Even if an ordinary village girl was younger and prettier than me, I wouldn't take her seriously. But if her temperament was better than mine, only those who do not belong to me by birth can possess a temperament that surpasses mine. That's right. That meant that she could threaten my position. I might be open-minded, but I wasn't stupid. This girl, with the emblem of the sun-piercing spear on her chest, was the little princess of the Martell family. There was an 80% chance that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Red Viper. Of the 4 types of people I hated, she occupied 2 of them. Shut up. I am a secondary angel whose soul has been sublimated. How dare a mere mortal like you speak to me like that? I glared at her angrily as golden light shone from my body. A high-tier aura spread in all directions like a raging wave. First, the baby-faced girl knelt down in fear. Then, The surrounding people were forced to retreat in fear. On the way to Paradise Island, the fake crown prince had already made me understand my current state. Good. Very good. Holy golden light. High-tier aura? The huge sparrow split open. No, no, no. The Holy Mother is unfair. Countless people hugged their heads and wailed. There was a faint black aura surrounding their bodies. It wasn't a big deal for a person to wail. It wasn't a big deal for a person to emit a black aura of resentment. It wasn't a big deal for a person's faith to collapse. But now, thousands of people were hugging their heads and wailing. They were all emitting a black aura of negative emotions that was incompatible with paradise. Paradise was about to turn into hell. Damn it! I already knew that the more outstanding a person was, the easier it was for others to be jealous. But this was paradise, and all of you were the saints of paradise. Shouldn't the saints be virtuous and follow the teachings of the seven gods? The teachings of the seven gods clearly stated, tolerate the unintentional mistakes of others and praise the merits of others loudly. The more outstanding a person was, the easier it was for others to be jealous. Could it be that I was so outstanding that even the saints of paradise couldn't help but be jealous of me? Then how outstanding must I be? I was wrong. I didn't know that I was outstanding enough. After all, the fake crown prince had told me that only St. Matthew and I seemed to be the only two believers of the seven gods whose souls had ascended. Big Sparrow's devotion was the highest, and he was close to ascending. The Holy Mother taught us not to be blinded by jealousy. Only by acknowledging the merits of others can we face our own flaws. I tried my best to put on the compassionate attitude of the Holy Mother and taught Big Sparrow earnestly. Puffed, Big Sparrow spat out a mouthful of colorful blood and exploded. I thought that he had run away. So I turned around and continued to preach the teachings of the Holy Mother to the others. Paradise Island seemed to have lit up with fireworks and firecrackers. It was beautiful. Why are all of you running away? Humbly seeking guidance is also part of the teachings of the seven gods. How can you not know this when you can go to paradise? I shouted loudly, and the firecrackers became more and more urgent. Not long after, Big Sparrow returned. Everyone, don't panic. Demon Circe is going to paradise to be judged. She is not a saint of paradise, he said loudly. Kacha kacha, as he said that. A chain appeared out of thin air and flew over to tie me up tightly. I struggled with all my might, but it was useless. But I wasn't too worried. It was a trial after all. I had experienced it too many times. I was used to it. Circe, do you confess to abusing your brother? I knelt in front of Big Sparrow as he drew a circle in the air with his finger. There was a clear picture in the circle. A blonde girl of 7 or 8 years old pulling an ugly baby's penis with all her might as if it were a rubber band. I immediately understood. This was a scene that took place in the nursery in Casterly Rock. Perhaps the reason why the dwarf's little brother could grow so long was all thanks to her helping him grow when he was young? Come to think of it, it was disgusting. Why did I touch that ugly thing? He caused my mother to have a difficult birth. I hate him. I shouted. So you confess to it. I admit that I did these things, but I do not confess to them. I was angry. Big Sparrow was being unreasonable. You're being unreasonable. The Big Sparrow shouted in a low voice and wrote something on the parchment with a pen. My face must have turned red from anger. Big Sparrow didn't give me a chance to argue. He continued, you tortured and killed the maid. Another scene played out in front of everyone. The 8 or 9-year-old me threw a teapot filled with boiling water on the maid's head, then made her kneel in the corridor outside the house. One night later, the maid developed a high fever. 3 days later, the maid died of illness. I had punished too many maids in my life. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally remembered what that bitch had done. That bitch took advantage of my youth and spat in the teapot. I hit her and made her kneel. What's wrong with that? You can punish her, but you shouldn't have left her alone in the stables. You shouldn't have allowed the scholars to treat her. I want to establish my authority. Father taught me that. I also want to use you to establish the authority of the Church of the Seven Gods. The Holy Mother taught me that. The Holy Mother wouldn't do that. My devotion is high. My soul has ascended. I was a little scared. The ascension of your soul is a reward for your devotion to the Holy Mother. The Father is just, the Holy Mother is merciful. There are rewards and punishments, and rewards and punishments are clear. Although Big Sparrow kept a straight face, I could see that his eyes were laughing. He was mocking me. I admit that I am guilty, but I have already been judged by the church when I was alive. I have also repented for more than a year. Moreover, I have the atonement scroll. I don't accept it. Repenting is just a process. The church wants you to realize your mistakes from the bottom of your heart and repent completely. But have you realized your mistakes? Have you repented? Big Sparrow said coldly. I quickly said, I have. I have also repented. Humph. Just the first 2 crimes, abusing your brother and killing your servant. You have denied it in every possible way. You even refused to admit your guilt. What have you repented for? Big Sparrow sneered. Ugh. My mind was blank. Arguing with cunning words was never my strong suit. Father had taught us since we were young. Wise words have the same power as a sharp sword. A glib tongue making a scene and hurling abuse is like throwing feces at an enemy. Regardless of whether it will hit the enemy, the first step is to dirty your own hands. I have wisdom, but words of wisdom need to be heard by people with wisdom. Big Sparrow was obviously trying to frame me with his glib tongue, and this was his territory. Father, you have done me in. Big Sparrow also saw my predicament. He pretended to be serious, but in fact, he was mocking me. The church's judgment is actually the Holy Mother's grace to sinners. After the judgment, if you have achieved enlightenment while you were alive, even if you don't have any merit points, your past sins will be written off. Without the church's judgment, even if you have achieved enlightenment and repent, your punishment will only be reduced by a small amount. If you still refuse to repent after the judgment, your past sins will be multiplied. You are not me. How do you know that I have not repented? Do you mean that I have defended myself before? What if I have not repented for the first 2 sins, but I have achieved enlightenment for the rest of my sins? After I said that, I couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Although I am an honest person and not good at arguing, my wit should be better than my father's, right? You can lie to yourself, but you can never lie to the just Heavenly Father. Big Sparrow's eyes shone with a golden light. At that moment, I felt that he had seen through my thoughts. How terrifying! My mind was in a mess. I couldn't refute him anymore, so I just let him continue to list my sins. He seemed to be able to read my life from when I was young to when I died. There were more than 500 sins in total. Cersei Lannister, your sins are monstrous. You should go to hell for 99. 9 billion years. You have enjoyed the church's judgment, but you still refuse to repent. Your punishment will be doubled, but the maximum sentence for a hell prisoner is only 99. 999,999,999 years. Wait, I have the atonement scroll. I have already deducted 50 points of sin from the atonement scroll. Big Sparrow said coldly. Ha ha ha, how satisfying. Of course, Heavenly Father is just. I was filled with fear, but the bastards nearby cheered loudly. I'm going to hell. On the first level of hell, there are 18 punishment divisions. Every day and night, I go back and forth between the 18 divisions. Tongue-pulling division. Any living person who sowed discord, slandered others, had a glib tongue, argued eloquently, and lied would be sent to the tongue-pulling division after death. The green-faced evil spirits pried, opened my mouth, clamped my tongue with metal pliers, and slowly pulled it out. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. The pain was so intense that I couldn't even scream. At first, my tongue could only be pulled out 2 feet long, but after a few decades, 30 meters was no longer the limit. Knife Mountain Division, killing people on purpose, slaughtering animals other than food. They would all be sent to the Knife Mountain Division after death. 2 little devils took off, all my clothes, and climbed up the mountain of swords naked. This time, my mouth wasn't gagged, so I could howl. I howled as I climbed. It was also in the Knife Mountain Division that I met Aunt Zena, that fat woman. It was so badly mutilated by the countless blades that he almost couldn't recognize it. Oh, she was the one who recognized me first. In the Knife Mountain Division, we didn't talk much. We were too busy and didn't have time to talk. After that, we often met not only Aunt Zena, but also many familiar nobles and unfamiliar commoners. Seeing them howl miserably, I suddenly didn't feel so painful. Gradually, I learned how to endure torture. I pretended to be an executioner, punishing others. Even so, when I met someone who was particularly miserable, I would laugh. Hearing my laughter, they would show a frightened expression, which made me even happier. Even when I heard from others what happened to Casterly, Rock City, and the Western region, I didn't stop laughing. To be honest, the pain of my old man dying 10,000 times couldn't compare to an hour of hell. Even my old man couldn't shake my heart, let alone others. After all, Jamie was still alive. Later, when I was frying with a group of evil spirits in a pot of oil, I accidentally met Yulun. When I saw that, I couldn't help but laugh. Although I was also in the pot of oil, my stomach was bloated and exploded, and my intestines flowed out. But when I saw Yuluan's miserable state, I felt like my soul had ascended. Suddenly, there was a frightened cry from the side. Then, the half-fried, half-cooked me was picked up by the giant evil spirit with chopsticks. "Circe, someone is visiting." Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, I couldn't move. Even if I twisted my neck, it would make a crisp sound like someone was tearing a fried chicken. "Who is it?" Melted flesh stuck to my eyes, fried until they were crispy. I dug with all my strength and finally dug out a white eyeball. Turning the eyeball in the direction of the cry, I vaguely saw a fat woman. I didn't recognize her. "Who are you?" I shook my crispy body. A fragrant green smoke overflowed from my torn joints. Of course, my tattered stomach also gave off the stench of fried feces. Don't come over. Don't come over. I want to go back. Sob, sob, sob. I want to go home." The fat woman waved her hands vigorously and retreated. She even knocked out the eyeball that I passed over to see her face. Just as I was lying on the ground searching for the eyeball that had fallen out, the woman left with a whoosh. It was only a few decades later that I found out from others that the person who came to visit me this time was Jenny from Fairy City. Jenny and Malaya were my childhood friends. Malaya was the daughter of my family's knight, and Jenny was a hostage. Her father even dared to lead Fairy Island to rebel against Casterly Rock City after my father caused the Caslim incident. In the end, my father only sent a poet to Fairy City to sing a song called Caslim's Reign, and Jenny's father knelt down. Speaking of Jenny, I couldn't help but sigh. Fortune favors fools. Back then, Jenny, Malaya, and I went to look for Toad, which concubine. In the end, Fat Jenny was a coward. Once she saw Toad, which concubine's terrifying appearance, she ran out of the forest witch's tent in tears. Because of that, she didn't hear Toad, which concubine's vicious prophecy. Malaya told me that as long as others don't know about it, the prophecy won't come true. I agreed with her, and that night I tricked her into a deserted courtyard and pushed her into a well. She screamed and made a fuss inside, and in the end, oh, I seem to have helped the witch fulfill her prophecy. Malaya asked the witch, "Will I marry Jamie?" The witch let out a weird laugh. "Your chastity will be taken away by maggots, little girl. Your death will come tonight. Haven't you smelled her scent? She is right beside you." Unfortunately, the next morning, when I brought the guards of Casterly Rock City to look for Toad, which concubine, she disappeared. I thought that if Jenny didn't run away, I wouldn't mind letting her be Malaya's companion. Oh, the Holy Mother is merciful. Goodness, goodness, goodness. That's not right. Murdering Malaya added tens of millions of years to my sentence. I can't. No, my sentence is already at its limit. It doesn't matter if I kill Jenny, that fat whore. After all, sigh, 99. 9 billion years. When will it end? The more I thought about Jenny, the angrier I got. Back then, among the 3 ladies, she had the best life. She even gave birth to more than 10 children, and none of them died. Yet, I only have the pitiful Marcella left. Why? That fellow is fat and cowardly. Why is she so lucky? In the following days, while I was being tortured, I prayed to the Holy Mother, "Let fat Jenny accompany me in hell." But before Jenny could come down, my fat aunt was about to leave. Ah, Tyrion, my good nephew, my love for you when you were young was not in vain. You still remembered to give your aunt merits. Whoa, I am finally free. Aunt Xena, who was frozen on the ice mountain with me until her soul shattered, suddenly shone with a golden light. Her pale face also regained its color. She floated into the air and flew towards a place where holy music and holy light could be faintly heard. I immediately understood. My aunt had cleansed herself of her sins and went to heaven. Aunt Xena, save me. Take me with you. I was on the ice mountain where the slut was punished. It was a real heart-wrenching experience. The ice froze my organs and cracked them. Circe, it is all thanks to Tyrion that I am free. He has great merits, but I don't. Tyrion, at that moment, I swore in my heart, as long as Tyrion is willing to save me, I will sincerely be his brother and sister. Half a year later, not a single bit of merit fell on me. I swore in my heart, as long as Tyrion is willing to help me, I will be willing to repent to him. Another half a year later, I swore in my heart, even if Tyrion asks me to do something outrageous, I will reluctantly agree to it. The prerequisite is that he can save me from hell. Another half a year later, my hatred for Tyrion rose to a whole new level. For 2 years, he did not give me a single bit of merit. It was also at that time that I met the person who changed my fate. Shirley Youngsheen, Chapter 11:15. Perhaps I had met the noble bastard of the Targaryen family long ago. Only we did not recognize each other. The tortures of hell were too painful, so painful that I did not pay attention to who was around me. That time in the cauldron, she heard me laugh and said in surprise, "You must be Cersei Lannister. I have heard that you can laugh while being tortured." At first, I did not believe it, because every punishment Dany Lys set up magnifies the pain to the extreme, making one almost powerless and unable to think. Indeed, except for myself, everyone I met was dumb, like a wooden stake that could only howl. You can also think nonsense. I said, "I am not like you." "Oh, no." She quickly changed her words. "We are not like them." What is the difference? I was puzzled. We are all spirits of the gods. What is a spirit? You know St. Matthew? He is an angel. believers because of their piety or because they have an epiphany, have their souls sublimate and become an existence that transcends the mortal world. Realization dawned on me. Yes, my soul seems to have sublimated twice. Although the boiling oil scorched her pretty face, I could still feel her twisted expression of envy. Sublimation is useless. I still have to be tortured. I am not happy but depressed. If I had married Rieger back then, I would not have sinned. I would have gone to heaven with the atonement scroll, and my status would have long surpassed that of the great sparrow. It was useless before, but now hell is materializing. Hell has a physical body, and we who live in hell will also materialize so we can cultivate. Although cultivation does not reduce the pain, an increase in strength always represents a kind of hope. She said many things that I did not understand at the time, but from what I could understand, I gradually discovered a terrible truth. There was no 7 gods. The 7 gods were just Danny List's 7 coats. No, impossible. You are lying. I did not believe it. I panicked. I shook my head. But later, I had to believe it. Because there were more and more visitors from hell, I gradually met many supernatural undead, and they all knew the secret of the 7 gods. No, I screamed in the fire. Unwillingness, anger, resentment, and other complex emotions stirred to the extreme. My consciousness fell into chaos, and my soul turned to ashes. After that, I heard from others that my faith collapsed and my soul was destroyed. At the time, Shirley Younghart was smiling her scheming smile on the sidelines. She would never admit it when I caught her. I don't know if my soul has been annihilated. I went to a special place, and there I saw a god that was taller than the sky. Sure enough, it was Danny Alice's appearance. She had 1 head and 2 faces. The front of her head was enshrouded in holy light and was filled with a peaceful aura. The back of her head was filled with a gloomy aura and was cold and murderous. I stared blankly at the face surrounded by darkness and death. He spoke, telling me the truth about Danny, Rise, the 7 gods, and the truth about heaven and hell. You were once my angel, so I have the responsibility to tell you the truth of your faith before your soul is destroyed. It finally said, I understand. For the sake of my belief in it, let me die with a clear conscience. But after knowing the truth, I didn't want to die. Or rather, the collapse of my faith and the annihilation of my soul were not my intention. Just like a king who died on the battlefield, he didn't want to die in the first place. I don't want to die. I am willing to believe in you, Black Mother Danny Alice. I knelt down and begged. As long as the Black Mother had the power of the Black Mother, it didn't matter if she was Danny Alice or anyone else, I was willing to believe in her. At most, I would separate Danny Alice from Marjorie and Sansa and remove her from the list of women I hated the most. Maybe my sincerity moved it, but it didn't say anything. My body gradually became more solid. It was even better than before. Then go. It waved its hand, and I entered the space between its eyebrows. You actually survived, and your soul has evolved again? After meeting Shirley Younghart on the ice mountain again, she was so shocked that her soul was about to split open. Are you trying to kill me? I pounced on her, grabbed her, and bit her. No, I mean you no harm. I just want to tell you the truth. To show her sincerity, she even taught me a meditation technique. To be honest, I didn't care at first because I also wanted to learn magic from Yulun when I was alive, but I couldn't light a glass candle. Without talent, meditation techniques were useless, but unexpectedly, I successfully built a foundation for meditation in my mind. Shirley Younghart explained, the so-called supernatural talent is essentially the interaction of spiritual power and the force of the universe. In this world, every living being's spiritual power can sense the sea of magic, but some are sensitive and some are slow. Thus, it is possible to distinguish between supernatural and ordinary people. You were originally an ordinary person, but after your soul has evolved twice, you can't be ordinary anymore. With your identity as an angel of the seven gods, it will be easier for you to develop the Black Mother's divine arts, and it will be easier for you to learn other divine arts from me. But you are a sinner, and the Black Mother is stingy with even the most basic sacred healing art. You, at this point, surely became uncertain. You were able to grasp the foundation of the goddess of lust's meditation technique so quickly, but it doesn't seem to be easy for you. Instead, you are like a fish in water. Is it your nature? At that time, I knew nothing about the divine arts, so I believed whatever she said. It wasn't until decades later, when I married Lalo, that I gradually understood that sexual compatibility was only one aspect. At that time, the bald donkey Chizong had already raised the land, and the goddess of lust had already been killed by a palm strike from the sky. Shirley certainly sensed the death of her Lord God, but she didn't know that the black-hearted Black Mother had swallowed all of the goddess's songs of law. Those songs of law that didn't conform to the values of the seven gods had been kept by the Black Mother, a believer of hell. Am I not the Black Mother's angel? This seemed to be a pie in the sky for me. At that time, I thought so too, but later, I and the other demon gods of hell realized that the Black Mother was really black, and her heart was black to the core. Sigh, I will talk about this in detail later. After I obtained the enchanting secular meditation technique, my realm improved by leaps and bounds. Slowly, some changes happened to my body. My appearance and body became more perfect, and my skin was whiter and more delicate than when I was 16, and light purple runes gradually appeared. My shoulder blades started to itch, and something seemed to break out from my forehead. At that time, the long night had just ended, and the impermanence Arya led a large group of leaders to enter hell. They were all heroes who died in the war against the ghosts. Other than the war against the ghosts, their moral integrity wasn't enough to enter heaven, but as heroes, they couldn't go to hell. More and more undead appeared in hell. Thus, they entered hell and became administrators. I even saw the two Cape Black become ghost envoys. The ghost envoys soon noticed my transformation, and they surrounded me as if they were looking at something rare. After that, the scholar ghost envoys even took a notebook and stared at me every day, recording the process of my transformation. I was unhappy, but I couldn't resist. I could only listen to Shirley and focus on my cultivation so that I could transcend one day. Slowly, a pair of purplish-black bat wings grew out of my body, and a pair of goat horns grew out of my head. My skin was covered in light purple runes, and my blonde hair turned black. While the color of my eyes deepened, the entire hell was in an uproar. This is a fallen angel. Demon Circe is the first fallen angel. Impermanence Arya pointed at me and announced, is becoming the first fallen angel in honor? I don't want honor. I just want to end the pain. Isn't the reason why I worked so hard in my cultivation to transcend? But now, when I was in the frying pan, my body became stronger, and the pain was even worse than before. On the ice mountain, when everyone else's soul was frozen to the point of shattering, and they were almost numb, my body was slowly cracking, and my senses became clearer and sharper. In other words, I obtained the power that I dreamed of when I was alive. However, not only did my punishment in hell not lessen, because my mind became clearer, I became even more terrifying. I was a little depressed, and I didn't even have the motivation to cultivate until I met Yuluen again. All right, we met often, but like sardines in a bucket. Even if we were in a small space every day, it was hard for us to meet face to face. From the very beginning, I knew the foundation of the seven hells. We were the first batch of evil spirits to enter it. Do you understand what I mean? Sweetheart. He teased me, but I didn't get angry with him. Previously, I saw him being fucked by dozens of flame demons, and it was 10 times more brutal than what he did to me back then. His cries were also 10 times more miserable than mine. After that, I didn't get angry when I saw him again. On the contrary, I would laugh, mock him loudly, and cheer him on from the side, even though I was also being smashed by dozens of wild boars. This was my punishment for murdering Robert. The sins of the mortal world would be returned to me 10 times, 100 times in hell. Honey, what do you mean? I flapped my wings and swam to the side of the squid that was fried until it was crispy. A beast king will definitely appear in a forest, and a kingdom will definitely have a king. Therefore, hell will definitely give birth to a demon king in the future. We are the first batch of evil spirits, and as long as we don't stop cultivating, we have the highest possibility of becoming a demon king. I want to go to heaven. Although Demon King Cersei sounds interesting, hell is too bitter. Yulun hasn't seen heaven and doesn't know the joy of it, but I have experienced the beauty of heaven. Don't joke around. How many years of your sentence? Is it 100 billion? Jaime will save me. He is just a mortal. How many years can he live? How much karma can he earn in his lifetime? Yulun mocked. Maybe Jaime can convince Tyrion. I said uncertainly, do you believe that yourself? My soul is at the level of a semi-god, which is equivalent to a demon king. Wouldn't I still end up in a pot of oil? I sneered. Sigh, you haven't grasped the correct lifestyle of a great demon king. What lifestyle? I humbly asked for guidance. Yulun smiled and said, look at this big pot of oil. There are millions of people, but most of them are like wooden blocks. All of their minds are used to endure the pain. They can't spare any energy to chat like us. But our pain isn't any less than theirs. I said doubtfully. You were laughing when we first met, weren't you? I was happy to see you suffer. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Yulun rolled his eyes at me. It was also that time that I gained inspiration from you. As a demon king, we suffer a lot of pain, but a demon king has extra energy. This way, they can divide their extra primordial spirit and obtain happiness from other aspects. Before I was picked up by the giant's chopsticks, Yulun quickly taught me a little trick of mental projection. It wasn't a high-level technique, but I learned it easily. Soon, I understood Yulun's meaning. Although my main body was still being tortured, my mental projection could pretend that it wasn't. For example, Yulun and I stood beside the pot of oil with a leisurely expression, pointing at the wailing souls in the pot of oil and commenting on them. We could even chat happily with the ghost servants beside us. Didn't I have the demeanor of a demon king? But in reality, my main body was just one of the many crispy little fishes in the pot of oil. The me beside the pot of oil was just an extra thought. The pain didn't lessen, but I did find happiness from other aspects. A poor landlord ate rice and vegetables, but before going out he had to use pig fat to wipe his mouth until it was glossy. It was the same logic. Thus, in the following days, I flapped my enormous wings every day, whistling through the air above the 18 punishment divisions, laughing heartily. I announced to all the undead, I am the great demon king of hell, Cersei. I am the most beautiful succubus in the world. Those undead who were being tortured, those who had just entered hell and were waiting in line to be judged, trembled under my demonic might, their faces filled with fear. Seeing such a beautiful scene, I became more and more excited. The fear and envy of the other evil spirits towards me was the source of my happiness. When even the ghost servants of hell started to envy my freedom and might, I reached my climax. In endless happiness, my soul ascended for the third time. My wings became wider and the horns on my head became longer and more twisted. When I roared at the ghost servants, they actually trembled. Some of them couldn't help but kneel before me. Long live the Black Mother. I rule hell. I felt that the time for my fourth soul ascension was not far away. Yu Luan and Shearbud Demon's jealousy towards me was almost unconcealable. How did you do it, to become a demon while being devout? They asked. Seeing how cool I was, more and more supernatural evil spirits started to create spiritual projections. They also understood the roots of the seven gods and hell, so they learned from Yuluan and called themselves the Demon King of Hell. However, I was the only one who was a semi-god, a true Demon King. They also expressed their allegiance to me. The Holy Mother is powerful and compassionate, so of course I would believe in her. The teachings of the seven gods are compatible with human ethics, so I have no reason to not believe in them. However, being a good Holy Mother and having good teachings doesn't mean that I have to be a good person in the eyes of the common people. Doing things my way and being the only one who is respected is the true me. These words came from the bottom of my heart. Every time my soul ascended, I would gain a new understanding of myself. I understand what you are saying. I also know that to normal people, the Holy Mother is very noble and her teachings are very correct. However, I just don't agree with it from the bottom of my heart. This way, I am unable to form a devout belief, and my soul will not be able to ascend. I can only slowly cultivate and raise my soul through cultivation, so that my soul can evolve at a snail's pace. Demon Yuluan said bitterly, "Perhaps this is my innate talent. I am bad, I do bad things, but I am a good believer of the Holy Mother." I said proudly, "Happiness is always short-lived. My days of roaming freely in hell ended in less than 2 years. In the first layer of hell, other than the 18 divisions of punishment, there is also the division of judgment and the division of imprisonment. The division of judgment is built in an underground palace. There are 2 human lanterns at the entrance of the underground palace. Previously, it was Frere who violated the rights of the guests. I even mocked them a few times, causing another wave of envy, jealousy, and hatred, which then turned into another wave of happiness. Perhaps I shouldn't have gone to the division of judgment that day. Every moment, there are new undead entering the division of judgment. That day, I met one of the men I hated the most in my life, Stannis. When Robert was still alive, he used to grind his teeth at me. After Robert's death, he first slandered me for incest, slandered my child as a bastard, and led an army to attack the King's Landing. That night, I almost peed in my pants. That night, I almost took Joffrey and committed suicide by drinking poison. When I met him again, of course, I had to mock him loudly and show off my might. In the end, he who had already resigned himself to his fate had his face contorted and black smoke appeared around him. Before he completely turned into a demon, Impermanence Arya knocked him out. I was careless and didn't restrain myself. Instead, I went to provoke Caitlin, who was lighting up a sky lantern on the walkway. Then Impermanence Arya got angry and reported me. When the Black Holy Mother heard about this, she thought that I was using a bug. Seeing that I had discovered a bug in hell, she didn't punish me and only took away my right to roam around the first layer of hell. In the future, if there are any supernatural evil spirits who split their consciousness, the consciousness can only exist in the 7th layer of hell. The higher it goes, the faster it disappears. What's worse is that if one is a spiritual projection, the pain of the punishment will gradually increase. In the 7th layer, the pain increases by 30%. In the 6th layer, it increases by 50%. In the 5th layer, it increases by 70%. What I can't stand is that there aren't many undead in the 7th layer. I lost 99% of my source of happiness. To put it bluntly, my situation never changed, and the punishment never stopped. I could only obtain happiness through a fake show of divinity to offset the pain. With no one around, who am I supposed to show off to? Thus, I was depressed for a period of time. The 7 layers of hell could no longer see my graceful figure flying freely. It's you, Luan, again, opening the door to a new world for us demon kings. The 7th layer of hell is the scariest place in the 7 layers of hell. There are mountains, rivers, forests, rain, snow, and wind, but there is nothing there. All material objects were like illusions. All emotions were rapidly disappearing. At the start, we only had fear towards the 7th layer of hell. We didn't understand why it was so scary until a few decades later. The shadow and the poison fire demon Lalo arrived. Because of the position of Demon King of Hell, we became competitors in the future. As expected of my lifelong enemy, his knowledge and experience are far from what I can compare to. He revealed the essence of the 7th layer of hell with a single sentence. Dragon Queen took a piece of void outside the star world and created a failed product of a new world. Danny Reese is indeed scary. She even started to try to create a new world. Outside the star world, material objects, spirits, emotions, and concepts are not allowed to exist. Thus, we demon kings are afraid of the 7th layer of hell. But in order to exchange information and to establish the rules of the demon kings, we regularly go to the 7th layer for meetings. It was during one of these meetings that Yuluan told me a piece of good news. Marjorie is trying to open the door to hell. The 7 layers of hell, what is she thinking about? I shouted back then, but Benello expressed his doubts. Mortals can't even pinpoint the location of hell. How can they open the door to hell? Benello and a large group of red-robed monks also joined the Hell Demon King Club. They participated in the final battle and had great merits. But after Lala was judged, they chose to sink into depravity. Let me add, when they first entered hell, they were still impassioned and unyielding. I am willing to give up all my merits. I would rather become a demon than go to heaven. Then, they really lost the grace of the Dragon Queen. In the Judgment Division, they had to discuss their future as mortals because of the crimes of blood sacrifice, deceiving believers, murdering the innocent, and committing suicide. All of the red-robed monks were sent to hell. The lightest sentence was as high as a few thousand years. After rolling in a pot of oil, all of the red-robed monks, including Benello, knelt on the ground and begged, "I am the one who made a mistake. Return my merits to me. I want to go to heaven. I am willing to believe in the 7 gods." In the end, the Black Mother's projection descended upon hell and told them coldly, "Don't go back on your words. Your merits and blessings have already been evenly distributed to those who were harmed by the red-robed monks." Lonley floated in the air. Golden light shone from his body. Holy music and auspicious clouds surrounded him. Ha ha ha, this is great. Not only did the 100 years of torture disappear, I even received blessings from heaven with 0 merits. Thank you, red-robed monks. Even I am envious of that pretty boy, Lon, Lee, let alone the red-robed monks. Benello turned into a demon on the spot. No matter how much Benello and the rest of us suspected, Marjorie had indeed opened the gates of hell. However, it was not for all of us demon kings. It was just for you, Luan, alone. Oh, I understand now. It is the modified version of the 7 gods' Holy Spirit summoning technique. After carefully sensing the spatial ripples around you, Luan, Benello came to a realization. "But why did Marjorie summon you?" he asked curiously. "She has her eyes on my sea monster. When I obtained the sea monster in the smoke sea, the storm god took a part of my soul and fused it into the sea monster's soul core. It is like the second life of a shapeshifter. This way, I can guarantee that no one will be able to take the sea monster away from me, even if they have my horn. Maybe Marjorie has the same idea as me. Maybe she just finds the horn troublesome. In this period of time, she has been trying to turn the sea monster into her summoned beasts, just like how Varys summoned the strength Vajra and Cerberus. Benello finally understood. What do you mean? I still didn't understand. For example, Marjorie came to the trembling sea one day and suddenly encountered a large-scale sea battle. She urgently needed the help of sea monsters. However, her sea monster is in the deep trench of the summer sea, tens of thousands of miles away. What should she do? Benello asked. There is no way. I said, there was no way previously. However, it is different now. Dany Lisi used more than 10 years to fuse the Seal of War beasts with space teleportation, creating a divine summoning system. In the final battle, the Saints of Heaven, Frost Strength, Vajra, Cerberus, and even the soldiers of the northern region and Ursos were all summoned beasts. Benello said, I had also heard about the final battle and said in realization, Marjorie wanted to break free from the shackles of the horn and turn the sea monster into a summoned beast. Yes, but what does this have to do with you, Luwin? I didn't understand. Hee, I am the sea monster. Yulun raised his head and laughed maniacally. I am not the sea monster, but I am the sea monster. When she formed a contract with the sea monster, I could also respond to her summons.